light. Green light is on. Alright. Test mic. Yeah, mic's going. Okay. Very good. Oh, I need to fix this because some audio accidentally got cut out. Good thing there's anything specifically important at the end. So that's a relief. So what I actually need to do first is I need to get the audio that's missing, which is like 2 words. Okay, so I need to go at the end of this. Okay, so what I need to do is figure out exactly where we're stopping first. We are at 49. Okay, that's not where I am. I know that for a fact. Yeah, there we go. That's more accurately imposed. We are at about... Okay, so what line is this? Who? Okay, simple enough. So I need to... Audio clip. Doesn't matter what track it's on. Load sample. Okay, which one was it? I believe it was this one. Or is it full clean? I don't remember. Because full clean would just be when I like lined it up and all that stuff. So hopefully that's right. Oops, did I rename the stream? I don't think so. Oops. I need to go fix that real quick. Let me fix this real quick. Oops. Okay, we are connected. That's good. But I do need to change the name of this so that I can... Okay. Come on, computer, work with me. Mixing stuff. Sure, that works. Gotta do this thing. If I want monetization, I hate how this is set up. Alright, there we go. There we go. Now that's fixed. And I do have YouTube open because I just have a feeling I'm gonna need it. Alright, so what I need to do is just zoom out. Put the EQ one in there. Just kind of match it up. Then just... Oops. Okay, that is the beginning. Okay, so I need to do this. Now I need to find the ending. Maybe. There we go. This is what I need to do. Alright, so I need to find exactly where it ends. Which is about right here in this area. Okay. So there is a difference between them.
Kuching questioned.
Kuching questioned.
Rex Lapis.
And there's the final piece. Okay, so all I need is this part right here. Everything else just needs to go bye-bye. Okay. Alright, let's see. Where am I going to place this?
Who? Kuching.
Nope, too fast.
Who? Kuching questioned.
A little too close still.
Who? Coaching questioned.
There we go.
Rex Lapis.
And there we go. Okay, let's try that again. Either that or what I could do is just leave it this. No, I don't want to do that. Because it just clogs my RAM. So I need to export this as MP3 first. oops, bonding of ice and fucking hell, fire. Oh, lightning. Chapter 1, full, E added. Okay, this will take a minute, but that's fine. Oh, no wonder. My mic's pretty close, or not close. I cannot talk close to me at all. What am I doing here? Good question. I'm not sure. The thing that's going to be tricky about this one is the music choice. Because Genshin Impact's a really hard one to work with. I do know what the first sound effect is going to be. But yeah, what I have to do first is I have to render this first because I need it full, and then we can start. So I don't know how that happened. I think I might know how it happened, but yeah, it's an easy one to make. Really? But yeah, I think I know exactly how it happened, and I think it's that the whole thing wasn't selected upon render, so like 2 seconds of it got removed. But for music, man, this is gonna be a tough one. We may not need music, because, I don't know. This will be interesting. It'll also be interesting trying to find some of the sound effects, because I know what sound effects I plan to use, but some of them I'm not sure if they're on this computer, honestly. We'll get there. But the first sound effect that I need is like rain, thunder, lightning, and heels clacking. Which I know I've got a sound effect like that, but I'm not sure where. Where would that be? That would probably be under downloads, because it was something I had to download from YouTube. I don't know. We'll find it. We'll get there, slowly but surely. I'm just praying this doesn't take that long. But this is why I prefer doing the voices myself, because the process just goes so much quicker. Sure. Let's just kill some time. Okay, I'm fine if it auto plays.
So let's meet the barely paid spokesperson for the new.
Okay. I did kind of play around with this track a little bit last night, and yeah, it's kind of a tricky one. Da da da. Da da da. Was this posted by actual? No, no, no. Okay, I wanted to be absolutely sure, because I'd never heard anything about new code. Dun dun dun. Okay, so I just have to figure out what those chords are right there. I think what the problem is that I'm hearing, Alright. So now I just delete, or actually, yeah, I just delete these. Then I go, where's the back button? Or am I at the start? I am at the start. So now I go here, put that on 1. I don't know if you can even hear me. The volume on this is so weird. Okay, T. Right there. Okay, so now you have the full track. So now it's got decode. Da da da. All right. So now we put this in, and now we have the full track. What the hell? There we go. There we go. Make sure.
Reports the city had.
Oops. I need to do this first. Alright.
Who? Coaching questioned. Rex Lapis.
Yep. Alright. We're ready to go. Now we can actually start doing stuff. Okay. So we need to make a new thing. So I'm just gonna put these in, let the music kind of play in the background. Let's sample. USB drive for that. Yeah, that's an old as shit one. Not the heels one, but this one that I'm going to find. So, rain hail. Rain, hail. I don't know, I'd have to listen to it. No, for fuck's sake. There it goes. Okay, now I need to hear. Fun song right there. Okay. Oh my god. I need to turn that down. So that's on 2. So turn down 2 a little bit.
Who?
Oh shit. I need to bring this back. Nope, that's not what we need. Does it change up?
Expected rainstorm while out in the wild.
Nope. I do remember where I used this, though. I do remember when I used this. That was for a process of elimination. Long time ago. Come on, I've got to have a rain sound effect. Thunder. Thunderstorm. There we go. Hello, Tsukishima K. I think I got it now. So this isn't a pony reading. Like I said in the post that I made, this is going to be different. Alright. So, heavy rain. I have not used this in a long while.
Raindrops trickled along the surface.
That's more like it. That's more like it. That's what I need. Okay, so now I need another sound effect. And I'm not sure if I have that on this computer. If not, I'll have to go find it. Damn it. Did not mean to do that. Touchpad is freaking as sensitive as crap, I swear. How do I get rid of you? Oh, like that. Sorry I've been so quiet, or, well, not quiet, but non-productive as of late, but like I said, it's just because of lack of, like, pony content. It's like I said in my last stream, the last actual posted thing in the horror category on FimFiction was on January 14th? Something like that. Alright, so now I need... That's probably in our downloads. So I need to go find something like this. I'd spot it immediately. Chainsaw, Dark Knight, no. High voltage. Not seeing anything. It's been getting harder to find the good stuff, especially on here. What? Why is that censored? That's weird. So I just resort to your videos almost all the time. Well, I appreciate that. Okay, I don't know. YT5 maybe? So just bear with me. Because I think I've used that sound effect one more time. YT1 maybe? Where is my scroll bar? Oh, was that it? Oh, oopsies. I didn't mean to do that. Let's try that again. Okay. That's got to be under this. If it were here, it'd be here. Because I remember I made that video on the other computer. Just look a little bit more. Roller skating, small crowd. Nope, I'm probably gonna have to go download it. Because I don't see it anywhere. This is why I have a what? This is why I have a YouTube tab open. See if I can't find it. High heels. Walking sound effect. Walking in high heels sound effect. Nope. Walking on gravel or concrete, whatever. Maybe I gotta get a little more specific. Walking footsteps, high heels on concrete. I'll just see what that does. Nope.
Once you meet with a TurboTax expert who will do your taxes for you, you're free to do.
There. No. This is gonna be. We're already having trouble on one sound effect. Oh dear, it's gonna be fun. Walking on wooden floor, high stills, approach walk on. Didn't I literally just use this? That does not sound like on concrete at all. It sounds like in an open room. This is going to be kind of difficult. Running. I need running, actually. Duh. I'm going to need running and walking. People running on concrete and high heels. Something like that. It overlapped itself. I think that's going a little too quick. Maybe. We'll see about that one. Let me just... Running on a concrete, high heel sound effect number 2, high heel run. I applaud anybody who can do that. Like, that takes some serious balance right there. Like, that is some serious talent. Walking and running in high heels. I've used this one before, so... That's not high heels. High heels clack. Oops. Like, high heels make that sound. Like a heavy clacking sound. Hallway footsteps, running on heel sound. Running on heel? Okay, I might have to just use that one. Walking on one floor. Footsteps, high heels, running effect. That works. That works. It's going to be a little tricky to kind of get right, but yeah, that works. So how's things been? I've been mainly on break because of the lack of content. Oops. YouTube MP3 downloader. Doesn't really matter, does it? Like, I'm not gonna lie, I've been missing this a lot. Like, I want to be at the mic more often, but if there's nothing to record, I mean, what am I gonna do? There's not really much I can do. That's why I'm going to different routes, because of the fact that, well, there's nothing. Like, FinFiction just is not providing anymore, and yeah, I can't revolve around it anymore. I have to go elsewhere. There we go. The pop-up? Yep. Shut up. Oh my god. Download. There we go. Okay. A lot of fuss for just one sound effect, but it's okay. You just keep going until you find that perfect sound effect. Like, you will not believe how hard it is to make some of the sound effects that I have made. Like, the Crystal's Revenge sound effects, the ones like of the wheel spinning, that was legitimately one of the hardest ones I've ever made as a homebrew sound effect. Oh, I don't even have to do anything. Like, what's the hardest sound effect I've ever made? Probably Silent Ponyville. The chapter where the monster is chasing her. Homebrewing the chase sound. Jesus Christ. Alright. Now let's see what we can do here. Okay, so I need to go put this on a different track. What track is this on? 3? Yeah. Okay, so I need to turn it down. Yeah, right there. That wheel spinning sound was unnerving. And don't even get me started on Silent Ponyville. Yeah, that freaking monster chase sound effect. Oh my god. You want to talk exhausting? By the time I was done with that, I was so exhausted. I don't have a scroll bar. So let me go out a little bit more. There we go. Let me push this out just a little more. There we go. Okay, I need a scroll bar. Because I don't have one. Because I don't have a mouse. Okay, let's see here. I need to zoom in a little bit. Okay, so I need to cut here. Alright. Now let's see what we're gonna do here. Okay. So it's gonna not be immediate. How can I make that not so sharp? Well, first things first, what I'm gonna do is up the pitch of it. Because I don't like the pitch of it right now. It has to be a little bit more sharp. Oops. A little too high.
Raindrops trick.
Okay. Maybe if I add like a little fade in. Teensy little fade in. Really don't want to do this because this is a pain in the ass to get right. Do I have my right tool? Just a little bit more. What the hell? Why can I not grab this thing? Gee-many. Oh, I know why. Because I'm not back all the way. Okay, so the rain has to come in a little quicker than that. Holy moly. Hello, Faustus Acropolites. I have no idea. Okay, let me think here. How do I do this? Can I cut a little off like that? And it doesn't really affect it. It has to be a little bit more effective, so automate volume. Excuse me. So drop that to about right there because this is a pretty loud sound effect. Little too little. Still too small. Bring this up a little bit.
Raindrops trickled.
Getting there, getting there. Okay, now I need the second point to be up a little more.
Raindrops trickled along the surface of Ganyu's horns as she rushed up the stone stairs leading back to Yua.
That works. That works. That works. Alright, let's bring this back a little bit more. About right there. I need to go here. I need to select. Where is my thing? Oh my god, my brain is really having a brain fart right now. Okay, so now I gotta get this correct.
Raindrops trickled along the surface of Ganyu's horns as she rushed up the stone stairs leading back to Yuhai Pavilion. She was already soaked, having been rudely awoken by the natural chill by a barrage of raindrops while having her usual...
Okay, storm's a little loud. That's 1, 2, right? Yeah. So drop 2 more. Probably gonna have to use a thing. A balancer. So let's go up 4. Now it's too low.
Raindrops trickled along the surface of Ganyu's horns as she rushed up the stone stairs leading back to Yuhai Pavilion. She was already soaked, having been rudely awoken by the natural chill by a barrage of raindrops while having her usual afternoon nap. It hadn't been her first encounter with an unexpected rainstorm while out in the wilderness.
That seems okay. That seems okay. The storm might be a little too noisy, but it's not that bad.
While having her usual afternoon nap. It hadn't been her first encounter with an unexpected rainstorm while out in the wilderness. Having become accustomed to the unexpected mood swings that weather can sometimes conjure out of nowhere. She had been born and raised in the peace of Liwei's many great mountains, so natural occurrences such as storms didn't even faze her. While her attire was soaked, Liwei's many great mountains, so natural occurrences such as storms didn't even faze her. While her attire was soaked, this wouldn't be her first time returning to her workplace looking as if she had went for a swim with her clothing still on. This was actually pretty common, and her fellow employees eventually learned to just accept it. However, her main boss, Ningguang, didn't take too kindly to Ganyu returning to her workstation without even drying off. So she had ordered Ganyu to at least dry herself off before even taking a step past the mat all employees met upon stepping into the building. Therefore, a new protocol was initiated to Ganyu's co-workers to provide her a towel, Shall she ever return soaked to death? She was met with that very
Okay. She was met with that very thing.
to death. She was met with that very thing upon stepping through the entrance
Upon stepping through the entrance. So that's like, let's see.
to death.
Yeah, it's a Genshin story.
Therefore, a new protocol was initiated to Ganyu's co-workers to provide her a towel. Shall she ever return soaked to death? She was met with that very
So like a door opening sound effect. Alright, let's see here. If I can do something like maybe this, like overlap this.
Shall she ever return soaked to death? She was met with that very thing upon stepping
Okay, so something like this. Shit. Wake up, buddy. Okay, cut that off. I've been thinking about doing one for Razor. Poor guy doesn't get enough story time. Razor is basically the Tarzan of Genshin Impact to me.
that very thing upon stepping through the entrance.
She was met with that very thing. Let me see if I just cut this off a little bit.
Turned soaked to death. She was turned soaked to death.
Okay, cut that right there. About right there.
Turned soaked to death. She was met with that very thing.
Can I get that off by just barely cutting it manually? I can. Alright. Cool. There we go.
Turned soaked to death. She was met with that very thing upon stepping
Okay, so door open.
upon stepping
Okay, about right there. Alright, so now I need a door opening sound effect. You do not want to know how many times I had to fact check this. Because while I do know stuff about Ganyu, Google does not tell you jack shit. Like, I knew that she worked up where like Ningguang and all them are. Or not Ningguang, but you know, right below where the Jade Chamber is. I knew she worked there. But I'm like, okay, what's that place called? I believe it's High Pavilion because that's basically what it looks like, right? But then I play the freaking the Lantern Rite quest, and it says she works at I can't remember what it's called, but yeah, I think that the name they give is the area's name, rather than High Pavilion is the name of the actual building that she works in. I believe that's correct. Okay, what am I looking for? I am looking for door opening sound effect. Like, trying to define these characters is really, really tough. Like, I've been playing the game for almost a year now, and I know the characters pretty well. Also, yes, there is a lot of freaking characters in this. So far, it's mainly focused on, like, you know, Ganyu and Kaching, but that's it. Oops. What am I looking for? I'm looking for door. Door open, close sound effect. Right there. But yeah, I don't hate Razor. Don't get me wrong. I don't hate the guy. I just find... I don't know. He's just not one of my favorite characters.
upon stepping through the entrance. A plain white towel
Okay. Maybe pull that back a little bit. I think that's a little too soon. Also, yes, this is my own story.
turned soaked to death. She was met with that very thing upon stepping through the
That works. Yeah. Alright. Shut it up. God damn it. I'm gonna need the closing sound effect as well, so I think I'm just gonna cut this down. Because why not? Oh yeah, I have to cut the beginning part too. Alright, so just cut that. Cut this. Pull this. What am I looking for now? Oh, heals. But I just need steps. That's all I need, just steps now. Okay, now the fun part. I have to find another sound effect. And I'm not gonna lie, this kinda could classify as a grimdark. Not based on the horror elements, but mainly because of just how, what's the word? Like, hopeless it is. Like, yeah, you know me by now. You know me by now. You should know me by now, anyway. So you know what it means when Sparrow writes a story. Was it this one? That'll work. Copy video URL. Like, I checked everything, because I do have Ganyu in game. I have both the characters in this story. Ganyu and Kuching. Yeah, I had to look up on how to actually say Kuching's name, because I pronounced it as Kuching. But upon, like, what? I didn't get to play the first Lantern right? So, I watched somebody play the quest. Oh man, I really wish I could have played it. But Kuching is pronounced Kuching. Like, she's called Lady Kuching in the story. I'm like, or in the story, in the Lantern Rite. So I'm like, okay, that's how I'll address her then. Because I don't need any sensitive pricks basically yelling at me because I said it wrong. I see it, I hear it both ways all the time. Some people call her Kuching, some people call her Kuching, some people even call her Kecking. I'm like, and you say that I pronounce it weird. I did what? I can't see. I did for... I'm very much even more excited now. I did too for some reason. I guess I never picked up on that specific part. Honestly, oh shit. Honestly, it's very easy to misconceive because it's a weird name. Like, it's a very strange name. Like, I'd never heard of it because I'm not, I'm American, so it makes sense for me to not know it. You didn't say it right, Race. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so now I need to import that sound effect. And yes, if you're wondering, I am going to be voicing all the characters. So basically, Ganyu sounds kind of like a Fluttershy character because she's the shy and contempt one. Like, I really like the Lantern Rites, how they, like, open up her past a little bit so that you can understand her, like, her personality more. Like, I know people say, oh, she's just the shy one, the one that overworks herself. Well, that's true. Yes, it is true. She is the overwork, shy stereotype. She also has personality. I mean, every character does. Okay. Oh, how loud is that? I can't tell. I'm monitoring. I'm monitoring, so the sound is like cut in half. All right. Yeah, like three. Hopefully that doesn't get caught in there. Got that. Door opens.
Turned soaked to death. She was met with that very thing upon stepping through the entrance, a plain white towel being handed to her instantly.
Okay. So I think I need to have her stepping when the door opens immediately.
Turned soaked to death.
Don't want it to sound too linear,
though. She was
though.
met with that very thing upon stepping through the entrance, a plain white towel being handed to her instantly.
I think that's fine. Okay, then maybe put this out just a little more.
Turned soaked to death. She was met with that very thing upon stepping through the entrance, a plain white towel being handed to her instantly.
Okay, so now I need to go like this volume. Okay, right as the door is closing. So, about 3 pointers. Push this down all the way, push this down. Ooh, that's pretty quick. I may have to push that back a little bit more. Let's see if that works. Let's see if that might work.
Through the entrance, a plain white towel being handed to her instantly.
Nope, goes too quick. Okay. Maybe something like
Through
this.
the entrance, a plain white towel being handed to her instantly.
Nope. Let me push this back.
Through the entrance, a plain white towel being handed to her instantly. Apparently her acting through the entrance, a plain white towel being handed to her instantly. Apparently
That kinda works. I really need the thing though. Let me add another point.
through the entrance, a plain white towel being handed to her instantly.
It just goes out too quick.
Through the entrance, a plain white towel being handed to her instantly.
There we go. That works. Okay, so it has to, like, fade into a workplace, like sound effect. So, what would UI Pavilion sound like? Good question.
Upon stepping through the entrance, a plain white towel being handed to her instantly. Apparently her
Okay, so... what would UI Pavilion sound like? I would imagine a workplace. Like everybody's working. Because apparently it's a place where... oops, wrong place. Because apparently it's like a place where documents go through and all that lovely stuff, like to Sentinel Guang. That's what I guess it is anyway. Because Ganyu like works on like taxes and all that lovely stuff. Load sample. Alright, I actually don't know. YT5, let's see what I... building collapse, car startup, city street. Let me see if like I got some like an office. Nope. Post office? I know I had something like that for I'm gonna probably need this kind of thing, like a paper sound effect, but but I know I have something like a mail office because I used it for the double way back in the day. So I may just have to kind of scroll through. Because it could be under like a word like sound effect. Factory sounds, no. Free sounds. Identity crisis. Knocking on door. I'm definitely gonna need that. Guarantee it's probably under something like sound effects. Post office. There we go. This has a like an office sound effect, so I think that's a good. This is a good like choice, if I remember correct. I could be wrong. Okay, so as she's walking in, the sound would go up. So I'm gonna put this down here actually. So tap tap tap. Okay, so it would be low when she opens the door, increase when she opens the door, and go to full. Okay, but I hope this actually works. Oh my god, I really need a scroll button.
Was met with that very thing upon stepping through the entrance, a plain white towel being handed to her instantly. Apparently her absence had been enough to assure the other workers to be ready upon her return. I sincerely apologize for the trouble.
Yeah, that works. That works.
Was met with that very thing upon stepping through the entrance, a plain white towel being handed to her instantly. Apparently her absence had been enough to assure the other workers to be ready upon her return. I sincerely apologize for the trouble.
Yeah, that works. Yeah, that works. That works. Alright, I need to automate volume. Okay, so all the way. Okay, so the door opens, and it's at a low level. So like this. Hopefully that's not too low. And then she'd step through and it'd slowly ascend. But yeah, the whole thing about like not saying their names right, I'm like, people, you seriously need to get a life. Like the Tiknari situation, I'm like, really? People are that pissed off about people saying the name like the voice actors and actresses. When I saw what they did to like Kokomi and Tiknari's voice actor, I'm like, wow. That's a bunch of like crap. Alright, so door closes. Oh, about right here. It would go to full. Let's see if that might work. Let's see if that might work.
Was met with that very thing upon stepping through the entrance, a plain white towel being handed to her instantly.
I don't know, I can't hear very well.
Was met with that very thing upon stepping through the entrance, a plain white towel being handed.
Like, I don't understand why people get that fucking pissed off. I mean, it's just a game, for fuck's sake. And the voice actors are just directed to say what they tell them to say. Oops. They're not there to learn Japanese. They're just given what they are told to say, and the voice directors lead them to it. That's the thing that pisses me off the most. It's the voice director's fault, not the voice actor.
Was met with that very thing upon stepping through the entrance, a plain white towel being handed to her instantly. Apparently her absence had been enough to assure the other workers to be ready upon her return. I sincerely apologize for the trouble. She apologized.
Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Alright, so the volume needs to go down just a little bit. So let's go about 4.
Was met with that very thing upon stepping through the entrance, a plain white towel being handed to her instantly. Apparently her absence had been enough to assure the other workers to be ready upon her return. I sincerely apologize for the trouble. She apologized, starting to dab.
Oh, I need to, do I want to put the thunderstorm in the background muffled? Good question. Exactly, you can't blame them for doing their job, they're just being guided. Exactly! It's like when in Rarity's new, not new pattern, Loomis Rarity, I pronounced masochist and masochism wrong because of Google Translate. That wasn't my fault. That was the program. Like, I find that hilarious. Like, it's basically just a meme now, but I find it hilarious. Like, I laugh at it because I find it funny. Let me see if that might work. Or does that not
being handed
fit?
to her instantly. Apparently her absence had been enough to assure the other workers to be ready upon her return. I sincerely...
Is there even any sound? I don't even hear anything. Maybe that's why it's because it's so low. Like, I did the same trick with, like, day 0. I don't hear anything. Oh, I heard something. Okay, so... what about right there? That kind of fits, I'd say. I'd say that fits. You can barely hear it, but it's about... it's all in how, you know, the thought about it. Did I paste or did I copy? Paste. Google Translate is so unreliable, it makes Siri look smart. Yeah. But yeah, that's my whole take on that. Like, I don't get why people have to be so rude to the voice actors when they are just being directed. They are not actually being, you know, told, you know, they're not being assholes about it. They're actually being told by other people what to say. Like, I laugh at that kind of stuff because, you know, it's the voice director's fault, not theirs. And it's, I mean, who knew that to pronounce Tignari was Tignari or Tichnari, something like that, was how was the proper pronunciation? Unless you are, you know, from where they're from, like in the game, you don't know how to pronounce that. It's like the people from like that actual region said about the whole thing. They said basically, we don't care how they say it. It's, you know, not uncommon for people to pronounce it wrong. I don't get it.
being handed to her instantly. Apparently her absence had been enough to assure the other workers to be ready upon her return. I sincerely apologize for the trouble. She apologized, starting to dab herself as dry as she could muster. It's no trouble, Miss Ganyu. Her co-worker, Tignan, replied with no sign of annoyance or negativity. Please, don't worry about it. After all, the storm literally showed up without any warning, so you aren't the only person who has returned soaking wet. Tignan was your casual Liyue citizen, having short black hair, a skinny build, and dressed with the usual clothing of lower-rank employees of Yuhai Pavilion. He had only been employed just recently.
Seriously?
His positive attitude and respect for the higher-ups like Ganyu and the Yuheng Kuching was enough to make him seem like a longer-term employee.
Okay, hang on. Sorry for that, I'm back. Oh, by the way, the name was derived from the Byzantine Empire. Sorry, guys. Here, decide to just clog up on me. Oh, okay, there we go. There we go. Now I can hear.
Being handed to her instantly.
Oops. Stop. Okay, that's more like it. Okay. What am I doing? I don't know. Alright, so I need to apparently overlap the one down here somewhere. I need this. This. To the end of the trek we go. Let's see if that might work.
Was enough to make him seem like a longer-term employee.
There we go.
I see, but I've just done this so much that it feels like a bad habit anymore. She confessed.
Ganyu blames herself for
I
things.
just hate being a burden to all of you. Nonsense.
Nonsense.
Ting Yong clarified. You've served Liyue Harbor for centuries upon centuries, Miss Ganyu. You're far from any burden to any of us.
If you don't play Genshin, you're not gonna know what the hell is going on.
Don't think for a second we see you as such. Just take it easy and don't worry about it.
Okay.
Ganyu could see he was being legitimate, so she just nodded her head and continued to pat herself down with her provided towel. She still felt guilty, but she knew well that she couldn't win this conversation, so she just decided to cut it there to save time.
I know your feelings,
Ting Yong
Ganyu.
returned to his duties elsewhere as Ganyu finished up her drying, far from even close to being ridden of all the rain her clothing had absorbed like a sponge.
I know that feeling too.
Regardless, she placed the mildly wet piece of cloth somewhere other employees would see and dispose of it elsewhere, and made her way back to her office.
Made her way back to her office, walking. Because it's really unclear what Ganyu actually does in game.
Like a sponge. Regardless, she placed the mildly wet piece of cloth somewhere other employees would see and dispose of it elsewhere, and made her way back to
Made her way back. Okay, so made her way back.
and made her way back and made
Right here?
made her way back
Yep. Okay. Walking. Where's the walking one?
made her way back to her office. Upon entering her office,
Okay, upon entering her office.
made her way back to her office.
5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 5, 2, 5, 3, 5, 4, 5. Sorry, it was a thing we did back in choir. It was a exercise to get your jaw going. The story starts. The next thing you have is claim your battle pass. What? The story starts, and next thing you have to do is Mark, stop.
Made her way back to her office. Upon entering her office,
Upon entering her office. So I feel, okay, the door can be shut or anything like that.
upon entering her office, the scent of the sweet flowers she had picked and potted on her desk as
Okay, so what we can do here is like fade out the volume. Like as she's walking, it slowly goes away. Like about right, I'd say there. Something along these lines. Okay, push that down. Go down like that. No. Something like that.
and made her way back to her office. Upon entering her office, the scent of the sweet flowers she had picked and potted on her desk as decoration met her nostrils.
Like, what's the ambience of an office? Nothing really. Like, honestly, it's really not anything. It's just kind of quiet. Because computers don't exist, phones don't exist. Like, we're back in, like, the days of, like, the medieval era. Something like that.
And made her way back to her office. Upon entering her office, the scent of the sweet flowers she had picked and potted on her desk as decoration met her nostrils. It was in essence she delighted, the scent being sweet with just a hint of the aroma of nature she loved.
Oh, I know what I'm missing here. I need to continue the storm. Fury of the storm. Sorry. Storm. There we go. I need my selector tool. Storm. Okay, do this kind of a thing.
Nonsense,
Okay.
Tignon clarified. You've served Liyue Harbor for centuries upon centuries, Miss Ganyu. Regardless, she placed the mildly wet piece of cloth somewhere other employees would see and dispose of it elsewhere, and made her way back to her office. Upon entering her office, the scent of the sweet flowers she had picked and potted on her desk as decoration met her nostrils. It was an essence she delighted, the scent being sweet with just a hint of the aroma of nature she loved. It reminded her of her days before the Archon War, making her contract with Rex Lapis, and her job as the secretary of Tevat's most wealthy leader. Days she wished she could live again, but knew they had long since passed.
Really?
Those were times when things were so much simpler.
Let me do this. Sorry.
And being sweet with just a hint of the aroma of nature she loved. It reminded her of her days before the Archon War, making her contract with Rex Lapis, and her job as the secretary of Tevat's most wealthy leader. Days she wished she could live again, but knew they had long since passed. Those were times when things were so much simpler, up until things suddenly changed with all the gods going at it for reasons unknown. Abandoning her reminiscing of her days as a young adeptus roaming the peaks of Liyue and admiring the world's beauty, she walked to her desk and took a seat.
Hang on. I think what I need to do here is actually lower the sound. So when she gets to her desk, so let's see here. Where are you? Automate, volume. So I'm gonna have to do it this way. And I need to push this out here. I need to copy this. I said copy this. Thank you. Paste this. Push this back. There we go. Okay, so now when we get to her office, which is about right here. So about right here. So about right there. Now, okay, paste value. It has to actually go down. So maybe about right here. Copy value. Paste. Let's see if that might work.
And made her way back to her office. Upon entering her office, the scent of the sweet flowers she had picked and potted on her desk as decoration met her nostrils. It was an essence she delighted.
Okay, let's see something. Paste.
And made her way back to her office. Upon entering her office, the scent of the sweet flowers she had picked and potted on her desk as decoration.
Because here's what I'm imagining. I'm imagining like there's a window behind her. And you can hear like the rain out there. Because, yeah, if you're standing next to a window and the storm is nasty enough, you can actually hear it. Like clear as day.
Of the sweet flowers she had picked and potted on her desk as decoration met her nostrils. It was an essence she delighted, the scent being sweet with just a hint of the aroma of nature she loved. It reminded her of her days before the Archon War, making her contract with Rex Lapis, and her job as the secretary of Tevat's most wealthy leader. Days she wished she could live again, but knew they had long since passed. Those were times when things were so much simpler, up until things suddenly changed with all the gods going at it for reasons unknown. Abandoning her reminiscing of her days as a...
I don't know. That's a tough one. Okay, I need to get the... Okay. Automate volume. Paste value. Oh man, this is going to go on for a while. Because she's in this scene for quite a while.
Long since passed. Those were times when things were so much simpler, up until things suddenly changed with all the gods going at it for reasons unknown. Abandoning her reminiscing of her days as a young adeptus roaming the peaks of Liyue and admiring the world's beauty, She walks to her desk and took a seat.
She walked to her desk. Okay. Footsteps. High heels. Nope, wrong one. I need this one. I think 3's fine. Should be fine.
She walks to her desk and took a seat. She walks to her desk and took a seat.
Okay, maybe I need one more.
She walks to her desk and took a seat.
Like, why can't I hear that first one?
She walks to her desk and took a seat. The trapped rain in the fabric of her clothing gushed against her rear as she eyed her desk. Multiple older documents.
Interesting.
Admiring the world's beauty, she walks to her desk and took a seat.
That'll work.
The trapped rain in the fabric of her clothing gushed against her rear as she eyed her desk. Multiple older documents neatly organized on one side, while on the other were new and untouched documents of all kinds waiting to join the other side of her workstation. She started with the first one she saw, moving it to the center of her desktop and reading it over. It was the usual station. She started with the first one she saw, moving it to the
side. Okay, so
moving it to the center of her.
Okay, so I need like a paper flapping kind of sound effect. Which I've got stuff like that somewhere. Alright, put that on 7. Load sample. Paper. Paper crumpling, paper ripping. I would think it's something like this. Paper ripping. Let me see what this sounds like. I'm pretty sure it's not the right one, but it could be.
Moving it to the center of her desktop.
Oh, God. Nope, that's not the one I need. Okay, I think it's in I think that the one I'm looking for... Oops. God damn. I really need to stop that. No, we're not making music. Go away. Okay, get rid of this. Let's sample. I need to go to downloads probably for that. Because I feel like that was recent. YT. Water splashing. Paper. Nope. Let me try this. Page flip. That's what I need. Alright, so instead of just playing it like a dumb fuck, I'm actually gonna go ahead and turn down the volume. Because I think the beginning is music. Yeah, it's an all sounds one. Okay, so I can just cut this. Alright.
Moving it to the center of her desktop and reading it over.
Okay, I need to shut you up. I feel like the third one's fine. No. Yeah, that third one's fine. Okay, let's see how that does.
The center of her desktop and reading it over. It was the usual. She started with the first one she saw, moving it to the center of her desktop and reading it over. It was the usual kind of workload she...
I may be crazy, but I am convinced Catherine is a rope. Do you play the game?
She started with the first one she saw, moving it to the center of her desktop and reading it over.
I mean, I imagine you would if you know who the characters are.
She started with the first one she saw, moving it to the center of her desktop and reading it.
Moving it to the center. Okay, so I need to bring this back.
She started with the first one she saw, moving it to the center of her desktop and reading it over.
There we go.
It was the usual kind of workload she saw constantly every single day. Ledgers, leeway business taxing documentation, letters from other regions' merchants and leaders wanting to make business deals with Ningguang, and documentation on shipments delivered to the harbor area by merchants or captains. The majority got tossed away, seeing most deals proposed to Ningguang were non-negotiable, but she still read them over and organized them in a way that the person who...
I think I stopped advancing around the end of the Leeway Archon quest and the start of the Inazuma one. Yeah, you should, because I hate quests that are unfinished, apparently. I have quests that are unfinished. Yeah. I played the game mainly for, you know, Archon quests, less the side quests. But that whole theory right there was confirmed in Sumeru.
Seeing most deals proposed to Ningguang were non-negotiable, but she still read them over and organized them in a way that the person who would deliver them to Ningguang could understand. It was the taxes and shipment documents that were the real annoyances, but Ganyu had picked up on how to do them efficiently in her years of working there, so she didn't really have any trouble with them anymore. The only time she did have actual trouble was when someone attempted to evade their taxes, or if someone had incorrectly documented a shipment. Luckily, her current workload had seemed to not have any irregularities, so she worked rather quickly. She was relieved at the work being not as taxing on her mental strength, already weighed down from that morning's stack of dried ink and paper alone. While her escape to nature had been ruined by the storm, her slumber had been long enough to give her some strength back. Something that was evident enough upon the last dab of ink to her quill's end and a celebratory long sigh of relief. She had finished her current stack of work, at least until another stack took its place within a short time. If she could have, she would have preferred to take a long nap, but she knew all too well that that luxury wouldn't come until later that night in the comfort of her own bed. Therefore, she just sat there and waited for someone to come along to fetch the finished work, expecting another workload to follow in their stead. It took a while, but eventually the usual lady who delivered all of Ganyu's forwarded work to the boss high up in the sky walked into her office and walked in.
Okay, walked. So I would imagine they're wearing heels as well, because it just seems to be a thing in the game. That is the right one, I believe.
Walked into her office and began to collect the tower of finished.
Alright, just go 5 because that seems pretty obvious. Alright.
Walked into her office and began to collect the tower of finished scripture. Her name was Shin Hai, and she was a veteran of Yuehai Pavilion.
Also, if I have any, you know, if there's any, like, pronunciation shit going on, and it's not, like, you know, of Chinese culture, please don't rant me. I'm just a person.
Walked into her office and began to collect the tower of finished scripture. Her name was Shin Hai, and she was a veteran of Yuehai Pavilion. Ganyu had known her since her first day of initiation into the building over 2 decades ago, and upon their first meet, instantly became great friends. Ganyu had assisted her in much complicated matters that even she had struggled with while working her way up to the current position in Ningguang's ranks. Their friendship had eventually turned into a senpai to mentor type of relationship, Jinhai having become a student to her colleague and friend after climbing higher in her occupation. It had taken a while, but eventually the student had met her mentor's teachings fully, and ever since hasn't struggled in her ascension up Ningguang's ladder. "Afternoon, Miss Ganyu." She had greeted kindly while collecting Ganyu's workload. Ganyu smiled at the sight and greeting of her once student. "Afternoon, Shinhai." Ganyu returned, enjoying the change of pace. "I see that the storm managed to get you," Shinhai mused. "Must be uncomfortable in those wet clothes." Ganyu shook her head, holding her smile. "Well, it certainly isn't my preference. It isn't my first encounter with a rogue storm. I was raised in nature itself, so any effect by the rain to my body is basically second nature to me." "Oh, that's right," Shinhai replied. "I forgot you had originally come from the mountains of Liyue. Silly me." Ganyu giggled under her breath, assuring her fellow employee and friend that she hadn't taken offense. "Don't worry, Shinhai. It's fine. I wouldn't get upset over something so easy to mistake." "Thank you, Miss Ganyu." Shinhai accepted. "Oh, I almost forgot. I was told to inform you that Miss Ningguang requires your attention in the Jade Chamber." Ganyu's curiosity piqued at that, her mind searching for any specific reason that Ningguang wanted to see her. However, nothing came to mind, nor did she remember any recent message or conversation with her boss as of late that could have led to an unexpected meeting with her. "Were there any details on why she required my attention?" Ganyu asked. "I'm afraid not," Jinhai confirmed. "I was just delivered a letter from the Tianquan herself that stated such. If I had to guess, it must be a private matter that is confidential to only the higher-ups of Liyue Harbor." Ganyu nodded her head in agreement, seeing that that was the most logical reason why she wasn't even informed or given any hint that Ningguang would be discussing some sort of matter with her in any way whatsoever. "Considering it came from Lady Ningguang herself, I best not waste any time," Ganyu stated, getting up from her desk chair.
Getting up from her desk
"Thank
chair.
you for the information, Jinhai."
Oh, shit.
"Just doing my job, Miss Ganyu." Jinhai returned. "Best of wishes with whatever Lady Ningguang has planned for you." Ganyu simply smiled, then she took off in a rush.
Took off in a rush, so that's a run?
Then she took off in a rush.
Shit.
Took off in a rush. Before she...
Okay, hang on. Hang on. We need to add one more sound effect. Because she's heading back out of her office. So about right here. Volume. Add fade in. Sorry about that. Okay, about right there, I'd say.
Took off in a rush. Before she met the exit, she was stopped by Tignan yet again. An umbrella held out in...
Nope, has to go a little quicker than that. So I'd say about right... About that.
Took off in a rush. Before she met the exit, she was stopped by Tignan yet again. An umbrella held out in front of her as a...
Oh shit.
Took off in a rush. Before she met the exit, she was stopped by Tignan yet again.
Stopped. Okay, so stopped.
She met the exit. She was stopped by...
Okay. So like right here?
She met the exit. She was stopped by Tignan yet again. An umbrella held out in front of her as a practical barricade. Best have this before you go out into that monsoon, he advised. Ganyu let out an awkward giggle, realizing that she had just nearly repeated her bad habit yet again. Right, she said, taking the folded up umbrella and unfolding it. Thanks, Tinyan. Don't mention it, he replied. Someone has to watch for you. Ganyu just smiled, then she turned to the exit and stepped back out into the barrage. To the exit.
Turn to the exit.
To the exit. To the exit and stepped.
So turn to the exit can signify walking.
To the exit.
Where's he?
Smiled, then she turned.
So like right here?
Then she turned to the.
Yeah, nothing I can do about that. Okay, so I did just a walking sound effect.
To the exit and stepped back out into the barrage of.
Okay, hang on.
Ganyu just smiled, then she turned to the exit. Ganyu just smiled, then she turned to the exit and stepped back out into the.
Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four. Door open.
Ganyu just smiled, then she turned to the exit and stepped back out into the barrage of raindrops.
Storm increases. Let's see here. So when it opens, need to automate. So open the door. Gets louder instantly. So I need to paste the value first. So door open. So right about right there. So we need another. So let's see if this might work.
Ganyu just smiled, then she turned to the exit and stepped back out into the barrage of raindrops. She was guarded by the roofing that extended past the entrance to Yuehai Pavilion and down both sides.
Uh-oh. Are we already fucking up?
That extended, that.
We are. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, I can hear the thunder. Okay, hang on. Automate volume. Okay, I can hear it now. Okay, so I gotta do this from the beginning. So where's the door open? Like right there. Paste value. Okay, so then it slowly goes up. Nope, it'd get louder than that really quick. Like it's almost instant. Okay. Bring this back a little bit. Give it a second point. let's see if that might work. So, while that is going up, I need to put this down. Maybe if it'll let me. Okay. So as the door closes, alright, so goes down a little bit. Then as the door closes, down all the way. Something like that. Yep, that'll work. That will work. Okay. Now I want to put I want to put a few high heels in between this. High heels. No, not run. I don't need to run. I need just to walk. One, two, three. There. Can I please get my thing back? You piece of shit. Can I please see this over this? Oh, you fucking... Okay. Something like that. Okay, now cut this. Let's see if that works.
Barrage of raindrops. She was guarded by the roofing that extended past the entrance to Yuehai Pavilion and down both sides. Ganyu just smiled, then she turned to the exit and stepped back out into the barrage of raindrops. She was guarded by the roofing that extended past the entrance to Yuehai Pavilion and down both sides of the building's upper walkway. But where she was going, she'd need protection from the raging storm and winds. She turned right towards the one person who Ningguang trusted to deliver.
Okay, hang on. Think I need to turn the volume down on this just a little bit. So it'll be the most recent one. Okay. Let's see if this might do the trick.
Ganyu just smiled, then she turned to the exit and stepped back out into the barrage of raindrops. She was guarded by the roofing that extended past the entrance to Yuehai Pavilion and down both sides of the building's upper walkway. But where she was going, she'd need protection from the raging storm and wind.
Let's see if that does the trick. Copy value. Paste value.
Ganyu just smiled, then she turned to the exit and stepped back out into the barrage of raindrops. She was guarded by the roofing that extended past the entrance to Yuehai Pavilion and down both sides of the building's upper walkway. But where she was going, she'd need protection from the raging storm and winds. She turned right towards the one person who Ningguang trusted to deliver whoever had the proper clearance, Bullion. However, upon eyeing Bullion, a certain other umbrella-shielded attendee caught her attention, immediately recognizing them upon the sight of their hairstyle. The 2 points in their hair that gave them the appearance of having cat ears was something Ganyu was too familiar with, having worked with said person for many, many years. The Yuhong herself. Kuching made eye contact upon the door closing behind her co-worker, her eyes speaking that it wasn't a coincidence that they had met up unexpectedly. "Oh, good. You're here," Kuching said with assurance. looks like whatever the boss upstairs has in store is of great importance. Ganyu met her colleague at Bullion Station, trying to keep a good amount of distance. Ganyu.
Okay, right as the Ganyu. Okay, footsteps.
Ganyu met her colleague at Bullion Station, trying to keep a good amount.
Okay, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, this is just taking a lot of focus. Detail for detail.
Ganyu met her colleague at Bullion Station, trying to keep a good amount of distance between them. She didn't hate or dislike Kuching, just found her behavior towards their god very disrespectful. So she just preferred to keep her distance unless the time called for them to work together. This was one of those cases, so she tried to keep conversation as Bullion prepped their travel up to the Jade Chamber. I'm guessing this was just as much a surprise to you as it was to me? Ganyu started. Indeed, Kuching replied. Seems odd for Lady Ningguang to call us up so hastily without any sort of hint or preparation beforehand. What do you suppose it is? Ganyu continued. Not sure. For it to be so sudden, it could be a situation that came out of nowhere that endangers the citizens of Liyue Harbor. I haven't experienced anything unnatural as of late, so whatever it may be, it went under my radar. And that's not good. Ganyu nodded. The platform beginning... It went under my radar. And that's not good. Ganyu nodded. The platform beginning to ascend into the sky up to the Jade Chamber high above Liyue Harbor. The winds were strong, but this hadn't been their first ascension in bad weather. They'd become adapted to the harsh conditions that Teyvat's unpredictable weather patterns could throw their way, so as long as they remained vigilant against the rain and winds, they could outlast the short trip. They were at the Jade Chamber in less than a minute, stepping off the platform carefully and rushing to the entrance.
Rushing.
Carefully and rushing to the...
There we go. So 2 sets of heels, I guess. Hang on. I need to look something up. Kuching wears heels, right? I'm pretty sure she does. See, this is what I mean. Fact checking. I like to pay attention to detail. Or stay with, you know, as much detail as I can get. Kuching. Can I spell? Kuching. Let's see. Kuching. Oh, just look at images. Let's see. Seeing her feet are like straight. Yeah, she wears heels. I mean, in game, she doesn't make like clacky sounds. Neither does Ganyu, but I would imagine because she's a businesswoman. Would you stop? Fucking. Ugh. I'll check just to be absolutely sure. Because I have Kuching. She was my first 5-star. Lost her to Raiden. That was a day. But hey, she got me through a lot. And she's a lot of fun now with Dendro. Oh, shit. That said, though, I really need to fix her build. Because she has a horrible build. Mainly because I haven't done anything with her. Like, I know God. How many times is this little shit gonna pop up? Like, I know Ganyu wears, like, mini heels because I've played her a lot. But Kuching, I don't remember for sure. I'm pretty sure she does, but I could be wrong. And the front view isn't enough to tell. Why can't I think right now? God. Kuching, you are. Yep, she wears heels. She wears heels. And Ganyu does too, right? Yep, they're like back, like wide back heels, and Kuching wears like almost the same exact thing. Okay, just need to be absolutely sure. So Ganyu's would make more of a bassy clacking, while Kuching's, because they are like thin, would make like the sound that's being portrayed. You'd think she'd add something to keep people shielded from the elements as they ascended. I mean, Ganyu can like freeze the rain, I would believe. I mean, I don't know. We've seen these characters like do some busted shit. Okay, so I need to overlap the heels. So let's see, how can I do this? Something like this?
Rushing to the entrance.
Something like that. I need to zoom in a little bit more. Need to get more accurate. Okay, so if I go like in the center.
And rushing to the entrance.
That'll work. That'll work. Something like right there. And then just cut it. Cut. Cut.
And rushing to the
Oh shit. I didn't cut the other one for some reason. Oh yeah, that's right. You have to cut it where the audio is. Duh.
and rushing to the entrance. Even with the umbrellas, both.
Alright, there we go. There we go. Okay, where am I? Really? Come on, you bitch. Figured, cause I heard she said error when I linger around the mod stack, Catherine. Yeah, it's a running joke. But yeah, Nahida the Dendral Archon basically just confirmed her as a Snezhnayan cyborg.
And rushing to the entrance. Even with the umbrellas, both of them had been mildly soaked by the rain that the winds had captured in their hasty and violent travels. However, the rain didn't even faze them. They were more focused on Ningguang's reasoning for their attention. Upon stepping into the building...
So basically the same exact situation as...
Upon stepping into the building...
So we're just gonna... see, we can back this up a little bit. Alright, do this. I know the Jade Chamber doesn't sound like this, but give me a break. Give me a break. Give me a break. Sorry. Alright, cut that, cut that, cut that. Alright, Mark. I will probably talk to you later. Most likely. Alright, so door opens.
Upon stepping into the building...
Yep, okay. So... they'd just be walking. Oh, that's running. Whoopsies. Yeah.
Upon stepping into the building, Kuching and Ganyu did their best to clean themselves of the
So, like, 5. Okay, so that's when the door will shut. What happens if I overlap this? Can I please just barely go down? There we go.
Upon stepping into the building, Kuching and Ganyu did their best to clean themselves of the mild, misty shower.
There we go. That'll work. They did themselves to clean themselves up.
Upon stepping
They did their best.
Upon stepping into the building, Kuching and Ganyu did their best to clean themselves of the mild mist.
Okay.
Upon stepping into the building, Kuching and Ganyu did their best to clean themselves of the mild misty shower they'd endured in.
Alright, here we go again. Like, you would really be able to hear the storm high up in the sky. So, let's see. Open the door. Still need the thunderstorm. This is a prolonging effect. Alright, so when they start to step in, so right there. So we go like this and this. So I think it went down to 7% or something like that. Something like that. $37%. Yeah, we'll just toy with that. Okay, so first things first, I need to get it to sound like it's fading down to that level. Okay, so somewhere about right here. Copy. Am I a little too high? I think I'm a little too high. I am. Ah, well, that'll work. Okay, so now we gotta go over here. Whoa. Over here, paste value.
Kuching and Ganyu did their best to clean themselves of the mild, misty shower they'd endured in their travel to Ningguang's abode. They didn't want to anger any of the assistants in charge of tidying up the entirety of the structure.
Now, what would be the ambience of the Jade Chamber? Good question. Because there's a little pond in the middle of the staircase. So I don't know.
Kuching and Ganyu did their best to clean themselves of the mild, misty shower they'd endured in their travel to Ningguang's abode. They didn't want to anger any of the assistants in charge of tidying up the entirety of the structure, so they gave it their best effort. After somewhat cleaning themselves off, they made their way to
Ningguang's office, so that's right there. So more clacking. More clacking for the clackers. Something like that.
They made their way to Ningguang's office, finding their wealthy boss admiring her wall of multiple secret operations. Upon her two most valued colleagues making their presence, she turned to them with a smile. "You made it. Very good. Now we can get to work." Ningguang greeted.
Still think the thunderstorm's a little too loud. So what I have to do is fix that. So, like, down just a hair. Copy. Did I get some percent? 8. Oh well, it'll work. Paste. Okay, now I need to see this because I have to do the same thing. Paste. Paste. Okay.
They made their way to Ningguang's office, finding their wealthy boss admiring her wall of multiple secret operations. Upon her two most valued colleagues making their presence, she turned to them with a smile. "You made it. Very good. Now we can get to work." Ningguang greeted. "Forgive me, Lady Ningguang, but can you please explain why you called us here?" Kuching inquired. "We never received any sort of note or message to prepare, nor had any sort of awareness that you need to speak with us on any trivial matters." I apologize for the lack of awareness, but I didn't have the time to make any preparations.
Yingguang's voice was hard.
She explained. You see,
Because basically all her voice is like going into the bass register of my voice. So it's really, really deep in the throat. But being positioned like this and doing that, you made it very good. It rumbles my ears, like it reflects in my ears and just like buffs the microphone, or not the microphone, my headphones. Very good. We can get to work now.
they made their way to Ningguang's office.
Like
finding-
Ningguang is a tough voice to like touch, because one thing I really noticed about her is her voice is weird. I'm just gonna say that. Like, Ningguang's voice in game is weird. No offense to the voice actress, or no shade towards the voice actress. She does a fantastic job, but her voice is just odd. Like, it's not what you expect out of a character of that stereotype, the wealthy one. Like, you expect, like, oh, you made it, very good. You know, like that.
They made their way to Ningguang's office.
Like
finding
posh.
Their wealthy boss
That's what I'm
admiring
trying to
her
say.
wall of multiple secret operations. Upon her two most
Also, if you are wondering, this takes place after the events of the Liyue Harbor disaster.
They made their way to Ningguang's office, finding their wealthy boss admiring her wall of multiple secret operations.
I have to put a warning at the beginning
Upon
of
her
it.
two most valued colleagues making their presence, she turned to them with a smile. You made it. Very good. Now we can get to work. Ningguang greeted. Forgive me, Lady Ningguang, but can you please explain why you called us here? Kuching inquired. We never received any sort of note or message to prepare, nor had any sort of awareness that you need to speak with us on any trivial matters. I apologize for the lack of awareness, but
She tries to embody the perfect business individual in every aspect, which I think is why her voice attempt is more bold. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I can't really see everything written. Pull this a little further out. She tries to embody the perfect business individual in every aspect, which I think is why her voice attempts to. I cannot fucking see. Like, how wide does this have to be? Which is why I think is why her voice attempts to be more bold. It's not bold though. It's like nonchalant. Like she doesn't give a shit. Like the first time I heard her voice, I'm like, oh, that's different. Like it's not posh. It's like that's what you would expect out of the rich stereotype. But no, she is actually a lot more like nonchalant. Oh, for fuck's sake. Hang on, let me fix this real quick. Oh, I have to keep that out? Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, never mind. But it's more nonchalant to me. Like, she knows she's rich. She knows she is the high head that can't be touched. Like, she's the one everybody worships. Like, she's the one who has power, simply put. But she's nonchalant and also humble in a way. Like, if you do her hangout, which is basically the 4-star story quests, yeah, you learn a lot about her. Come on, bitch.
of awareness, but I didn't have the time to make any preparations.
Like, basically,
She
Ningguang's
explained.
voice is Celestia's
You
voice.
see, I had only received word this morning from one of my main inquirers, Yelan, that there had been some unusual activity occurring within the perimeters of Liyue Harbor. She did some investigating over the past week and found that one of our main mill guards that guards one of the main paths into Liyue Harbor had gone missing. She searched any potential routes where any treasure hoarders or other enemies commonly reside, and even ambushed them to see if they had possession of our missing guard. Even though she interrogated and managed to spill information from the camp's leaders, nothing of our guard's whereabouts was mentioned. Therefore, Galen had no choice but to seek other tactics of where he had been taken, seeing her trail had gone cold. She resorted to records made by any other guards that could be connected to the kidnapping, and once she made one, she immediately came to me for further action. She attempted to keep the matter to a point where it wouldn't require my attention, but upon discovering something that had a connection to the date of the guard's disappearance, she feared that the situation may be more severe than just a kidnapped guard. On that same day, an unusual-looking person had exited Leeway Harbor, and from guard and witness reports, it was confirmed he came from Northland Bank and had spoken to the Fatui prior to his departure. Due to our past dealings with the Fatui, it is in my best interest to investigate all sorts of dealings between Fatui members.
Due to the fact that Fatui tried to destroy
Considering
Leeway
that
Harbor,
exit route was where our
basically.
missing guard was posted, it seems very possible that our suspect may have had malicious plans in mind. Both Ganyu and Kuching could see the reasoning for Ningguang's suspicions, but something seemed a little too hasty for Ganyu's taste, not being in total agreement. Lady Ningguang, if I may, I think that this is too much of an assumption with little evidence to actually prove the suspect did actually ambush our guard. She objected, finding that Kuching was actually following her thoughts on the matter as well. How do we actually know our suspect is part of the Fatui?
Oh,
He
gosh.
could have been a merchant looking to make a business deal with Northland Bank for all we know. Do we even have a record of this person of interest having any history with Fatui connections? Ningguang nodded in understanding. Very insightful as usual, and I'm glad you noticed those key things as well, Ganyu.
Also, notice how I'm adding that little off the end of her, like, words. Because she does tend to do that. Like, she tends to have, like, a raspiness under her, like, voice. That's what I mean. She's a hard voice to, like, mimic. Because it's a lot of things.
Thoughts on the matter as well.
Oh, shit.
How do we actually know our suspect any history with Fatui connections? Ningguang nodded in understanding.
And yeah, this does make sense because Ganyu really doesn't agree with Ningguang's ways of doing things. That is actually in her profile. She doesn't like the hastiness of her actions sometimes. Ouch. The only thing she doesn't really like agree with Kuching is her thoughts on like Morax not being needed in Leeway Harbor's as Leeway Harbor's protector. Like she just doesn't believe the gods need to interfere in the order of like human society. That's what she means. But considering Ganyu literally has a contract signed with said god, and also I don't know, fought alongside him. Yeah, I can see why she'd be kind of unnerved by that. I mean, it is her god.
Ningguang nodded in understanding.
Her god and like her mentor.
Very insightful as usual. And I'm glad you noticed those key things as well, Ganyu. Ningguang said, I did indeed take those things into account, and Yelan did confirm with me that this suspect has ties to the Fatui. His name is Rishav Starchovsky, and he's originally from Shneznaya. He is a part of the higher branches of Shneznaya's government, and is considered a very well-trained official. He's more than capable of taking out a mill of guard on his own. Alright, we have enough confirmation that he is definitely Fatui. However, why would he want to take out or potentially kill a mill of guard? Kuching added, You are the Yuhong, which means it's your job to make sure that Leeway Harbor remains free of any endangerment. Ningguang answered, Tell me, Kuching, how do you think this whole matter escaped your surveillance? Kuching thought for a moment about the question, seeing that she had even mentioned that as a possibility to Ganyu. Then it clicked. Because it wasn't documented by the guard that is currently missing. She solved, fear staining her tone. That means... Ningguang nodded again. Yelan's spies investigated the entirety of Liyue Harbor and found that some strange activity had been happening en route from Northland Bank to an abandoned mine just outside of the perimeter of Liyue Harbor. That means that some Fatui members got past the path that our missing guard was posted at, meaning dangerous Fatui members could have gotten inside our city's borders undetected. The situation is unclear right now, but the fact they're potentially inside our city and need to be inside our city to proceed with whatever plan they have at all means that it is to occur inside our borders. This potentially poses a major hazard to our citizens, but unless we figure it out, we can't be sure. The only solution would be to evacuate Liyue Harbor and expose them one by one. However, if there is a potential danger among us, any action could cause the trigger to be pulled. So rather than risking lives with a hasty retreat, my plan is to go straight to the source. We know they go back to that abandoned mine at night due to Yelan's persistence, so we go to them with a warrant and stop the potential plan before it even has a chance to go off, if there is one at all. Again, the hastiness drew an unease from Ganyu. There was a lot of things that were risky with this plan, seeing the Fatui had straight connections to Northland Bank, and if they managed to miss even one person, Liyue Harbor could end up bursting into flames. Lady Ningguang, I feel we're acting too fast, seeing the Fatui has lots of connections to Liyue Harbor. Ganyu objected again. We can't miss even one person, otherwise they can make it back to set off whatever they may have ready. We'd have to be sure every possible route is—
I don't like that pause. Oh, shit. I knew I should have done that yesterday. Let's see if that works.
They may have ready. We'd have to be sure every possible route is blocked before we even try going to them in a very unusual area. They may figure out that we are onto them, and that could potentially be the alert to pull the trigger. I agree. Kuching added. We barely escaped the wrath of 2 sea gods with our bodies intact and no casualties. If we go to them without trapping them in first, we are at risk of someone potentially setting off the fireworks. Ningguang nodded yet again. I hear your concern and understand. Ningguang said. Yelan has already made the proper arrangements in secrecy to Beidou, and has assured me that the shipment will not reach Fatui sites. It will be here in 2 days' time and will be cloaked as a delivery to Qingse village for renovations to a home. In the meantime, to assure no word gets to the Fatui, Yelan has sent some of her best, as much as herself, to eliminate any spies or imposters along the route we plan to send the supplies on. That's where you two come in. I need you to clear a specific route that has a large number of Fatui camps. It's the last route needed for one shipment to get to Liyue Harbor unseen, so it's critical that we clear out any Fatui. You two are my best, so I trust that you can handle this without any sort of problem.
I mean, here's the thing. I think Ningguang has a free, warrant against the Fatui after what they did. Seriously, if you threatened mass genocide against a city, you are definitely going to be a red flag on the list. By clear out, she doesn't mean to kill them. She means to, get them out of the area. Force them away. And seeing what they did to Liyue Harbor, almost, anyway, yeah, I think there's a freebie on that. And very good, reason to have suspicion.
This without any sort of problem? Ganyu and Kuching nodded in agreement to Ningguang's request, having been tasked with much worse in their time. That's what I like to see. Ningguang chimed. I'll have someone deliver a map with the route lined out as soon as I have the full details on everything. I imagine this won't be until tomorrow, seeing I only received word from Yelan early today. Therefore, I want you to get as much rest as possible for the road ahead tomorrow. The Fatui are clearly unpredictable, so there's no telling what we may be up against. Good luck, you two. With a bow from both of them, Kuching and Ganyu took their leave. A ping of fear in their heart, Ganyu
Took their leave. Okay. What am I doing? Wrong place, stupid. That'd be just footsteps. These things.
Ganyu took their leave. A ping of fear in their hearts at the potentially impending. Ganyu took their leave. A ping of fear in their hearts at the potentially impending doom in their.
We'll just go 5. Fuck it. I'm just doing it like this. Stop!
Ganyu took their leave. A ping of fear in their heart.
Nope. That's not gonna work.
Ganyu took their leave. A ping of fear.
Nope. That ain't gonna work either. Okay, I need to zoom in a little bit. Please.
Ganyu took their leave. A ping of fear in their hearts at the potentially.
Let's see. This might work.
Ganyu took their leave. A ping of fear in.
A little closer than that.
Ganyu took their leave. A ping of fear in their hearts at the potential.
There we go. That works. But I still... think there needs to be more. Like
Ganyu
this?
took their leave. A ping of fear in their hearts at the potentially impending doom in their midst.
God damn it. There we go. Like
Ganyu
this?
took their leave. A ping of fear in their hearts at the potentially impending doom in their midst.
There we go. That's more like it. Okay.
Ganyu took their leave. A ping of fear in their hearts at the potentially impending doom in their midst. The Fatui had been mad enough to awaken a sea god, so there was no telling what their potential plan could be. All that they hoped was that they could manage to stop it before it even had a chance to be executed. At the moment of their departure,
At the moment of their departure. Okay, I need to zoom out and I need to do something like this. There we go. Okay, so I still need the thunderstorm. Oh wait, no I don't. That's the wrong spot.
Ganyu took their leave. A ping of fear in their hearts at the potentially impending doom in their midst. The Fatui had been mad enough to awaken a sea god, so there was no telling they could manage to stop it before it even had a chance to be executed. At the moment of
their departure. So like right here. There we go. That's what I need. Okay, open door. something like that.
Of their departure, a single jagged bolt of lightning cracked from the sky like...
Okay.
Of their departure, a single jagged bolt of lightning cracked from the sky like a...
Okay, hang on. So first I have to do this. Get the offsetting.
Of their departure, a single jagged bolt of lightning cracked from the sky like a whip.
Okay, so I need like strong lightning. So door opens. Okay, I know what I need to do first. Otherwise this ain't gonna work. Okay, so this one. Okay, so first paste value. You son of a bitch. I swear to God. I swear, if I don't stop doing that. %, close enough. Okay. Now I need to figure out where we are. Right here. Okay. So get this. Paste value. So the door opens to the thunderstorm.
Of their departure, a single jagged bolt of lightning cracked from the sky like a whip, piercing their ears as they made their way back to Bullion and returned to Leeway Harbor far below.
Okay, hang on. There's a few things here that I need to get first. Okay, so I need to copy this right here. Copy value. And seriously, paste.
Of their departure, a single jagged bolt of lightning cracked from the sky like a whip, piercing their ears as they made their way back to Bullion and returned to Leeway Harbor far below. It felt as if the gods were sending a message or warning to them, and despite their past challenges with unspeakable... Of their departure, a single jagged bolt of lightning cracked from the sky like a whip, piercing their ears as they made their way back to Bullion and returned to Leeway Harbor far below. It felt as if the gods were sending a message or warning to them, ears as they made their way
back. Okay. Control V.
As they made their way back to Bullion and returned to Leeway Harbor far below. It felt as if the gods were sending a message or warning to them.
Wait,
and
what?
The sky like a whip, piercing their ears as they made their way back to Bullion.
Okay, I need to cut that. Get this off. There we go.
Sky like a whip, piercing their ears as they made their way back to Bullion and returned to Leeway Harbor far below. It felt as if the gods were sending a message or warning to them, and despite their past challenges with unspeakable threats, something felt different. Something gone you thought about deeply during the entire descent to Yuahai Pavilion.
Okay. Now just the fade out. Okay.
Sky like a whip, piercing their ears as they made their way back to Boyun and returned to Liyue Harbor far below. It felt as if the gods were sending a message or warning to them, and despite their past challenges with unspeakable threats, something felt different. Something gone you thought about deeply during the entire descent to Yuahai Pavilion. Shivers engulfed Ganyu.
Perfect. Alright. Well, that's only the first section. Still got a long way to go. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Hopefully sounds good so far. Okay. So like right here is where it should start. I think I already know what is coming. Wow, only 8 on that one. Cool. This one won't have that much. I think both of these sound effects are on my USB drive. Okay, so let's... That's the one. May as well add while I'm still at it. So I need Debian downloads. Spring birds chirping. Okay. Water splashing. Lake wind ambience. Sound of thunder and lightning. Could have used that. Jesus, I've got so much shit. It's not even funny. Okay, so... Is it like wind ambience? Could be. Because I remember I used it in Savior. Well, let's find out. Yep, it is. So now I need to turn it down a lot.
Shivers and...
Oops, not reverb. God damn it. Balance.
Shivers engulfed...
Okay, hang on. Does it have a fade in on it? Oops. It doesn't. Automate, volume. Down a little more. Down just a little more.
Shivers engulfed Ganyu's body upon stepping into her usual spring that she loved to bathe in after a stressful day at work. While it was cold at first, her body quickly adapted to the temperature, becoming less frigid and more comfortable with the water's embrace.
That might work.
Shivers engulfed Ganyu's body upon stepping into her usual spring that she loved to bathe in.
Stepping. So like splashing water.
Spring that upon stepping in.
Okay, so man, why is it so echoey? It's like water splashing? I mean, that's the closest thing I think I can get to it. Because there's no clearance or clear sound to like stepping into water. Oh, I still need to add that other sound effect as well. We're under downloads. Water splash. I should know this shit because I did this in Savior. So it should be pretty obvious. Whoa. Okay, we're gonna turn that down quite a bit.
On stepping into her usual spring that she loved to bathe in after a stressful day at work.
Not a cowabunga. I just need like water splashy sounds. Okay. USB drive. I know I've got one on my drive somewhere. Water sound effects, water sound effects. Let's see if that might work.
On stepping into her usual spring that she loved to bathe in after a stressful day at work. While it was cold at first,
Oh, Jesus.
one of absolute focus, and today having been stressful enough. Missions.
No, that's more like a violent splash.
And put her mind as the first time centuries ago, and it was into her usual spring that she loved to bathe in after a stressful day at work. While it was
Let's see. Water splash sound. Let's see if this might work. Walkie-talkie, wind gust. Oh, for fuck's sake. Water splashing sound effect. Let's see if this one works.
into her usual strength that she loved to bathe in after a stressful day at work. While it was cold at the temperature,
Oops.
quickly adapted to the temperature, becoming less frigid and more comfortable with the water's embrace to her.
Okay, hang on, me.
Only did after a hard day or before something stressful. Frigid and more comfortable with the water's embrace to her bare body. Frigid and more comfortable. Frigid and more comfortable with the water's embrace. Quickly adapted to the temperature. Into her usual strength that she loved to.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look something up. Otherwise, I'm just gonna lose my mind. What chapter was that? That was, I want to say chapter 4. Savior, MLP. That was for Valentine's Day, wasn't it? I want to say yes.
Exiting the store with sunset. But trust me when I say that you've got a ton to work for. And I'm going to do all I can to keep you safe from Moleskin and the rest of his cohort. That would be easier than whatever you've got going on here. I'm not exactly carrying around a credit card or clumps of $100 bills. Twilight confessed. I rarely get the chance to shop for myself. Sunset rolled her eyes.
She in the
I'll be
water?
having a solution to this issue. That settles it then. Next town we end up in, you're going shopping for some new clothes. Sunset proposed, loosening the clip and watching it break apart to reveal Twilight's back. Twilight caught the bra with her arm, still holding the cups against her chest. There we go. Sunset clarified. Now, I'll just head back over to my little rock so you can undress the rest of yourself. Thank you very much, Twilight stated, waiting for Sunset to take her seat. Then she slipped off her underwear and stepped forward into the cool water. The coolness immediately made Twilight's skin shiver mildly, calming after adapting to the
Okay. Okay, so it's not that sound effect.
into her usual.
Nope, that's more like a splash. Is it all sounds?
That nobody could have prepared for it, and only until after the fact had she gotten a chance to relax after a hard-won battle. She pondered on what the Fatui might be up to, but at the same time, she didn't want to know. All part of her that anticipated the heat of battle. She didn't.
Okay, I need me to shut up. That could work. That could work. Let me just keep going here. That might work. I think that's the right sound effect right there. Okay. I mean, going there wouldn't hurt. Okay. Okay, I need to figure out where I am.
Shivers engulfed Ganyu's body upon stepping into her usual spring that she loved to bathe in. Upon stepping
Okay, that's as close as I'm gonna get.
upon stepping into her usual spring that she loved to bathe in.
Okay, hang on. I need to fix the volume.
Upon stepping into her usual spring that she loved to bathe in.
Is that the correct sound effect? Okay, I'm at 3703. Sure, how about right? There.
Then she slipped off her underwear and stepped forward into the cool water. The coolness is...
I don't think so. I don't think that's the same sound effect.
On stepping into her usual spring that she loved to bathe in after a stressful day at work.
That'll work. That'll work. I'm not spending all day doing this.
On stepping into her usual spring that she loved to bathe in after a...
Okay, but there's one sound effect I still need that I need to import. Do I have it? Yeah, I have it. I need to go like this. Need to turn this track down a lot. Which one is it on? It is on track 8. Okay, down you go.
On stepping into her usual spring that she loved to bathe in after a stressful day at work. While it was cold at first, her body quickly adapted to the temperature, becoming less frigid and more comfortable with...
Hang on. That'll work. That'll work.
Shivers engulfed Ganyu's body upon stepping into her usual spring that she loved to bathe in after a stressful day at work.
Okay.
While it was cold at first, her body quickly adapted to the temperature, becoming less...
Geez, I have not been to a streaming viewers in a while. That looks tedious, so how do you get motivation for this? I've been doing this for like 6 years now, so it's just second nature anymore. Also, hello, that one guy. Alright, so what else do I need here?
Shivers engulfed Ganyu's body upon stepping into her usual spring that she loved to bathe in after a stressful day at work. While it was cold at first, her body quickly adapted to the temperature, becoming less frigid and more comfortable with the water's embrace to her bare body. This was something she commonly did after a hard day or before something stressful, and in that case, it was both. The day ahead being one of absolute focus, and today having been stressful enough. Missions like the one ahead were what called for an occasion as such, seeing it loosened any tightened muscles and put her mind at a somewhat ease. She hadn't gotten this opportunity when Liyue Harbor had been put in danger by an ancient sea god that she had seen put to rest by Rex Lapis the first time centuries ago, and it was only due to the combined efforts of the Adepti and Liyue Strongest that they prevailed in triumph. It had been a sudden, unexpected battle that nobody could have prepared for, and only until after the fact had she gotten a chance to relax after a hard-won battle. She pondered on what the Fatui might
Oh,
be up to,
oops.
but at the same time, she didn't want to know.
I didn't want that one. I want
While she was shy
this
and
one.
contempt, Ganyu had a small part of her that anticipated the heat of battle. She didn't like violence, but if it involved protecting the people
It's been
of Liyue
it's been
Harbor,
hard. I'm not gonna
she
lie.
had no choice but to follow the contract she had swore to follow. Either way, she would fight for the people, contract or no contract. While she was an Adeptus, she was also human, so she had a duty to protect.
Like, I haven't, I'm not gonna lie, it's been hard as of late, because the pony stuff is just not as consistent as it used to be. So basically, I'm having to try something else, and I'm really not gonna give a shit what people think about it, because it's my channel. So
A duty to protect humans as well. She'd seen much tragedy, loss, and experienced such as a child, so she refused to let anyone feel the same pain she had felt and seen far too many times. It was something nobody should have to experience, but so was the cruelty of life. She dipped her head under the cool water and just stayed there for a She dipped her head, so I can just use that. Dipped her head.
Yep. So I can just use that one sound that I just used. Maybe. Alright, so I go back here. Where did you go? Where did you go? Oh, you're up here. I need... Fuck. I need you. That's what I need. Where are you hiding? Right there. I see you. Alright, now I need to get back to wherever I am, which is up here a little ways. Alright, there we go.
Dipped her head under the cool water and just...
Okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and cut all that. And then we're gonna put... I know I've got this sound effect from... One, I think is what the name... No, me. Me. Where are you? Okay, I know that's under my USB drive because I used that way back in the day. Like, that was a long time ago. Here. Underwater ambience, that's what I need. I can understand that. I'm willing to bet YouTube's new rules will also affect the production of certain content. Like, it's not really rules, but just blah, 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 blah. I'd be surprised they still use humans. Most of their stuff is automated. Honestly, no. I've labeled my channel as not safe for kids, so I don't really have anything troublesome to worry about. I mean, I know YouTube can be a freaking bipolar bitch sometimes, but no, I don't really have anything to worry about because I label my shit correctly and I don't really change my shit, so yeah. Anyways, I gotta get this timing correct.
Dipped her head under the cool water and just stayed there for...
Holy Moses, that is loud.
Dipped her head under the cool water and just stayed there for a second to take in the quiet.
Oh yeah, that's right, I have to turn these down.
dipped her head under the cool water.
Okay. So I have to cut right as it hits underwater. So like right here. Let's see what happens if I do this.
Dipped her head under the cool water and just stayed there for a second to take in the...
Okay. That's fine. So right as...
Dipped her head under...
So right here. Everything just goes quiet. For a minute anyway. So... No, I don't need that. I need this. Automate. Volume. There. There. Down a long ways we go. Okay. Get that. Copy value. I don't know how long we're going to be down here. We'll go over here just to be safe. Paste.
Head under the cool water and just stayed there for a second to take in the quiet.
Oh, I see another thing that I missed. Okay. Paste. Sure, about right there. Paste. Yeah, that does make sense. Strange. For channel vacay subs, not many are in this stream, although I will be honest, I have always preferred streams that are quiet. Feels like my words are not ignored. Yeah, I also agree with that.
Head under the cool water and just stayed there for a second to take in the quiet. It was a peaceful calm that she enjoyed every time she decided to take a dip in the spring out of desperation for a short rest. No sound, worries, corruption, peril, good colliding with evil eternally. Just peace and tranquility. However, just like with reality's natural order, her peace eventually had to come to end. Out of breath, she returned back to reality, crickets being the only accompaniment.
She returned back to reality.
Out of breath, she returned back to...
So, like, right here. So, let's see. So we're gonna paste value. Do this. So first things first, I need to get that one little sound effect. Where did you go? Wait, did I not Nope, stop. Oh, shit. Okay, I need to go back to the beginning. Where are you hiding? There you are. Okay, so now I need to find the cursor. Right there. And... shit. Alright, there's some room.
Back to reality. Crickets being...
Okay. Yeah, I don't need...
Back to reality. Crickets being... Back to reality. Crickets being the only... Back to reality. Crickets being the only accompaniment.
Okay, let me see what happens here. I need sound. This. So I need to go like this. Up we go. Maybe that might work.
Back to reality. Crickets being the only accompaniment upon her ascension back above.
Any way I can get that out? Ah, shit.
Back to reality. Crickets being the only accompaniment upon her ascension back above the water's smooth.
Okay. So I need to do the same thing up here. I need a second thingy. Oh, I need to get this first. Okay, there we go. But I need to push this over more. Something like that. I don't know.
Back to reality. Crickets being the only accompaniment upon her ascension back above the water's smooth and cold surface. Moving her...
Okay. Now, I need to get rid of this. So, how do I do this? Like this? Panning. Oh, god damn it, not that. Volume. That's what I need. Alright, so let's see. This is a back above the surface, so we need to do something like this. Alright.
Back to reality. Crickets being the only
Okay, let me see something.
breath, she returned back to reality. Crickets be...
It should be when she hits the water. Okay, so when she hits the water...
Breath, she returned back to reality. Crickets being the only...
Nope, it's too slow. Okay, so now I need to go down again. Ah! I really need a scroll bar.
Breath, she returned back to reality. Crickets being the only accompaniment upon her ascension.
Again, still too slow.
Breath, she returned back to reality. Crickets being the only Breath, she returned back to reality. Crickets being the only...
There we go. Now we've got her. Okay. Not too bad. This is the most annoying part when you're making like audio mixes, is getting the volume levels and everything correct. Okay.
Breath, she returned back to reality. Crickets being the only accompaniment upon her ascension back above the water's...
Oh, crickets. I forgot about that. So, when we hit the splash is when we can cut this. Just cut that, cut that. Now I need crickets. Hang on, guys. I'll get to you in just a second. I need to focus. Okay. This is a very high quality sound effect. So, right as she hits the water.
Breath, she returned...
Oh, I need to turn down first.
Breath, she returned back to reality. Crickets being the only accompaniment upon her ascension.
Oh, wow. That's very high quality. Balancer.
Breath, she returned back to reality. Crickets being the only accompaniment upon her ascension back above the water's smooth and cold surface. Moving her icy blue locks from her eyes, she sat back against the banking and just admired the sunset out in the distance. She allowed her mind to drift away, remembering back when she would admire the resting of the sun with her adoptive mother, Cloud Retainer. She had found Ganyu's amazement with sunsets silly, but at the same time, she knew Ganyu was a curious child discovering new things in her own innocent way, so she had entertained her adopted child's interest out of motherly respect. Ganyu giggled at the memories, remembering them very well. Those were the ones she cherished the most, even if Cloud Retainer wasn't her real mother. She had been enough of a mother to raise her into who she was, so in Ganyu's mind, her adoptive mother had succeeded in her role that she never had to take. The sun had nearly fallen behind the clouds, so she took that as her cue to start getting ready to leave. Standing up in the water, she stepped out onto the grassy banking.
Okay, standing up in the water. Now I need the water sound effect again. Right there. Really wish I could see the cursor a lot more better. Where are you? There you are. Okay, down we go. Boink.
Up in the water, she stepped out onto the grassy banking. She had abandoned her rain-soaked clothing and had brought a second pair of clean clothes. These clothes being less work-oriented and more average clothes. Once her underwear and bra were dressed, she moved to slipping on her other attire, then put on her shoes. Upon her redressing, she started to walk back to Liyue Harbor, but before leaving, took one last look at her little paradise. Old memories swarmed her mind upon looking back, causing her to smile in melancholic joy. If only I could go back to those days. She pondered, letting out a sigh. If only. The memories faded, and upon the moon beginning its ascent into the night sky, Ganyu started her trip back to her home in the bustling city of Liyue Harbor. A set of...
Okay, stop for a minute. Automate. Volume. Volume. Oh my god. Volume! Thank you. Fucking hell.
City of Liyue Harbor. A set of knocks met Ganyu's ears, waking from her peaceful slumber. She was unsure if she actually heard...
Shut up. Something like that. Maybe push it out a little bit more.
City of Liyue Harbor. A set of knocks met Ganyu's...
Oh my god, could you shut up for 5 seconds, me? That works. That works. Okay. Now, get this. Push this down. Now I need to match. So let's get the cursor in the right spot right there. Automate. Volume. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoa, what the fuck? Something like that. That'll work. Okay. Last section. This is where things are about to get a little bit more this is where things are gonna be get a little bit more attentive to detail. Alright. Really? Come on. Okay. Done on that one. So did you write Queen Chrysalis's Revenge, or was it by somebody else who, and I narrated it? I wrote it. There's 2 to it. Alright, so now I need to cut this so I can push out a little more. Okay, push that. Knocks. Okay. So we need knocking sound effects. And there's 2 sets of them, so I need to... I do want to point out that MLP Grammar seems scarier than other fanfics. Don't know why there's... Honestly, it's... Are you talking about Chrysalis's Revenge? Correct? The one where she basically tortures Starlight? Well, she doesn't torture her, but she basically makes her, you know, hurt her friends, pretty much. On the Wheel of Torture. Or the Wheel of Choice, excuse me. Can't remember my own set, my own title. What am I looking for? Nox. I don't know which one it is. Probably this one. Yep. Alright. Now I gotta find the right Nox. But let's go ahead and turn that down first, because I know this is a little noisy.
A set of Nox.
Okay. But they need to sound frantic. So like da 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 da. So we can fix that. Okay. Boink. No, I mean Grimdark fanfics. They just... It's alright. But you said Queen Chrysalis's Revenge. There's a lot of stories like that, so I'm just making sure it's mine. Because mine's called Chrysalis's Revenge, not Queen Chrysalis's Revenge. Okay. I think I already know what I'm going to do here. Let's see. First, we're gonna add some reverb. Sure. Seriously, game? Whoa, 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 whoa. Or game. Oh, you know, I played Genshin too much. Okay, whatever. What's the Nox on? 13. Okay, so I need reverb, which is up here. Okay, we don't want too heavy of a reverb.
A set of Nox.
Okay, too strong.
A set of Nox Meganyu's ears.
Don't like that. Shit. It'd be a little echoey, I would imagine.
A set of Nox Meg.
There we go. That'll work. Not too echoey. Right on point. Alright, so now what I need to do... Alright, so I'm going to use a second one. Now what I need to do is kind of up the speed a little bit. Which, isn't that doing this kind of a thing? Oh no, I can't tell. Volume, pitch... Okay, it does nothing. Pitch. That sounds like a freaking, like, drum set. I may have to toy with it in Audacity a little bit. Let's see what I can do here. Because Audacity has a thing where you can actually speed it up, but it doesn't affect the pitch. Okay, let's see here. File. Open. That would be under my USB drive. Free YouTube downloader. Oh my god, stop! Alright, we need knocking. That one. Okay. Now, I gotta remember how you do this. I haven't touched Audacity in a long while. Like, as far as editing. Okay, let's see. So we need change pitch, change speed. That's what I need. Affecting both tempo and pitch. No, that's not what I want. I need tempo then. Change tempo. Whoops. Ow. Gee, money Christmas. Turn that down. Or never mind. Oh, I've got it down. That's why. So... Normally if you're trying to get someone's attention, you are knocking hard. That'll work. That'll work. Okay. File. Export selected audio. Knox altered. Doesn't matter if it's wave or not. Okay. This isn't a pony story. Alright, let's see what we can do here. Load sample. We need... that's under music. Alright, there we go. Okay, so cut this... what? No. Cut that down a little bit. Get this some point.
A set of Knox...
Hold on. What are the alters I have here? Okay, just forget about the time thing. Oh, fuck's sake. Okay, how do I fix this? Like that? What if I kept it going? Nope. I'd have to get the repositioning a little better. That works.
A set of knocks met Ganyu's ears.
Okay, maybe not that long. Maybe not that far.
A set of knocks.
That sounds like a drum beat.
A set of knocks met Ganyu's ears, waking.
Sure, that'll work. Okay, but I'm gonna need another pair here.
A set of knocks met Ganyu's ears, waking from her peaceful slumber. She was unsure if she actually heard knocking, or if it had just been a fragment of her dream. But upon another set meeting her senses,
But upon another set meeting her senses. Okay, so it is a little noisy, so I have to turn it down a little bit. Knocks altered.
Another set meeting her senses. She knew she hadn't been dreaming. In fact, she winced in caution at the sound of the knocks. They weren't like casual knocks, but more frantic.
Things are about to get pretty intense. Let's see how that sounds now.
A set of knocks met Ganyu's ears, waking from her peaceful slumber. She was unsure if she actually heard knocking, or if it had just been a fragment of her dream. But upon another set meeting her senses, she knew she hadn't been dreaming. In fact, she winced in caution at the sound of the knocks. They weren't like casual knocks, but more frantic, as if the person were trying to warn her or get her attention in a desperate act. Half asleep, Ganyu made her way to her front door and
Ganyu made her way to her front door. She wouldn't be wearing shoes here. This would be more like feet on concrete.
Ganyu made her way to her front.
Okay, so feet. Do I have a sound effect for that? I should. Yeah, cheating dawn. Duh. Kind of curious if you had to choose a type of opponent you would want to be, what would you be? Personally, I would prefer Pegasus, which is strange because of fear of heights. I would prefer probably just a Pegasus, or not Pegasus, a unicorn, because I could teleport. I wouldn't have to fly. Let's see. What am I looking for? I'm looking for feet, like feet on concrete. I need to go... No, not there. Not there. I need to go here. Like footsteps on concrete. Because I know I do have that. Footsteps on concrete. Okay, but which one is it? This one? I wouldn't want to be a scholar. Screw that shit. I want freedom. I did my time, and I did my time. I'm done with school.
Her way to her front door and opened it to the side.
Okay. Hang on a second. I need cheating dawn. Cheating dawn.
It's everything you wish for. Your site traffic is skyrocketing.
I fucking scared the shit out of me.
This happens. Be careful what you wish.
Because I'm pretty sure I've got better sound than that.
From the start of this. In the end of it all, you were just a
his body as much as the smell of burning flesh.
Use your knowledge of games to find the key and free yourself before it's too late. No cheat sheet.
On full charge being met. The surge lasted for 5 seconds that seemed like forever to Button, up until he was dropped to the ground and struggled to move back to his feet, the battery beginning its second recharge. He knew now that he couldn't afford to lose any more time, the electricity's effects still enveloping his body as much as the smell of burning flesh. He struggled to breathe as he focused on thinking hard. What games had he played with traps like these? And more importantly, how did they escape? It was difficult to think straight. Him dearly, hearing the charge reach full and being met with another surge of electricity. This one was worse, as he collapsed to the floor and scrambled on the floor in unadulterated pain. To go, he decided to try it. Being very careful, he put as less of his weight as he could on the rotten wood step, a creak escaping its splintery body as he did. It was loud and very hazardous to the fragile frayed walls and ceilings, potentially being loud enough to collapse the entire thing. He cussed again in his head, being met with a sudden urge to cough. The cough erupted, slightly muffled by his shirt, but not enough. Quickly, he covered his mouth with his free hand and continued to cough violently. The cough lasted longer than he would have preferred, but it eventually died down.
Did I not put no stepping
However,
sound effects in
upon
this?
one gaze of his blood-soaked hand and the evident taste of blood in his mouth, he felt a chill go down his spine. He was wasting too much time. I need to hurry. He commanded himself in a low, panicked voice. Ignoring the supposed clue he'd been given, he just sprinted up the stairs as lightly as he could, finding his way to the top and stopping softly. Upon the warm light of the flashlight illuminating the area, he jumped in shock. The entire upper floor was a nightmare. The floor fell into another room, his vision struggling to adapt well enough for him to see clearly. He could hear his heartbeat starting to slow like a dying engine, and found himself starting to sink to the floor, his grip on the door frame, and lightly stepped into the small room, flashing the flashlight.
Okay. It was
her way
this.
to her front door and opened it to the sight of one of Ningguang.
Alright, so...
Ganyu made her way to her front door and opened it to the sight. Ganyu made her way to her front door and opened it.
Alright, so like, what, right there?
Ganyu made her way to her front door and opened it to the sight.
Oh, door opening is... Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's me. Are we gonna need, crickets here?
Ganyu made her way to her front door and opened it to the sight of one of Ningguang's main Jade Chamber secretaries.
Okay. So far my thing isn't, like, yelling at me, so that's good. Cricket, cricket, cricket. There we go. So, like, right there.
Ganyu made her way to her front door and opened it to the sight of one of Ningguang's main Jade Chamber secretaries. However, aside from the oddity...
Why does this sound effect hate me so bad? I swear, this happens every flipping time. And I don't know why it does. Let's see. That would be under my USB drive. There. No, 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 no. That one. Do this. Okay, lower the sound a lot. Balancer.
Ganyu made her way to her front door and opened it to the sight of one of Ningguang's main Jade Chamber secretaries. However,
That works.
Ganyu made her way to her front door and opened it to the sight of one of Ningguang's main Jade Chamber secretaries.
There we go.
However, aside from the oddity of someone knocking on her door at a very late hour, her condition was horrible. She was caked with ash and had wounds that were leaking faint amounts of blood. It wasn't until Ganyu looked past her unexpected guest that she saw the reason why she had been abruptly awoken late in the night. Abruptly awoken late in the night. She had been abruptly awoken late.
Okay. Think I know what I'm gonna do here. Only flaw of being a Pegasus is that if you fail your flight test, you will be brought to the Rainbow Factory. Yeah. Not fun times. Alright, 16. Sorry if I'm taking forever to get to the questions, but this just takes a lot of focus, guys. Sorry. It's editing. Okay, what am I looking for? Fire. Okay, so it has to be at a low volume. Well, I can just do that through the mixer. Okay, so I want it at a decent volume.
She had been abruptly awoken late in the night.
Okay. So, automate, volume. So I need to get it to where it gets a fade in first. Then I need to have it low enough to where it sounds like it's in a distance.
She had been abruptly awoken late in the night. Fire.
Too loud.
She had been abruptly awoken late in the night. Fire.
Still sounds too close.
She had been abruptly awoken late in the night.
Still too... God, this is a very, very high quality sound effect. So I'm gonna have to really, like, stretch it out.
She had been abruptly awoken late in the night. Fire. There was unholy amounts of...
Okay, it's still too loud though. So, how do I do this?
She had been abruptly awoken late in the night. Fire. There was unholy amounts of fire blazing the streets and many buildings of Liyue Harbor. The smell of a simmering campfire grazing the airways of the night. Ganyu was instantly terrified, unsure of what was currently happening nor what caused it. What in the gods is happening? Ganyu questioned with fear. Ningguang's secretary, Baiwen, threw rough and violent coughs.
Hang on. This is a good spot to have music. But what would I go for? Good question. Because with this, it's a little different. Let's see. Can you get to the YouTube music download blah, can't talk. YouTube Studio. I think this is how you get here anyway. I don't know, I haven't used this in so long. YouTube. Okay, it is still in here. Like, what would I use here? Wait, what? Like, continuing to create our music. Did I not click the right thing? Okay, what can I do here? What am I looking for? Your next purchase is up to... Oh, fuck you. Okay, this is what I wanted. How about... Oh, no. Mood. Angry. What the hell did they do to this now? You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna go with what I usually use. Yeah. I don't have that money, so fuck you, YouTube. It's flipping hot. Let's see. Dark piano music. Where is his horrorscapes? Or soundscapes? These things, yeah.
Snap your W-2 and file Fed and State for free. Simple tax returns only. See if you qualify. Get the TurboTax app now.
Ooh, that might fit. That actually might fit. I've never used this one. Could you please stop? Thank you. Okay, so I need to go down all the way. Figure out where I say fire.
She had been abruptly awoken late in the night. Fire.
So,
Fire.
dong. So like right here. Okay. It's hot. $17. That'd be in my downloads. All right. Let's see.
There was unholy amounts of fire blazing the streets and many buildings of Leeway Harbor. The smell of a simmering campfire grazing. There was unholy amounts of fire blazing the streets and many buildings of Leeway Harbor. The smell of a simmering campfire grazing the airways of the night. Ganyu was instantly terrified, unsure of what was currently happening nor what caused it. What in the gods is happening?
No. Okay, that don't fit. It's not the right, like, pitch. Like, the right tonality. So, I do know when that is. The right tonality. The one right there.
There was unholy amounts of fire blazing the streets and many buildings of Leeway Harbor. The smell of a simmering campfire grazing the airways of the night. Ganyu was instantly terrified, unsure of what was currently happening nor what caused it. What in the gods is happening? Ganyu questioned with fear. Ningguang's secretary, Baiwen, through rough and violent coughs, did her best to explain between desperate breaths. Ambush! Fatui! Ganyu froze, remembering the discussion between Ningguang, herself, and Kuching earlier. There had been a plan. The Fatui had caught on, and they were too late. We need to evacuate Leeway Harbor!
Ow!
And abruptly awoken late in the night. Fire. There was unholy amounts of fire blazing the streets and many buildings of Leeway Harbor. The smell of a simmering campfire grazing the airways of the night. Ganyu was instantly terrified.
Like right there. That volume right there is perfect. Copy value. That is until we get to like where it counts. Which I'm sure we're gonna be there by the time we get to this point, but we'll just do it. I'll just do it anyways.
And abruptly awoken late in the night. Fire. There was unholy amounts of fire blazing the streets and many buildings of Leeway.
How do I not cringe hearing my own voice? Because I'm used to it. I'm used to it by now. So it's not even a flinch.
And abruptly awoken late in the night. Fire. There was unholy amounts of fire blazing the streets and many buildings of Leeway Harbor. The smell of a simmering campfire grazing the airways of the night. Ganyu was instantly terrified, unsure of what was currently happening nor what caused it.
Okay.
What in the gods is happening? Ganyu questioned with fear. Ningguang's secretary, Baiwen, through rough and violent coughs, did her best to explain between desperate breaths. ambush. Fatui. Ganyu froze, remembering the discussion between Ningguang herself and Kuching earlier. There had been a plan. The Fatui had caught on, and they were too late. We need to evacuate Liyue Harbor.
That's a little loud to my liking, so I'm actually going to turn that down a little bit. Alright. Unique as a sample. Sure. I need to put that on a different track. Wait, oh. Oh, I'm stupid. God. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Please? So it'll be like right at the top. Part 1. Is it this one?
And abruptly awoke.
Whoopsie. Okay. So this needs to go on 18. Oops. Okay. Turn down.
And abruptly.
God damn it. Alright, let's see how this works.
We need to evacuate Liyue Harbor. Ganyu ordered. Where's Ningguang and the Yuheng?
Still too loud. Shouting lines are very, very tricky. Because, yeah, mic levels are really tricky to manage. Alright, making use of sample. Sure. You. God damn it. I swear, if I don't stop doing that.
We need to evacuate Liyue Harbor. Ganyu ordered.
That might be a little too low for my liking. Maybe 80% might work.
We need to evacuate Liyue Harbor.
That works.
Ganyu ordered. Where's Ningguang and the Yuheng? I don't. We need to evacuate Liyue Harbor.
That works.
Ganyu ordered. Where's Ningguang and the Yuheng? I don't. Baiwen was too weak to think or answer clearly, so she took action. Running back into her...
Running back, so... Fuck.
Running back into...
Do I have running? I'm not sure. I would imagine I do, but I don't know. For absolute sure. Why not just do that? Okay, audio clip. To 19. Okay, what am I looking for? Running. YT. Let's see if there's a running sound effect. Footsteps on concrete. Are footsteps. Walking and running. Let's see if this might work. Oh, that's high heels. Oops. Steps on concrete. I could have a sound effect on my thing. But I don't do very many, like, I didn't do real many, like, human readings back then, so... yeah, running. Running feet, all sounds. That could be it. Alright, let's see what we're doing here. It's hot. Alright, let's see if we can't find something a little better. So she would probably switch back into her heels, I would imagine. I mean, that wouldn't be very comfortable now, would it?
Running back into her...
Oh, God, no. No.
Ganyu grabbed Bywin.
Nope. Oh, volume's up. Need to turn that down a little bit. There we go. Okay. What is all this?
Shoulder, then started down.
No. Oh my god. What's all of this shit?
Bywin from any sort of enemy, up until she could hopefully resolve.
I'm a... Oh, maybe this might work.
And armed herself with her bow, ready to take on any enemy who stood in her path. Armed and ready, she started into the city at a fast pace, immediately feeling the blazing...
Okay, no, that's more like your bare feet. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for right there. I can tell just by the wavelengths.
Large number of people. Therefore,
I know I have a running sound effect, but somewhere. What is this fucking crap?
had caught them with the element of surprise, so they were dressed.
Oh, hang on. This might work. This might work. I just gotta figure out where to start.
Into the streets of the city. On her trek, she had wondered why her god Morax or the Adepti hadn't interfered. It was clear the situation was dire, and controlling the situation had gone out the window. The Fatui had caught them with the element of surprise.
Okay, right here I can manage some of this.
Fatui had caught them with the element of surprise.
Okay, that's like my best cut right there. I might have to toy with it a little bit, just to get the sound correct. We have to take a break here in a minute. Okay, grab that, delete. Oh, delete button's over here. Okay, so I need to find... Oh, am I here? Is this the spot?
Tui had caught them with the...
Nope, because there's the 2 edits that I made.
Then started down and... running back into her abode.
There we go. Okay, now we're in the right spot. Okay. Now I need to zoom in a little bit.
Running back into her abode to grab her bow.
Okay, grab that, cut it.
Running back into her abode to grab her bow.
I may not be able to do a running sound effect here.
Running back into her abode to grab her bow.
Like if I can squeeze something out of this, maybe. Because this is still a little noisy, so I can do something like...
Running back into her abode. Running back into her abode to grab her bow. Running back into her abode to grab her bow. Running back into her abode to grab her.
Okay. So what I'm gonna have to do here is, like, get rid of some of this shit. If that's possible.
Running back into her abode to grab her bow.
Sometimes this is just what you gotta go through.
Running back into her abode to grab her bow. Running back into her.
Yep, that's a walk. Just one step at a time. Oh God. Undo that. That's what I need. Just gotta get rid of some of this in-between shit that they decide to leave in for some stupid reason. I will never understand why people that do this crap do that. Oh God. There we go.
Running back into her abode to grab her bow. Running back into her abode to grab her bow.
Nope, I can still hear it. But we're getting something. God damn it. I swear if I keep doing that. Okay, just get rid of all this shit.
Running back into her abode to grab her bow. Running back into her abode to grab her bow. Upon her return.
Okay, now what else can I do to this? I guess what I could try is something like this. Add a limiter to it. Go with the noise gate.
Running back into her abode to grab her bow. Upon her
You really can't even hear it.
running back into her abode to grab her bow.
Now I can hear it clear as day.
Running back into her abode to grab her bow.
Okay, I swear I have a sound effect for that. It's gonna drive me crazy. Because I know I used it in this.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, honey. What's all this?
I had McDonald's money.
Oh.
Get any two favorites like 10-piece chicken McNuggets and a quarter pounder with cheese for just $6 right now at McDonald's.
It's been 2,190 days.
Dude, Rihanna, we waited.
Room definitely ups the
Okay, so it's when he really starts.
ante in terms of technology. Not only was there a fog machine, but a bat hung from the ceiling and flew in a circle. Scary. They seemed... And those were only when I was really tired or just waking up. I entered the no-end house with a clear head. A After falling in from the previous room, my view of room 5 was from my back, looking up at the ceiling. What I saw didn't scare me. It simply surprised me. Trees had grown into the room and towered up, arms and legs, and a few made their way across. Even seen the exit. So I just crawled, my skin wriggling with up. I knew that if I let go, the bugs would return and there was no way I would make it back to room 4. I just stood there, my head pressed against the door marked 6, and my hand shakily grasping the knob. The hum was so loud I couldn't even hear myself pretend to think. There was nothing I could do but move on. Room 6 was next, and room 6 was hell. I closed the door behind me, my eyes held shut and my ears ringing. The hum was surrounding me. As the door clicked into place, the hum filed down to the skin against the wood, hair to the middle of her back, and white skin and blue eyes.
Oh God,
Two
no.
separate dimensions. David, you should have listened. When it spoke, I heard the words of the little girl, but the other form spoke through my mind in a voice I won't attempt to describe. There was no other sound. The voice just kept repeating that sentence over and over in my mind, and I agreed. I didn't know what to do. I was slipping into madness, yet couldn't take my eyes off of what was in front of me. I dropped to the floor. I thought I had passed out, but the room wouldn't let me. I just wanted it to end. I was on my side, my eyes wide open, and the form staring down at me. Scurrying across the floor in front of me was one of the battery-powered rats from the second room. The house was toying with me, but for some reason, seeing that rat pulled my mind back from whatever depths it was headed, and I looked around the room. I was getting out of there. I was determined to get out of that house and live and never think about this place again. I knew this room was hell, and I wasn't ready to take up a residency. Into the wall. I knew what it was. I wasn't. I pushed and it took me a while to turn the knob. I just stood there for a while staring at the door. I couldn't stay in room 6. The price that was promised, not outside like room 5, but actually. Then I saw it. A door that was never there before. A door with a large 8 scrawled on it in blood. Bodies a few feet away from the... Even though I was sure of it. He looked up at me, and I noticed tears in his eyes. Please, please, don't do it. Please, don't hurt me. What? I asked. Who are you? I'm not going to hurt you.
Okay, I can't find this.
Yes, you are. He was sobbing now. You're going to hurt me, and I don't want you to. He sat in the chair with his legs up.
Do I ever get nightmares? No. Because I know they're not real. I know they're just fiction. Goofy running, center fire, or shower I need. Run, run as fast as you can't catch the... What? No. I need actual, like, run. Like someone actually running people. That's at a gym or something. Excuse me. That would almost work. That's on like a bike trail or something. Okay. Nothing there. Fast run.
Ellie, you are all that matters.
No, 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 no.
Run.
Oh, it's that. It's that. Forgive me. I am not a connoisseur of the memes. Running footsteps. Jesus. Running footsteps. That almost would work. Sounds like a beat. Bingo. Bingo. That'll work. Okay, but I'm pretty sure I have this downloaded somewhere. Somewhere. God knows where. Okay, so let's just go ahead and get rid of all these. Is that the same one? It is. No, fuck's sake. That's what I need. Okay, which one is that?
Or the Adepti hadn't interfered. It was
Okay, that's that one.
up until she could hopefully resolve the ensuing hell upon the harbor. Then took off back. That was a sign that she may have arrived too late to save any citizens who had been victimized by this She brushed aside all.
Okay.
started.
Oh, there we go.
Harbor, then took off back towards the city.
I can't
Upon
hear
crossing
anything.
the bridge where she usually would stop to pet the stray dogs and cats, she was immediately met with a massive warmth that radiated from the inferno just 10 yards from an—
Shut up. How about that? Why can't I hear anything? Oh, I think I know why. People, if I heard it once, I don't want to hear it again, okay? Water footsteps? Really? Okay, so I need to figure out running footsteps. Oh wait, is that not the right one? It could be the wrong one. Running feet, that's the reason why it's all wonky. I've had to have used this at some point. Okay, guess we're just downloading it then. Oh my god. Thank you. Like, why did it? For fuck's sake. No, oh my god, I'm gonna lose it. It downloaded a video. Go away! Oh my god. Could you please just fuck off? Jesus. Get link. Download. Thank you. Annoying. This one? Okay, this one right here. I can't hear anything. Nope. Was it this one? It's gonna have to work. It's the best thing I got. Okay, so... Okay, I don't recall it being that heavy. Oh, I know what's going on. It's the thing. It's my limiter. Oops. That's what's going on. You know what? Fuck it. I am done looking this up. Alright. You guys get the idea. You know what is going on. So, one little sound effect ain't gonna hurt anything.
Being on the opposite side meant that whoever had set off the explosion was inside Wyatt.
Nope, I need to go back more. Way more. Okay, there's the crickets.
Prize, so they were drastically unprepared.
Okay, back more. Okay, there's the two commands.
Bywin was too weak to think or answer clearly, so she took action, running back into her abode to grab her bow. Upon her return, Ganyu grabbed Bywin, gently lay her over her shoulder, then started down into the streets of the city.
Started down. So she wears heels. So, here we go. Now I can deal with this. So, where did you go? Here?
Started down into the streets of the city. Started down into the streets of the city.
Something like this.
Started down into the streets of the city. On her trek, she had wondered why her god over her shoulder, then started down into the streets. Over her shoulder, then started down into the streets of the city. Over her shoulder, then started down into the streets of the city.
Okay, am I crazy or is that not the same one?
Over her shoulder, then started down into the streets of the city. On her trek, she had wondered why her god Morax or the Adepti hadn't interfered. It was clear the situation was dire, and controlling the situation had gone out the window. The Fatui had caught them with the...
Oh, the fire would go up. The fire would go up.
Over her shoulder.
I might need help with the fire boss later. Are you talking about the cube? If you're talking about the cube for Yoimiya, then... that one's a bitch and a half.
Over her shoulder, then started down into the streets of the city. On her trek, she had wondered why her god Morax or the Adepti hadn't interfered. The situation was dire, and controlling...
Okay, so I need to get where she starts running. Okay, runs. So like right here. So then the fire needs to go up. This one? Yep. Okay, grab that. Grab this. Let's just see what that does.
Down into the streets of the city. On her trek, she had wondered why her god Morax or the Adepti hadn't interfered. It was clear the situation was dire, and controlling the situation had gone out the window. The Fatui had caught them with the element of surprise, so they were drastically unprepared for this attack. That didn't matter right now. Ganyu's first initiative was to get Bywin to safety, so she moved towards the outside of Liyue Harbor where she wouldn't be affected by the smoke and overwhelming heat.
Okay, so she moved.
Ganyu's first initiative was to get Bywin to safety, so she moved towards...
So she moved. Okay, right about here. Nope. Wrong ones. We need these ones.
She moved towards the outside of Liyue Harbor where she wouldn't be affected by the smoke and
Something like that.
She moved towards the outside of Liyue Harbor where she wouldn't be affected by the smoke and overwhelming heat of the many fires engulfing the entirety of the city. Her breathing was hoarse and rough, so fresh air was a must to assure Bywin a start to her recovery amidst the absolute chaos. She found a nice spot where she could hide Bywin from any sort of enemy, up until she could hopefully resolve the ensuing hell upon the harbor. Then took off back towards the city.
Then took off
back.
So like right here.
Back towards the city. Back towards the city.
Is that me, or does that not sound right? Let me take a listen to some other parts. Like this, right?
Workplace, looking as if she had went for a swim with her clothing still on. This was actually pretty common, and her...
The storm cloaked the majority of it. That's what's going on. Okay.
Upon crossing the bridge where she usually would stop to pet the stray dogs and cats, she was immediately met with a massive warmth that radiated from the inferno just 10 yards from in front of her. It felt like the equivalent of being just outside her breathing was hoarse and rough, so fresh air was a must to assure Bywin a start to her recovery amidst the absolute chaos.
Okay. So I need to go like this. Copy this.
Her breathing was hoarse and rough, so fresh air was a must to assure Bywin a start to her recovery amidst the absolute chaos. She found a nice spot where she could hide Bywin from any sort of enemy, up until she could hopefully resolve the ensuing hell upon the harbor, then took off back towards the city. Upon crossing the bridge where she usually would stop to pet the stray dogs and cats, she was immediately met with a
Okay, so upon crossing the bridge,
must to assure Bywin a start to her could hide Bywin from any sort of enemy back towards the city. Upon crossing the bridge where she usually would...
So like right here. Okay, fire. Crackling fire. That one. so it gets a little bit more noisy because she's within its vicinity. Copy value, paste value.
To pet the stray dogs and cats, she was immediately met with a massive warmth that radiated from the inferno just 10 yards from in front of her. It felt like the equivalent of being just outside the range of a dragon spewing fire in offense. She brushed aside all of her fears and armed herself with her bow, ready to take on any enemy who stood in her path. Armed and ready, she started into the city.
And it'd be a rush.
Ready to take on any enemy who stood in her path. She started
right there. Oh shit. Just go ahead and copy paste this shit.
into the city at a fast pace. Immediately feeling the blazing essence of the She started into the city at a fast pace. Immediately feeling the blazing essence of fire overwhelm her in her trek. Upon her pacing into the streets, she noticed something that made her stomach turn in horror. It was quiet. No sound except the roaring of the flames surrounding her was audible, and that was a sign that she may have arrived too late to save any citizens who had been victimized by this unexpected assault by the Fatui. Regardless, she didn't want to risk anything, so she started into the first building.
Sure.
Into the first building. Into the first building. A restaurant that served only the wealthiest of Leeway and beyond. The doors to the entrance were already unhinged from their supports, having been broken off by some sort of powerful source, to which Ganyu had guessed some sort of bomb. Her guess had instantly been confirmed upon her eyeing the inner side of the door, a black substance stained along the midsection of its body. Ganyu felt her stomach turn at the grim discovery, knowing that due to the residue of gunpowder being on the opposite side, meant that whoever had saw the explosion was inside when it occurred. From the amount of gunpowder evident on the door, Ganyu knew that this explosion had very well been powerful enough to kill or badly injure a large number of people. Therefore, her chances of finding any survivors was low, but regardless, she still called out for any. Is there anybody in here? She called out loud enough for anybody to hear over the roar. Is there anybody in here? She called out loud enough for anybody to hear over the roar of the flames. She listened.
How loud is that?
Is there anybody in here?
I need to see that in the mixer. So we need to go over here.
Is there anybody in here?
It didn't peak.
She called out loud enough for anybody to hear over the roar of the flames. She listened for any responses, but after none came after a minute's time, she knew that casualties had indeed been caused by whatever the Fatui had used to turn Leeway Harbor into a fiery inferno. While she felt emotion peeing her ancient heart, she knew she had to keep searching for more survivors in the massive utopia before the fires could spread any further than they already had. Reluctantly, she turned back to the streets of Leeway Harbor and continued her pursuit. She searched each building, finding nothing but the same exact sights that she had met in the first. Charred corpses, blazing heat, and smoke had littered the building's floors, having been killed in an instant by whatever the Fatui had planted out of the sights of the Chising and other Leeway officials. Ganyu hadn't seen something so tragic and horrifying like this since the Archon War. That historic event had led to many deaths, and the battlefields that the gods had clashed upon had been littered by the bodies of those who got caught in the line of fire. She remembered walking the fields every day and seeing nothing but the fallen corpses of humans everywhere she looked. If it hadn't been for Morax's guide, seen something so tragic and horrifying like this since the Archon War. That historic event had led to many deaths, and the battlefields that the gods had clashed upon had been littered by the bodies of those who got caught in the line of fire. She remembered walking the fields every day and seeing nothing but the fallen corpses of humans everywhere she looked. If it hadn't been for Morax's guidance throughout all of those years of tyranny, violence, and death, Ganyu most likely would have taken her own life to escape. She was having flashbacks to those days with each attempt to save at least one lone survivor. And with each failed effort, her emotions grew more
Oh
and
boy.
more. Was she already too late to save any lives? Then she heard a voice she recognized. Ganyu! Is that you? From among the flames, she saw a silhouette of someone, and upon seeing the 2 points atop her head, she knew she hadn't just been imagining a voice. Kuching! Ganyu responded back, carefully moving around the growing fires to Kuching's position. Upon reaching her colleague, she was horrified. She gasped at the
Hang on.
moving around the
Carefully moving around.
Carefully moving.
Alright, so I think I know what I can do here. Nope, nope, nope. I need... where did you go? Oh my god, seriously? This one? Yes.
Carefully moving around the growing fires to Kuching's position. Carefully moving around the growing fires to Kuching. Carefully moving around the growing fires to Kuching's position. Upon reaching her colleague, she was horrified. She gasped at the state of her coworker. A giant gash in her right shoulder, multiple small lacerations dressing her entire body, and her clothes and flesh covered in dirt and ash. What happened to you? Ganyu questioned. Kuching struggled to speak, having lost a lot of blood from her current injuries. Enemies! They attacked! Without warning! Ganyu didn't push for more. It was clear that Kuching had taken a hard hit at some point and had barely managed to escape the full impact of the strike. Nonetheless, she was still in no condition to fight or be treading in a battlefield of several hazards. It's okay. Don't talk, Ganyu ordered. You're injured very badly and need to not put any further stress on your shoulder. Otherwise, you'll lose more blood. I'll be fine. The harbor, it's under attack. You need to stop them. Ganyu shook her head. Stop being stubborn. You need help before you bleed out. I'll stop them, but you need to get out of danger. As a clear statement that she meant what she said, Ganyu moved Kuching up and over her right shoulder as gently as possible. She didn't listen to any of Kuching's objection, if there were any, and moved towards the harbor area. She moved down the
something like that.
If there were any, and moved towards the harbor area. She moved down the stone steps. If there were any, and moved towards the harbor area.
Okay, what is high heels on? It's like one of the first sound effects, isn't it?
There were any, and moved towards the harbor area. She moved down the stone steps to where the recent import. There were any, and moved towards the harbor area. She moved down the stone steps to where the recent imported loads from the harbor were stored for pickup, and looked out past the archway where she could see the wharf, wide and clear. Upon seeing the giant jade screen manifested and three somewhat burly figures on the opposite side in the distance,
Shit, what's on fire?
Ganyu knew she had to hurry. Her boss and Liwei's leader was in danger. She looked around for
Door
a spot
open.
to set Kuching down out of harm's way, and quickly found a nice spot where she was shielded and safe from any crossfire. Kuching grunted upon the action, but Ganyu knew it wasn't any worry, so she just worked her colleague to safety carefully. After Kuching was secure, Ganyu armed herself and worked to the archway. There were any, and moved towards the harbor area. She moved down the stone step. There were any, and moved towards the harbor area. She moved down the stone steps to where the recent imported loads from.
Okay, so that's a little bit more hearable, I would suppose. Come on. Thank you.
There were any, and moved towards the harbor area. She moved down the stone steps to where the. There were any, and moved towards the harbor area. There were any, and moved towards the harbor area. She moved down the stone steps to where the recent imported loads from the harbor were stored for pickup, and looked out past the archway where she could see the wharf, wide and clear. Upon seeing the giant jade screen manifested and three somewhat burly figures on the opposite side in the distance, Ganyu knew she had to hurry. Her boss and Liwei's leader was in danger. She looked around for a spot to set Kuching down out of harm's way, and quickly found a nice spot where she was shielded and safe from any crossfire. Kuching grunted upon the action, but Ganyu knew it wasn't any worry, so she just worked her colleague to safety carefully. After Kuching was secure, Ganyu armed herself and worked to the archway. She knew and worked to the archway.
Worked is more like walking. So, footsteps. Is it this one?
And worked to the archway. She knew she.
5, 6. Wait, what one is this? Footsteps. This is footsteps. Footsteps sounds. What one is that one on? I think I've got the wrong track. That's 5. Okay, so I'm 5. Where's the volume at?
And worked to the archway. She knew she had to be stealthy, so she made sure not to go far beyond the archway and looked out towards the wharf again. Ningguang still had her jade screen up, and the other figures had not even budged. So that had been enough confirmation that they hadn't seen her. She estimated the distance of her shot, knowing she had only one opportunity to kill all of them to avoid any additional tricks. From experience with her archery skills, she knew she was at least 60 yards out, which was too risky to guarantee a hit to all 3 of them. With her current position confirmed to be too far away, she eyed past the archway for any route to a position where she could still be hidden from harm, but close enough to get a clear shot. Not far out past her current position, she saw a tarped stack of recently imported luggage from the harbor. It was tall enough for her to stand and within about 40 yards of distance from her targets, so she decided to take it. As stealthily as possible, she moved past the storage area, jumped off the side of the steps past the archway to avoid sticking out like a sore thumb. Jumped off the side of the steps past storage area, jumped off the She moved past the storage area, jumped off the side of the steps past the archway to avoid sticking out like a sore thumb, and crouched in the provided shadows of the night. To be sure no attention had been stirred, as possible, she moved past the
Moved, so that's this one? Yep.
past the storage area, jumped off the side of the past the storage area, jumped off the side of the steps past the archway to avoid sticking out like a sore thumb, and crouched in the provided shadows of the night. To be sure no attention had been stirred, she looked out to her targeted area of fire. Her trio of enemies had not looked away from Ningguang. She let out a long breath of relief, then returned to focusing heavily on her targeted area to take her shot. Remaining crouched, she held her breath and quickly snuck over to the target area of fire. She had made sure not to drag her feet along the route, returned to focusing heavily on her targeted area to take her shot. Remaining crouched, she held her breath and quickly snuck over to the target area of fire. She had made sure not to drag her feet along the route, and upon reaching the area, she let out another long breath to calm her nerves. She could hear what was being said by both sides upon preparing the shot, knowing she had to make this shot count. Did you really think we wouldn't retaliate after you made one of our harbingers look like a fool? Spoke one of the three. His voice was slick and sinister like a serpent, and was definitely not one Ganyu recognized. His voice gave her goosebumps as she moved into position, listening further to the conversation. I knew you'd retaliate, but not in such a way as this, Ningguang replied. Why take your revenge out on all of Liyue Harbor's citizens? The Qixing were the ones who humiliated your harbinger, not the citizens. The answer is simple. Had our plan originally gone through without your interference, your precious city would have been lost to the ocean for eternity. The same voice explained. We are simply accomplishing the very goal we had strived for from the beginning, eliminating Liyue Harbor from the map of Tavat. Ganyu couldn't believe what she was hearing. The Fatui had planned mass genocide as a form of justice? Had this been an order from the Sarita herself? You realize that by sinking my city, you lose a lot for your own country? Ningguang claimed. Your Majesty has business ties with Liyue Harbor through the Northland Bank, and by destroying that, Snezhnaya loses a lot of resources. Whomever was the head of the operation responded by laughing, which wasn't a good sign. As far as I'm concerned with our ties to Liyue Harbor, I don't care. He mocked. We were given a direct order to remove Liyue Harbor from existence by Her Majesty herself. So clearly, she has no problem in cutting contact with your city. Then what could I offer you to prevent the destruction of my city? Ningguang offered. Name your price. I am sure I can meet your standards. Another Another set of laughs permeated the night breeze. It truly is a sight when the almighty Tianquan is forced to bid for the mercy of her empire. Unfortunately, this isn't an act out of business, Tianquan. This is an act of vengeance for one of our own. So no amount of Mora will save you. Then I can see that there's no point in continuing this conversation. Ganyu could see it was her time to act, so she pulled back her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy, took aim, and fired. The arrow hit the enemy in the and fired.
Okay, what's the sound of like an arrow flying? Arrow flying. Oh, shit. No, that's not the sound that I'm looking for. The one I'm looking for is like the sound of like a like that whistling sound. That might work. Oh, let me see something first. Let me see what kind of actual sound it makes. So there is a sound of the thing being pulled back. Yeah, the whistling like sound. So that works. So that whole part works right there. So that sound. Okay. So whistling, like a whistling arrow.
Eat like a king who's on a budget. 3 tasty options, fries, drink, and nugget. Oh, shit. I might just have to go with that because there's nothing I can really do. About as close as it's gonna get. I do not know where I am. I think I'm on 19. Oh. We are on 19. We're on 20. Let's just see what this does. Oh my god, if I don't stop doing this shit.
And fired. The arrow hit the enemy in the middle. And fired. The arrow...
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to cut this in half.
And fire. Arrow, using her vision to infuse her... Ganyu could see it was her time to act, so she pulled back her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with element... It was her time to act, so she pulled back her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy. Took... See, it was her time to act, so she pulled back her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with
Okay, I can see what I need to do. I need to turn that down for a matter.
It was her time to act, so she pulled back her arrow, using her vision to infuse.
So like a mystical kind of sound? Well, what does it sound like? Like blowing wind or something like that? This is gonna be kind of tricky. Ouch. Yeah, I hear like a windstorm. So there's like a loading sound. Like a loading sound. So, this is gonna be interesting. Let me go to Audacity and play with this. File, import audio. I'll the bathroom real quick. It is flipping. God. Alright, so I gotta, let's see. I'd say like a flash freeze at the end, considering she is a cryovision holder. I don't have Ganyu, so my only reference is just Kaya and Chongyun. I'm sure I can find a YouTube video on that. Maybe that's actually better, because then I can get a better feel on the sound. That's actually a better idea. Let's just do that. Ganyu clown. What the hell is this? I have Ganyu. And she's not Elisa. Thank God. Oopsies. I didn't mean to do that. Wait, what? Oh, I see what it's trying to say. Basically, she climbs up the mount, like the way she climbs is different from the other characters because, well, she's a goat. She's part goat. So, up mountains, like you can see in the thumbnail, she can climb up mountains, kind of. Like, she can kind of run up the mountains. So, I don't know, I'll have to... I'm curious now. I am actually legitimately curious what this is all about. Whew, it's hot. It makes sense. She's part goat. She's like part mountain goat. So it makes sense. It does. It makes absolute sense. Because she's part goat. That makes sense. Okay, Ganyu normal attack. Oh, she's awesome, dude. You ever get a chance to use her? Oh, she makes things so much easier. But Raiden and her combined, that's nasty. Okay, let's see. I need a good video so I don't hear like enemies in the background. Okay, there's her normal attack. I've never watched shorts on these things. That's what I hear. So what I'm hearing is like a loading sound, and I'm hearing like once she loads up, I'm hearing like blizzard, like a blizzard. And that makes sense because it's her, you know, cryovision. That makes sense. How can I... So what? Should I try it? Should I... I'm curious now. So, prepare for cringe. Okay, need my fan to shut up. Let's see if that might work. Because sometimes this is how these are recorded. Ganyu is the goat, no cap. I don't know. There's some competitors out there. Like, you will not believe what you can do with your voice sometimes. It's actually really funny. Like, I like this take a lot more better. But let me see what I can't do with just this little sample. Actually, what I'm going to do first is this. Oh, wait, I need to do this first. Noise reduction, noise reduction, noise reduction. Get noise profile. Control R. Because it sounds just like it sounds like a breath. What can I do with this? Let's find out, shall we? Control C, shut that up. Control V. Like, you will be amazed what you can sometimes do with your voice. It's unbelievable sometimes. Like, what if I were to... What's the word? First, I'd have to change the pitch. Might have to also double this part right here because it's a little too, like, on its own. Control C. Okay, I need a new track. Add new, mono, V. Okay, so let's go ahead and just do something like this. Tracks, mix, and render. Okay, now grab this. File. Export as MP3. Oops, no, I need to export audio only. The audio that's selected. Export selected audio. Charge Charge. Can I spell? Charge up sound. Oh my god. The thing about Ganyu is also she's very easy. Like, she is not difficult at all. One of the easiest sets you can put on her is what I've got on her, just Wanderers. Depends on what you're running, honestly. If you're running Mel Ganyu, Wanderers, easy. If you're running Freeze Ganyu, definitely Blizzard Strayer. Because Melt Ganyu and Freeze Ganyu are two totally different kind of beasts. Alright, so let's import that and toy with it a little bit. I can't see shit. Fucking sun. Celestia, go away. In fact, I'll just do that. Whew. It is hot. Why is it so hot in my workstation? I don't know. It could be a lot of things. Alright, there we go. Audio clip. Put that on 21. Like, if you guys don't know, there's a lot of readings with my voice. Well, not just my voice, but my voice in it, like doing a sound effect. And you don't even realize it. Like, this is how a lot of sound effects are made, believe it or not. That'd be under music. That one. Alright, let's see what we can't do here. So, what we can do here is go to the mixer. We can give it, I guess we could give it some reverb, like a little tiny amount of reverb.
It was her time.
Whoops. Alright.
Then I can.
Okay, so what I need to do here is like double it. I feel like that's the problem here.
Then I can see.
Either that or what I could do is something like this. Like, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Then I can. Then I can.
Sounds like I'm sucking. Can I reverse it? I believe there's a way to do that. I know there is an Audacity. Reverse, there we go.
Then I can see.
Now it just sounds like I'm really sucking. Okay. Then let's go Control Z on that. Actually, let's try this again. Sometimes let's give it a little bit more.
Then I can see that those.
Like, I'm trying to just get it to a point of where I might be able to work with it.
Then I can see that there's no point in continuing.
Let's see. Either that, or I might have another sound effect somewhere. Let's see, what do we need? What's the word? Compressor. What am I looking for? Fruity compressor, that's what I need. Let me see what that does.
Then I can.
Okay, not a compressor then. How about... What am I looking for? Let's EQ it. Let me see what I can do with an EQ. So... No. 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 Something like that might work, but we're on the wrong spectrum.
Then I can see that there's no point in...
Okay, so it's a little flat. I don't know, guys. I'm just trying stuff. I'm just trying stuff.
Then I can...
Okay. Yeah, that ain't gonna work. But I will probably add some stuff to it. So, let's see what we can do. Alright. So, instead of that, let's see. Where would that be? Like a charging sound effect. That would be... Because I had a lot of sound effects for Pony's Tail Equestria's Fall that I had to, like, homebrew. That would be under, like, a certain folder. MLP sound effects, maybe? Trying to figure out where I put that damn, file. Audacity, no. Oh, maybe it's on my drive. Could be. Yeah, cause not seeing it anywhere else. Maybe my messy desktop. I don't know. APT Chapter 1 art scenes, auditions. No, I think it's on my drive. And I need to go download it first. But I need to figure out which one is which first. Not drive. Oh my god. Can I spell? Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. I mean, Ganyu's not as big of the goat as she used to be, but she's still solid. I mean, honestly, she's still solid. Like, mine deals, really depends. Around, what, 28k per hit? Plus the other two snowflake arrows. So, like, about 40,000 hits per normal attack. Charged attack, I mean. Okay, so I need to search my drive. Can I spell? Isn't that technically under my folders? APT Equestria's Fall. Da, 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 da. Could you... Oh, it's right there. That's what I need. It was just slow to load. Oh, God. Man, I am sweating to death. Here we go. Chronic and Magic Sound. Magic Explosion. Charge. Which was the one that had the charge? I think it was this one? Yeah, see? It has like a charge sound to it. And I'm not sure how I made that sound. I've got to have like a charging sound effect somewhere. Maybe if I just look it up. Let me see. Because I've got a blizzard sound effect. And I believe that's what that is. I think it's intended to be like a snowstorm. Charge. Chicken. Electric. I don't know what it would be. Like, I do not remember what I used back in those days. That was a long, long time ago. Maybe under one of these folders, maybe? Oh, there's my page flip sound effect. Underworld. I've got to have something like that. Come on, brain. Nope. Okay, I'm just gonna have to find something. Either that or I'm just gonna have to make my own sound effect. That's all there is to it. Because sometimes that just is what it comes down to. YouTube. Can I spell? Quick question, now that I've mentioned OCs, what are your thoughts on the concept of creating your own character? My guy is my own. The black horse, that's me. He's technically an OC. Oh shit. Alright, let's see. Charging sound effect. See if we can't find something. Ain't got no forgiveness. Not a charging phone. Oh my god. Laser charge. Maybe this is where I found it. Please? Why are you being such an asshole? God, when aren't you an asshole? That's actually the better question. No. No. Da 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 da. No. There's the sound effect. Okay. Power charge. Laser charge sound effects. Okay. Let me see if I can't maybe salvage something out of that. Load. That'd be under downloads for sure. Please? Are you serious? Wait, what was that produced? What was that produced on? That was on, I want to say, the other PC. Do I have to be very specific? I swear to God. This is just how it is sometimes, guys. Some sound effects are ridiculous, but you pick it up. Oh my god, can I? Fucking hell. No. It had to have been on the other computer then. Try this again. This time with this in front of it. YT5. Let's try that one first. Light switch. Nope, not seeing anything. Fuck. YT1. And no. Well, shit. I'm trying to think. Can I salvage something out of that? That's the question. Probably, if it's low enough. If it's low enough, probably. So, I guess what we're gonna have to do. Laser of Doom. What a name. And I'm tired of dealing with all these goddamn pop-ups. Shut the fuck up. No. How about no? By the way, my camera lens is weird. Probably the sun. It's probably due to the sun. It is. It's the sun. There's really nothing I can do about that. Nope, not really much I can do about that. It's the sun, and it's just peeking through, and it makes it go like that. So, not really much I can do about that. That's Mother Nature. Go away! Fuck. Download. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking kill someone. Just let me download the stupid file, please, and thank you. In fact, if it bothers you that much, I'll just... I think I can just turn it off. Sure. Alright. That one. Because I guarantee I can modify it into something. Okay, if you don't want it turned off, that's fine. Yeah. Alright. So now I gotta do something here. Let's see. I need to get to where I have some open space. Alright. Let's find... Okay, so it starts out low, and then it goes higher. Probably this one or the next one.
Took aim and...
Nope.
Took aim and fired.
What the hell is that?
Took aim and fired. The arrow hit the enemy in the middle.
Jesus. Do you have to have it up 10 notches? Fucking hell.
Took aim and fired. The arrow hit the enemy in the middle, and her snowflake arrows struck the other two like ricocheting bullets. The Fatui who had been the one negotiating with Ningguang was the only one who didn't fall fired. The arrow hit the...
Okay. Now the fun part. Okay, so we just cut that here. Okay. So if I make it low enough...
Arrow, using her vision... Arrow, using using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy.
What's this?
And her snowflake arrows struck the other two like ricocheting bullets. The Fatui who had been the one negotiating with Ningguang was the only one who didn't fall immediately, but it was clear that he had been injured by the shot. Taking advantage of the momentary stun, Ningguang followed up by attacking with her Geo energy while Ganyu prepared another shot.
That sounds like some sort of, like, alien. Okay, so is there any way that I can salvage this?
Her vision to infuse her shot with her vision to so she pulled back her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental.
I don't know. This is gonna be tricky. What I can try though is something like this. Like, alright, first things first, volume needs to go down a lot.
Vengeance for one of our own. So no amount of Mora will save you. Then I can see it was her time to act. So she pulled back her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy. Took aim.
Nope, that ain't gonna work. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm really getting tired of this. I don't know. Let's see. What can I do here? Let's see, sometimes you gotta get really, really specific. Power charge up. How do I get rid of you? God, you are slow. Close! If I say close, I want it to close. Thank you. Charge up cannon. Godzilla. Brute charge up. No, it's this one again. Jesus. Mr. Hero Power Up. Who the hell is ever gonna use that? I don't get that. That's one that I will never understand. Like some of these ones that they record, I'm like, who the hell is ever gonna use that? Nope. Sci-fi machine spin up. Really? Come on. Well, that's Mario. Ow! Mm-mm. Okay. Attack! Let's just try that. You'd be amazed what you can find sometimes. Charging attack.
How's it going?
Oh, with interest rates up, I've been looking to get a better savings account, but...
All the options have you up in the air?
Well, yes.
At NerdWallet, we can help you make the smartest decision by comparing rates of top high-yield savings accounts.
Amazing.
NerdWallet, the smartest decision for all your financial decisions.
What the hell was that? Big Bang, enemy ranged attack sound effect, seismic charge. No. That sounds more like an alarm. I've always had trouble with this kind of stuff. Anime charge up sound effects. I always have trouble with these kinds of sound effects. Like, they are actually legitimately hard to find sometimes. And it's only because I want to get fancy with the sound effect. That's it. What's... Undertale sound effect? No. Brute charge up? What is this? Almost in the right spot. Yeah, I don't know. Man, I've had to have used something like this before. I mean, come on. Let me listen one more time to that sound. Oh, hey, what a time. Oh, my ears, they feel nice. It's like a... I don't know. That's a tough one. So, what I could do, let me just see if I can do something like this. Laser.
Pronamel repair helps rebuild the strength of your
I am aiming for copyright free.
Every time you brush. It's the #1 dentist recommended toothpaste for strengthening enamel.
So what are you brushing with?
Pronamel repair.
No. Not gonna lie, I'm getting kind of impatient. Oops, wrong place. You come here. Import audio. That I need to go to my PC. Downloads. Where's my downloads? I'm just gonna keep trying some stupid stuff. Are we done? Okay, I'm just gonna try something. Just to see if I can't do something with it. It's like, take something like... Because sometimes this does work. Alright, so what I need is, like, to turn this down first. To find the right sound first. Okay. Let me grab that. Okay. Pitch. Change pitch. Let's just try something like this. Oh, that's the one that doesn't change? Oh. Wait, what? Speed. Oh, I'm stupid. Sorry. Like about right here. Let's see what this does. No. We're just gonna try this kind of shit. Oh. Oh. Let me try that. Copy. Control A. Delete. V. Okay. Alright, so now what I need to do... What's EQ like on here? I don't think it's very good. Yeah, it's pretty confusing. Okay, never mind. Okay. Where's the reverse button? That's an interesting sound. That'll definitely be something pretty cool. Alright, let's try that again. That was change speed, right? Yeah. Yeah, that won't have any sound. It's not the right sound that I need. God damn it! Alright, let's do this, do this, do this. What? Not right now. Huh? Not right now. Well, they're warm. You don't want to eat them while they're good? Not right now. What's sweet? Nothing yet. I'll just put them on the stove while you're playing. Okay. I'm in focus mode right now. Food does not exist. Computer, hello. Oh, we're back here. Oh shit. Control. Is it Y? Control. Yeah, control Y. Control Y. How far am I zoomed in? Alright, let's see here. About these. No. I just need to find the right sound effect. And see what I can't do about this. I'm just being stubborn. Nope. This is an explosion, right? Yep. And that's why we turn it down. This is the charge up one, right? Yeah. What that sounds like to me is like the sound of an airliner starting up. Sounds like the fans. Or not the fans, the engine. This is a little tricky. Speed. Getting there. Okay. What happens if I just go full? Ooh. hang on. We might have something. If the program will be nice to me. Hello? Audacity, hello? No, for fuck's sake. Okay, maybe not that quick. Oh. Oops. Okay, what did I do before? It was right here, right? So, let's see. This is sometimes what it takes. Nope, I gotta get it up to speed. Up to pitch is more like it. Okay. Let's try that. Now, we go change tempo. Oh wait, isn't this where I just was? Yeah, it was. Change pitch. Okay. Cancel that. So, if I were to go something like this. Okay. Grab this. Control C. Control A. Delete. Control V. God, you motherfucker. Okay. I know you're probably like, what the hell are you doing, Sparrow? Trust me. Tempo. Now I just need that sped way up. God damn it. Keep thinking I'm an FL. Okay, a little slower than that. Okay, so now what I have to do, okay, export as MP3. Charge Sound WIP. Now I go in here. That one. I'm slowly but surely getting something. Okay. Let's go back here or whatever.
This is an act of vengeance.
Okay, now it's too low.
This is an act of vengeance.
Okay, now let's go to the parametric EQ. Slowly but surely, we're getting something. It's gonna take quite a bit to get it fully. But this is what I'm talking about when it says when I'm like talking about how hard it was to make Chrysalis's Revenge like sound effects. Same deal. And I knew this was gonna be a bitch and a half to do. Let's try.
This is an act of vengeance. This is an act of vengeance for one of our own.
Oh.
This is an act of vengeance for one of our own.
Okay. Something like that. But there's one thing I'm not liking about it, and it's the airy stuff on top. So what I need to do, I'll just go to the default.
This.
So that's a lot of highs. So let's go down on the highs.
This is an act of vengeance. This is an act of vengeance.
Okay.
This is an act of vengeance for. This is an act of vengeance. This is an act of. This is an act of vengeance for one of our own. This is an act of vengeance for one of our own. This is an act.
I think I can hear what I don't like about it. It's the start part. I don't like some of the stuff at the beginning. So what I need to do is, let's see. I need to go back to Audacity. And I need to cut some of this stuff off. Right there. That's what I like, not that shit. If I go like this, fade in. Okay. No, that's not what I want. I need change speed. I think I cut it a little too short. What happens if I try to, like, do this kind of thing? Let's see. Mm-mm.
This is an act of vengeance for one of our...
Okay, let me get this into place. Delete.
Act of vengeance for one of our own. So no amount of Mora will save you. Then I can see that there's no point in continuing this conversation. Ganyu could see it was her time to act, so she pulled back her arrow, using...
Can I please? This thing?
She pulled back her arrow.
So light starts where? Right here somewhere?
Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with... Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with element... Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy. Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with... Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot... Her arrow, using her vision to infuse... Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with... Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with... Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her... Her arrow, using her vision...
Nope.
Her arrow, using her vision to... Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with...
Okay. I cannot believe how much I have put into this stupid sound effect.
Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy.
I just realized I have to continue that sound.
Using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy.
Let's try this. I'm just gonna keep experimenting. Sorry guys, I know this is taking forever, but what do you want me to do?
Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental.
So if I just do something like this.
Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy.
Like something like this. I need to adjust the brackets.
Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy, took.
What I could do is something like this, put it underneath.
Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental.
That works. Had to do this quite a few times before.
Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy.
So. Who knew I would be trying to replicate freaking Genshin sounds? Jiminy Christmas.
Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy, took. Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy.
Oh, I see what's going on here.
Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy. Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy, took. Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy, took aim.
Nope, that ain't gonna work.
Her arrow, using her.
I think that the noise.
Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy, took aim.
Because then I gotta cover it with something else. That's what I'm trying to get correct. Oh, God forbid.
Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy. Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy, took aim. Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy.
It fucks up there, so what am I doing wrong?
Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy. Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy, took aim and fired. Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy, took aim.
This is gonna be... Oh my god. I'm not kidding. It's getting close to the point of where it's getting worse than the... Oh my god. Than the, the sound effects for freaking Silent Ponyville too. Yeah, what I mean.
Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy, took aim.
Whoops.
Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy, took...
Maybe if I use a different kind of reverb? Like, I'm just trying to collect that sound. No, I really don't care for roleplay. Not my thing. Oh my god, you're taking forever now. Wait, how much are we at? If you're going this slow, then it means that you're running out of space. Don't you frickin' crash. Don't you crash. Don't you crash. Don't you crash. Go crash. Oh, thank you.
Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy, took aim and fired.
Okay. I need to check something real quick. Okay. So now I need to add that next sound effect to the mix. Which will hopefully help to cloak. Let me close Audacity. Yeah. I know why you're not responding. Before I even finish, I need to put this somewhere because it's going to be used more than once. Come on, you fucker. Fine, I'll force you closed. If you don't want to behave. What am I looking for? Blizzard. Like a blizzard or a snowstorm. Shadows. Heavy. It's this one. Heavy wind clip. Whistling wind. I believe it's this one. Pretty sure it is. Hopefully this is right. Okay, so underneath, let's see what point.
Her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental. Her arrow, using her vision to.
So like right here. Where the hell am I? Oh my God. I'm gonna lose my mind.
Using her vision to. Using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental.
Oops. That'd be this one.
Using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy. Using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy. Took aim.
Oops. God damn it. I didn't mean to do that. Piece of shit. Okay, can I please do stuff? We need more reverb.
Using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy. Took aim and fired. Using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy.
That's just gonna be a bitch and a half.
To infuse her shot with elemental energy. To infuse her shot with to infuse her shot. To infuse her shot with.
Seriously.
To infuse. To infuse her shot with elemental energy. To infuse her shot with elemental energy.
Okay, I don't like the reverb. That's probably because I don't have it turned down.
To infuse her shot with elemental energy. Took aim and. To infuse her shot with elemental energy. Took aim.
Okay, volume needs to go down.
To infuse her shot with elemental energy. Took aim and fired. The arrow to infuse her shot with elemental energy. Took aim and fired. The arrow hit the.
Okay. I'm getting to my point. Where if this doesn't start working, I'm just gonna abandon this idea altogether.
Vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy. Took vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy. Arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy, took aim and fired. You could see it was her time to act, so she pulled back her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy, took aim and.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna put the thing at the beginning because I don't really give a shit anymore. Ugh, my brain is hurting. You all get the picture. You know what's going on.
You could see it was her time to act, so she pulled back her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy, took aim, and fired.
Fired. I gotta get this done.
And
fired. Alright, where did that one go? We don't need this, delete that. We don't need this, delete that. Now I need to just cut these in half. What does this sound like?
Fired.
Nope. Like, what's a good example of what I'm looking for the shot sound? Like, it's just a straight up whistle, like a whistling sound effect. Come on. Okay, I know you're not that dead. Knock it off. Fired arrow sound. My computer is starting to yell at me. Interesting.
Fired. Fired. The arrow...
Hang on. Seems like it's backwards. I'm just gonna have to make this thing unique as a sample because I have no choice. I don't care. I should probably put that on the right track. I'm not sure where we're at. 23? Something like that.
Fired. Fired. The arrow hit the enemy.
Okay, now I get to play with this. Because I want to see what happens if I were to reverse.
The arrow hit. The arrow hit the enemy in the.
Oh my god.
The arrow hit the enemy in the.
Okay, I need to decide.
The arrow hit the enemy in the middle, and her snowflake arrow struck the other two like ricochet.
Okay, stop for a minute. Yeah, I need to...
The arrow hit the enemy in the middle.
I need to decide, because I'm gonna have to export what I've got. That's all there is to it. So... Okay, so... I need to see what we got going here. Okay, fire, that's fine. We're gonna need that all the way to the end, basically. Abyss is fine. Yeah, I think we're fine here.
See, it was her time to act, so she pulled back her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy, took aim, and fired. The arrow hit the enemy in the middle, and her snowflake arrows struck the other two like ricocheting bullets. The Fatui who had been the one negotiating with Ningguang was the
why is that there? That could have been an issue, so I always double check everything.
Was the only one who didn't fall immediately. Had been the one negotiating with Ningguang was the
that one. Okay, what is this?
Arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy, took aim and fired.
Okay.
The arrow hit the enemy in the middle, and her Ganyu could see it was her time to act, so she pulled back her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy, took aim and fired. The arrow hit the enemy in the middle, and her snowflake arrows struck the other two like ricocheting bullets.
Let me see if I can't get rid of that hit sound. It's this one, right?
Ganyu could see it was her time to act.
Oh, god damn it. Oh my god. On the wrong sound effect. Okay, where did you go? Okay, where does it hit? Okay, I gotta break this apart a little bit. Let me see if I can't get rid of that. Because I don't like it. Fudge.
The arrow hit the enemy. The arrow hit the enemy.
Whatever. It's just gonna have to stay. Okay. I don't think there's anything else that's abnormal over here in this area. Other than this.
Ganyu infused her cryo energy into her second shot and fired again, hitting her target easily, along with the two additional snowflake arrows. However,
Okay, how far are we going here?
knowing it was her elemental energy that caused Ningguang's demise, She needed to focus on getting a freezing process. The Fatui agent landed a singular violent blow.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're fine. What part are we at right here?
It was her elemental energy that caused Ningguang's demise. She wanted to cry.
Oh, we're there. Alright. File. Export. MP3. Oh my god, I cannot spell. Ice and lightning. Nearly full. Oh boy. Alright. So we're just gonna have to wait for this to do its thing because I don't want to lose anything. Why are you taking so long? Hello? Oh, there it goes. Those questions are ones that I really don't like to answer because I leave it up to the person to decide what happens. Oh, right. I need a break. My brain needs a freaking rest for a minute. So I need like some music or something. I am fucking wiped. Really? Sure. Oh. Oh, God, I need a rest.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integrated platform.
Shut up. How about that? Okay. for the best. Fucking strap. So bad. What's her name again? Omade. Yeah. Oh shit. This one's in drop C. So I need to go up. I need to go up now. I'm too far off, ain't I? I think it's off still a little bit. There we go. The sooner will take a while, so I want to do something that I enjoy. How's that one go? Something like that. Whoop. Nope. Am I the one seeking out the sun? I'll burn for all the things I've done. That stole the dark from me, but they were not deserve to be. That's it. I don't know that one very well. I do know this one very well, though. I know Remember Me a little bit. How's that one go? Yep. haven't played that one in a while. Why not? Wait, didn't I write a soul for this one? I believe I did.
Your dry skin. We go through a lot every day, and loose ceramides might be.
I don't remember. I don't remember. Oh shit. I don't know. I don't remember. Nope. Hang on, I gotta figure that one out. Nope. Nope. Yeah. Ah. Something like that. I remember I wrote it. Okay, hang on. I didn't go back far enough? There we go. I don't know. I don't remember. Oh my god. Okay, now I'm just getting mad. Am I good for this one? Maybe, maybe not. There we go. Stupid string skipped. Yeah, I freaking skipped or my string fell down off of the board. I don't know why it does that, but it does. How are we doing so far? Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, when I got down to this part, now I can't play it. That's a tricky solo. What's a fun one? How about, what's that one? I don't have a cursor. Oh, god damn it. I don't know. Ugh. There we go. What's this new rare? How's this new rarity one go? Nope. Nope. Welcome back, Tsukashima. Let's see. Something that's not copyrighted. Something that's not copyrighted. I could have played that one if I would have, how hard is this one? Nope. Hang on. How does that Chucky part go? On the lead part? Why can I not play today? Nope. I know that's not exactly how it goes, but it's right through that Chucky part. Cannot play today. Ugh. not even gonna attempt it. Man, I cannot play today. Stupid bomb string keeps getting tugged. That's what that loud thing was hearing. That's what that loud ring you was hearing was. I don't know. I can't play today for some reason. Yikes. I don't know. I'm just diddling right there. Alright, how far are we? Oh, we're done. I didn't hear a beep. I didn't hear a ding-dong. That could potentially get caught, so no. Alright, put that back where it is. Why are my hands shaking so bad? God, calm down, Sparrow. It's just your friends. Okay, it's fucking hot. Alright, so now I gotta restart the program, basically. I should have probably checked first, but I think we're okay. I think we're fine. Hopefully we're fine. I pray to God we're fine. Wait, what did I do? Oh, is it just lagging because it's a big file? Down and down, down. Okay, well, while you're doing your thing, I'm gonna do my thing. Wait, what? Oh. It does this thing because... yeah. So hopefully you guys enjoyed the little guitar show. I completely butchered it. I do not know why, but I cannot play today. My hands are freaking shaking like crazy. Probably because I need to eat. Oh, shit. Alright. Oh, it's up here in the corner. So I gotta put you guys down for just a second. Okay. Alright. There we go. Ow. How long has this taken me so far? I mean, mixes normally take a while, so makes sense. Plus we had to spend like an hour on that one sound effect that just would not work. 6 hours. Alright. We're nearly done. We're nearly done. Why did you... why is this thing a persistent bitch, I swear. So dark from here, from what you've done. I'll try, I'll fly so high, touch the sun, won't let it all in here. Oh God, won't falter to my fears. For fuck's sake. Alright. Alright, so what do, oopsies. So what do I need still? I think I'm gonna need like a certain sound effect for a certain scene. Need the fire. So fire. That scene. Alright, so I need to go to music for that. Please do not be corrupted, or I'm gonna have a fit. Where are you hiding? There you are. So decoding will probably take a minute. So dark from here, from what you've done, I'll fly so high, touch the sun, won't let it all in here. What's been posted to YouTube today? Besides me. I didn't push the search button, I pushed this button. Thank you. Looks like he fixed the thumbnail. Oopsie doopsie. Oopsie poopsie. Alright. Alright, there we go. Please don't let there be any corruption. So far, looking good. Because all those clacky things are the things, the high heels. So far, so good. It's very nice to see.
That's what I like to see. Ningguang chimed. Therefore, I want you to get as much rest as possible for the road ahead tomorrow.
What is that?
The Fatui are clearly unpredictable, so there's no telling what we may be up against. Good luck, you two. With a bow from both of them, Kuching and Ganyu took their leave, a ping of fear in their hearts at the potentially impending doom in their midst.
Oh, I see.
The Fatui had been mad enough to awaken a sea god, so there was no telling what they're unpredictable. So there's no telling what we may be up against. Good luck, you two. With a bow from both of them, Kuching and Ganyu took their leave, a ping of fear in their hearts at the potentially impending doom in their midst.
Okay, I'll have to manually turn that down.
The Fatui had been mad enough to awaken a sea god, so there was no telling what their potential plan could be. All that they hoped was that they could manage to stop it before it even had a chance to be executed. At the moment of their departure, a single jagged bolt of lightning cracked from the sky like a whip, piercing their ears as they made their way back to Boyun and returned to Liyue Harbor far below. It felt as if the gods were sending a message or warning to them, and despite their past challenges with unspeakable threats, something felt different. Something Ganyu thought about deeply during the entire descent to Yuehai Pavilion.
Well, okay, I think I see where a place where I already messed up.
Both of them had been mildly soaked by the rain that the winds had captured in their hasty and violent travels. However, the rain didn't even faze them. They were more focused on Ningguang's reasoning for their attention. Upon stepping into the building, Kuching and Ganyu did their best to clean themselves of the mild, misty shower they'd endured in their travel to Ningguang's abode.
Because that is sharper than
any
shit.
Of the assistants in charge of tidying up the entirety of the structure, so they gave it their best effort.
Okay, hang on. Let me toy with this. Will this affect the audio if I toy with this? Probably. But what I can do is an underlayer. This is why you never, ever get rid of your clean files. Because, yeah, it can be a problem. So. How loud are those?
Kuching and Ganyu did their best to clean themselves of the mild mist.
Like, how bad is that on your guys' ears? It pinches mine a little bit. Like, all I have to do is basically go into the clean files, and I can match the audio up so that it's not doubled. Either that or what I can... Oh, wait, no, I can't.
Kuching and Ganyu did their best to clean themselves of the mild, misty...
Alright. How am I gonna fix that? I might have to add... I may have to recreate these scenes. That's not that big of a deal, though. It's just one sound effect, so that's not that big of a deal. And I think I know how it happened.
So she took that as her cue to start getting ready to leave. Standing up in the water, she stepped out onto the grass.
Okay. So how loud are the ones at the beginning?
Raindrops trickled along the surface of Ganyu's horns.
Okay, that's not that bad.
Initiated to Ganyu's co-workers to provide her a towel, shall she ever return soaked to death. She was met with that very thing upon stepping through the entrance, a plain white towel being handed.
Like, how bad is that to your guys' ears if you're wearing headphones? I mean, it's something I can handle, but it's definitely not pleasant to my eardrums, I'll tell you that. It's something I can very much handle, but it's not very nice to my eardrums. So what can I do here? I'm trying to think of, like, ways around this. It's the only thing that sucks about doing this. Because those heels are fucking loud. So maybe what I could do, this might just be me wishful thinking, but what I can possibly get out of my mouth, Jesus Christ. Alright, let's see. So this is the first one with those heels, right?
Entrance, a plain white towel. Entrance, a plain white towel.
How loud is that? on the mixer?
Entrance. A plain white towel being handed. Entrance. A plain white towel being handed to.
It's just a sharp sound. And I can't really tell if it hurts my... I mean, my headphones are on full. So, is there something I can do about this? Maybe. Let's try... Like, I just need to take the volume down just a tad. Just a tad. Also, how much space am I using up? 679? Oh, that's not that bad. Okay, so basically what I need to do is something like this. And in between these, I need to add a thing. And this is my own fault. I'm basically, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, I'm doing something. Alright, so let's get that more on point. So what I can do here is like drop this a little bit.
Entrance. A plain white tight towel.
Stop.
Through the entrance. A plain white towel being handed.
Okay, does that affect my audio?
On stepping through the entrance. A plain white towel being handed to her instantly.
Because that's only dropping a little bit of percentage. Let's see if we can get a little lower.
On stepping through the entrance, a plain white towel being handed to her instantly. Apparently her absence with that very thing upon stepping through the entrance. A plain white towel being handed to her instantly.
I don't hear a difference. I don't hear one bit of difference. So what I can do here is like this. Control, or copy, excuse me. Just paste value. There. So that's fixed. So there's always got to be something. There's always got to be something. Nothing that I'm not new to. Alright, so we need to come over, looks like over here a little bit. Because I'm not sure where all of these are.
Nonsense.
Okay.
Elsewhere, and made her way back to her office.
Okay.
On entering her office elsewhere, and made her way back to her office.
See, now it's not
On
sharp.
entering her office, the scent of the sweet flowers she had picked and potted on her desk as decoration met her nostrils. It was in essence she delighted beauty. She walked to her desk and took a seat. The trap.
Oh, wait a minute. Is it affecting the fullness of the audio? Huh. Yeah, because there's only one, but it's not attacking the whole track. That's the thing.
Beauty. She walked to her desk and took a seat.
Okay, so now that's not so clacky to my eardrums, so that's good. Okay, here's another set.
Sky walked into her office and began to collect the tower of finished.
Okay, that's fine. This looks like running.
Then she turned to the exit and stepped back out into the barrage of raindrops. She was guarded.
Oh, I know why these ones aren't so loud, because they're singular. It's the double ones that are the louder fucks.
Ganyu met her colleague at Boyun Station, trying to keep a good amount of distance.
Okay, that's fine. What about these ones?
Kuching and Ganyu did their best to clean themselves of the mild, misty shower they'd endured in their travel to Ningguang's abode. Made their way to Ningguang's office, finding their wealthy boss admiring her wall of multiple secret operations.
Okay, hang on. Something ain't right here. So, I'm confused. So what were to happen if I were to just delete this? Is that what's decreasing the sound?
Made their way to Ningguang's office.
It is. It is.
Made their way to Ningguang's office.
Okay, I see what's happening here. It's doing the entire trek. I see. Okay, so basically what I'm going to have to do is probably uptick it a little bit. Okay, alright, that's fine, I say. That's fine, I swear. Paste value. Because I like the audio to be nice and loud for you guys. Stuff like this just sometimes gets in the way. Alright, so now we need to make sure these heel clacks aren't too loud on the ears. So that's more towards the end, like right here in this area. Okay, these are the ones.
Kuching and Ganyu took their leave, a ping of fear in their hearts at the potentially impending doom in their midst.
That's fine.
The Fatui had been mad enough to awaken a sea god, so there was no telling what their potential plan could be. All that they hoped was that they could manage to stop it before it even had a chance to be executed.
How loud is that?
At the moment of their departure, a single jagged bolt of lightning cracked from the sky like a whip, piercing their ears as they made their way back to Boyun and returned to Liyue Harbor far. Kuching and Ganyu took their leave, a ping of fear in their hearts at the potentially impending doom in their midst. The Fatui had been mad enough to awaken a sea god, so there was no telling what their potential plan. Kuching and Ganyu took their leave, a ping of fear in their hearts at the potentially impending doom in their midst.
Okay, that I can deal with.
The Fatui had been mad enough to awaken a sea god.
That
so
I can deal with.
Telling what their potential plan could be.
Okay. How loud are these?
A single jagged bolt of lightning cracked from the sky like a whip, piercing their ears as they made their way back to Boyun and returned to Liyue Harbor far below. It felt as if the gods were sending a message or warning to them, and despite their past challenges with unspeakable threats, something felt different. Something Ganyu thought about deeply during the entire descent to Yuehai Pavilion.
Okay, okay. I think I see. Okay, so now what we're just gonna do is finish this bitch because, yeah, I'm getting tired.
I knew you'd retaliate, but not in such a way as this.
Oh. Wait. Oh no, I restarted the program. I'm fine. For just a minute, I thought that there was an EQ on. Okay, I'll see him when I'll know when I see him.
There's no time.
Oh. I need to figure out where I am first.
Dewey agent landed a singular violent blow.
Stop.
The veins of his body radiated an icy blue glow.
Nope. Okay, it's when she takes the shot.
Then I can see that there's no point in continuing this conversation.
Okay.
Ganyu could see it was her time to act, so she pulled back her arrow, using her vision to infuse her shot with elemental energy, took aim, and fired. The arrow hit the enemy in the middle, and her snowflake arrows struck the other two like ricocheting bullets. The Fatui who had been the one negotiating with Ningguang was the only one who didn't fall immediately, but it was clear that he had been injured by the shot. Taking advantage of the momentary stun, Ningguang followed up by attacking with her geo-energy while Ganyu prepared another shot for the killing blow. Ningguang's attacks hit with a good amount of force, knocking back the cloaked enemy with each impact. Ganyu infused her cryo-energy into her second shot and fired again, hitting her target. Ganyu infused her cryo-energy.
Okay, Ganyu infused. Okay, so let's go ahead and add the bow and arrow again. Wait, what? No. 1.
You infused her cryo energy into her.
Okay. So basically we're going to be playing catch up. Come on. You can do it. I believe in you. You can do it. Alright, so that would be under downloads. That one. Oh, God. Oh, did I? Oh, shit. Oh, I did. I picked the wrong one. Oopsie. Oopsie poopsie. Is it this one? That's the one. That shot was personal. Okay, so now we need to lower the volume.
You infused her cryo energy into her second shot and fired again, hitting her target easily, along with the 2 additional snowflake arrows. However, the enemy remained on his feet, somehow maintained.
Hold on.
You infused her cryo energy into her second shot and fired again.
Still a little too loud. Okay, drop that a little bit more.
You infused her cryo energy into her second shot and fired again, hitting her target easily, along with the 2 additional snowflake arrows.
That works. Okay, so now the fire ends here somewhere.
Snowflake arrows.
So right there. So I need fire. And I need to get to about the same exact thing I had it last time. Which it was set to a certain level on the thing. Don't remember where though. If I remember correct, it was like 70%. USB drive. Are you saying it's for Ningguang or something? Okay. Let's see if I can't get it a little close to what we're looking for. Let's put that down a track.
Snowflake arrows.
Oh god, not even close. A little lower than that.
Snowflake arrows. However, the enemy remained on his feet, somehow Ganyu infused her cryo energy into her second shot and fired again, hitting her target easily, along with the 2 additional snowflake arrows. However,
close
the
enough.
enemy remained on his feet, somehow maintaining his balance after the many hits. Ganyu was shocked. Her arrows are usually able to kill enemies easily, but upon hearing him chuckle, any sense of victory shattered. From his wrists down, the veins of his body radiated an icy blue glow, as if he'd absorbed all of the elemental energy from Ganyu's snowflake arrows. Nice trick, Adeptus. He mocked. My turn. At a raging speed, he lunged forward at Ningguang.
Okay, lunged. So, this is like a supersonic speed going on here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so supersonic, like a just a zoom. So, what would that be like? I think I know what kind of sound effect I want to go for here. What's the name of it? Oh my god, why can I never remember the name of this stupid thing? It's like a burst, like a burst. No punning intended. Shockwave, that's the word I'm looking for. Shockwave. Like, I can never flip and remember that. Shockwave, shockwave, shockwave. Right there. Like, I like to make villains that are not that are powerful, but not overpowered. If you get my drift.
He lunged for it at Ningguang's shield.
Oh shit. Okay. Nope, I just need a quick one. So something like...
Upon the completion of the freezing process, the Fatui agent landed a singular vital. Ningguang was immediately stunned and...
Something like that might work.
Poked Fatui agent, his entire left arm puncturing through her abdomen like a newly forged sword. Upon impact. Then, before Ningguang could even defend herself,
I really need me to shut up so I can hear. That works. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, there's one I use all the time. That really plays a few eardrums. Shit. Sure. We'll use you, because why not? Jesus Christ, that is loud. Alright, go away. Go away. Okay, now I need to find where he says my turn.
as if he'd absorbed all of the elemental energy from Ganyu's snowflake arrows.
Nope.
Nice trick, Adeptus. He mocked. My turn. At a raging speed, he lunged forward at Ningguang's...
Oh, Jesus, that's loud. What is that one on? That one is on 4. Jesus, I've got that down a lot already.
As if he'd absorbed all of the elemental energy from Ganyu's snowflake arrows. Nice trick, Adeptus. He mocked. My turn. At a raging speed, he lunged forward at Ningguang's shield, shattering it like glass upon impact.
Okay, glass. Like, yeah, this Fatui guy basically just basically nerfed, what's her name's shield. Like, he just broke straight through it. Alright, let's...
At a raging speed.
Nope.
His entire left arm... Fatui agent. His entire left arm puncturing through her abdomen like a newly forged...
The Donut Gang, I love that.
Then before Ningguang could even defend herself... Nice trick, Adeptus. He mocked. At a raging speed, he lunged for it at Ningguang's shield, shattering it like glass upon impact. Then, before Ningguang could even defend herself, she abdomen like a newly forged sword's abdomen like a newly forged sword's blade. Ningguang was immediately stunned and stuttering and nice trick, Adeptus. He mocked. My turn. At a raging speed, he lunged for it at Ningguang's shield. At a raging speed, he lunged for it at Ningguang's shield, shattering it.
Okay. So that works. Maybe a little louder.
At a raging speed, he lunged for it at Ningguang's shield.
A little too
shattering it
loud.
Like glass. At a raging speed, he lunged for it at Ningguang's shield, shattering it like glass upon.
Okay. So yeah, basically glass, which I do have stuff of. Alright. Should have some. I'm gonna need this sound effect twice, I think. Okay. Glass. Hey. Stop. Hopefully that's not enough to catch that. Breaking glass. I didn't realize I accidentally pushed that. Oopsie. Alright, let's go ahead and do this. Sorry if you liked Ningguang. Sorry. But, you know, if someone is in my story and they are, like, a good person, they normally don't survive. Oh. Oh, I forgot to turn on the volume. Oh my god, sorry about that.
Then, before Ningguang could even defend herself.
Okay, hang on. Alright.
Then, before Ningguang.
That works. So, cut that there. Oh, now it's letting me do stuff that I want to do. Thanks, game. I play Genshin way too much. I'm calling it a game. Alright, let's see what happens here.
At a raging speed, he lunged for it at Ningguang's shield, shattering it like glass upon impact. Then, before Ningguang could even defend herself, she was met with a strike from the cloak's Fatui agent, his entire left arm puncturing through her abdomen like a newly forged sword's blade. Ningguang was immediately stunned and stuttering in shock from the blow she had taken, and upon the mysterious enemy pulling his arm back, Ningguang's body started to become blanketed in a layer of ice. Blanketed.
I think I have a sound effect for that too. I mean, it is anime, so Dragon Ball Z stuff ain't far from the you know, from possible. What am I looking for? That was recent. It would be this one right here. Alright. Turn that down.
Blanketed in a layer of ice. It took mere seconds for Ningguang's entire body to become frozen, and upon the completion of the freezing process.
Oh wow, that is loud.
Blanketed in a layer of ice. It took mere seconds for Ningguang's entire body to become frozen, and upon the completion of the freezing process, the Fatui agent landed a singular violent blow to his victim.
Okay, that ain't gonna work.
Blanketed in a layer of ice. mere seconds for Ningguang's entire body to become frozen, and upon the completion of the freezing process, the Fatui agent landed a singular violent blow to his victim, shattering her to pieces like glass. Ganyu was horrified at what she had just witnessed, knowing it was her element.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Jesus.
Violent blow to his victim, shattering her to pieces like glass. Ganyu was horrified at what she had just witnessed. No.
I can add a reverb to that, kind of make it a little bit more dramatic. Not up. Oh my god. Brain. Brain. Work with me, please. Just go with the default.
Violent blow to his victim, shattering her to pieces like glass. Ganyu was horrified at what she had just witnessed, knowing it was her elemental energy that caused Ningguang's demise. Violent blow to his victim, shattering her to pieces like glass. Ganyu
That works.
was horrified at what she had just witnessed.
That works.
Knowing
That works.
glass upon impact. Then, before Ningguang could even defend herself, she was met with a strike from the cloak's Fatui.
Actually, I don't want that there. That's not a good idea.
Glass upon impact. Then, before Ningguang could even defend herself, she was met with a strike from the cloak's Fatui agent, his entire left arm puncturing through her abdomen like a newly forged sword. His entire left arm
Puncturing. So, I have a sound effect for that. It's an oldie, and it's something that I made. That'd be in our USB drive. That would be here, and that would be named Gore. Like, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think it's the second one. I need to turn these down quite a ways because they're kind of noisy. She doesn't bleed because she immediately starts to freeze.
Arm puncturing through her abdomen like a newly forged sword's blade. Ningguang was immediately stunned and stuttering in shock from the blow she had. Arm puncturing through her abdomen like a newly forged sword.
Back more.
Arm puncturing through her abdomen like a newly forged.
You know, I'm just gonna try this because why not? No, not there. Let's just try this because why not?
Arm puncturing through her abdomen like a newly forged sword's blade. Ningguang was immediately stunned and stuttering in shock from the blow she had taken. And upon the mysterious enemy pulling his arm back, Ningguang's body started to become blanketed in a layer of ice. It took mere seconds for Ningguang's entire body to become frozen, and upon the completion of the freezing process, the Fatui agent landed a singular violent blow to his victim, shattering her to pieces like glass.
It's a little noisy. What is it on? This one? Turn down a little bit.
Arm puncturing through her abdomen like a newly forged sword's blade. Ningguang was immediately stunned and stuttering in shock from the blow she had taken. And upon the mysterious enemy pulling his arm back, Ningguang's body started to become blanketed in a layer of ice. It took mere seconds for Ningguang's entire body to become frozen, and upon the completion of the freezing process, the Fatui agent landed a singular violent blow to his victim, shattering her to pieces like glass.
Okay, so it wasn't that
Ganyu
one.
was horrified at what she had just witnessed, knowing it was her elemental energy that caused Ningguang's demise. She wanted to cry.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Ningguang's stone, shattering her to pieces like glass. Ganyu was horrified at what she had just witnessed, knowing it was her elemental energy that caused Ningguang's demise. She wanted to cry, but knew it was pointless. She was his next target.
Oh, I know one sound effect I'm missing.
To focus on getting away. Caused Ningguang's demise. She wanted to cry, but knew it was pointless. She was his next target, and that meant she needed to focus.
Okay, Abyss. No pun intended. I just realized how stupid that is. Oh man, that's funny. It's called Abyss. Abyss Heralds, Abyss Lectors. Oh, that's funny. Abyss. Oh wait, that's on my downloads, not my not my that would be. Oh, shut the fuck up. There we go. Abyss Mages. Hey, fishy. Fishy girl. Problem mark is that your current team is good enough to not have her already. So, yeah, sorry, bud. Sorry about that. That's kind of what happens when characters get power creeped. So, unfortunately, she's not really useful. But she will be. In a few, like, if you build a second team and, like, focus around it, she can combo very well with Nahida. Mark has the Ryan Shogun. That's why I'm saying Fischl isn't really necessary.
Knew it was pointless. She was his next target, and that meant she needed to focus on getting away. However, upon his response, she didn't even have to run. Be grateful that I used all of that energy on her. He taunted calmly. I should actually thank you, seeing you gave me what I needed to finally shut her up. In return, I'll give you the luxury of mercy and a head start in escaping this place before it goes into the ocean for good. I'd suggest you start running now, because you only have 30 seconds. Ganyu didn't hesitate and took the offer, knowing there was nothing she could do to stop him. She'd just witnessed his abilities firsthand, and she couldn't match his speed or powers. She ran from the wharf to the storage area to fetch Kuchi. She ran from the wharf to the wharf.
So, okay, now we need those high heels again. Oh, the destruction part is gonna be a bitch. I just realized that. Oh man. Let's see, what do I need? I need high heels. Running sound. Is that it? Pretty sure it is, but oh my god. Can I please just go down? There we go.
Ran from the wharf to the store.
Oh, damn it. Alright. Let's turn these down. Probably gonna have to adjust the pitch again.
Ran from the wharf to the storage area to fetch Kuching, working quickly to maneuver her over her shoulder. Ran from the wharf to the storage area to fetch Kuching.
Okay, once I say Kuching. I need a zoom in tool.
Ran from the wharf to the storage area to fetch Kuching, working quick. Ran from the wharf to the storage area to fetch Kuching.
Alright, there we go.
Ran from the wharf to the storage area to fetch Kuching, working quickly to maneuver her over her shoulder. What are you? There's no time!
Alright, I have to
On you
fix
order.
that.
Running back up the stone steps, down the streets of the city, back up the stone steps, down the street, back up the stone steps, down the, running back up the stone steps, down the streets of the city and towards the bridge. She didn't think you ordered. Running back up the stone steps, down the streets of the city and towards the bridge. She didn't think at all and just crossed the place where she come to pet and feed strays. On you ordered. Running back up the stone steps, down the streets of the city and towards the bridge.
Okay, right there.
On you ordered. Running back up the stone steps, down the streets of the city and towards the bridge. She didn't think at all.
That's
and
good.
just crossed the
That's
place
good.
where she come to pet and feed strays, contemplating on whether or not she'd done the right thing. She was clearly outpowered.
The fire would slowly fade out here. Well, not fade out, but it would decrease in volume. Okay, so right about here. That stays up. Oh, Mark, you missed the fun scene.
On you ordered. Running back up the stone steps, down the streets of the city and towards the bridge. She didn't think at all and just crossed the place where she come to pet and feed strays, contemplating on whether or not she'd done the right thing. She was clearly outpowered. On you ordered. Running back up the stone steps, down the streets of the city and towards the bridge.
Okay, I know one thing that I'm missing. I need crickets. That's what I'm missing. My god, we're already up to 10. Oh, this ain't looking good. Okay. Yeah, sorry about the bad news about Official, Mark, but she can be good in another team. I'm not saying she has to be in your main team. She can be good in any team, basically. Any like electro-based team? Yeah, Official's awesome. Okay, what am I looking for? I'm looking for crickets. So I have to go back to actually where it first doesn't appear. I'll do that last. No, I won't. Because I need to figure out where I'm at. Okay, so let's see. Where did the crickets die out?
With your city. Then what could I offer you to prevent the destruction of it gone through without your interference?
Oh wow, way back here.
One of our harbingers looked like a fool. Spoke one of the three. You knew she had to hurry. Her boss and Liwei's leader was in danger. It felt like the equivalent of being a black substance. Is there anybody in here? The explosion was inside when it occurred. From the amount of gunpowder evident on the door, Ganyu knew that this explosion had very well been powerful enough to kill or badly injure a large number of people. Therefore, her chances of finding any survivors was low. But regardless, she still called out for any. Is there anybody in here? She called out. The explosion was inside when it occurred. From the amount of gunpowder evident on the door, Ganyu knew that this explosion had very well been powerful enough to kill or badly injure a large number of people. Therefore, her chances of finding felt her stomach turn at the grim discovery building, a restaurant that served only the wealthiest of Liyue and beyond. The doors to the entrance were already unhinged from their supports, having been broken off by some sort of powerful source to to which Ganyu had guessed some sort of bomb. Her guess had instantly been confirmed upon her eyeing the inner side of the door, a black substance stained along the midsection of its body. Ganyu felt her stomach turn at the grim discovery, knowing that due to the residue of gunpowder being on the opposite side, meant that whoever had stopped the explosion was inside when it occurred. From the amount of gunpowder evident on the door, Ganyu knew that this explosion had very well been powerful enough to kill or badly injure a large number of people. Therefore, her chances of finding any survivors was low, but regardless, she still called out for any. Is there anybody in here? She called out loud enough for anybody to hear over the roar of the flames. She listened for any responses, but after none came after a minute's time, she knew that casualties had indeed been caused by whatever the Fatui had used to turn Liyue Harbor into a fiery inferno. While she felt emotion peeing her ancient heart, she knew she had to keep searching for more survivors in the massive utopia before the fires could spread any further than they already had. Reluctantly, she turned back to the streets of Liyue Harbor and continued her pursuit. She searched each building, finding nothing but the same exact sights that she had met in the first.
Okay.
Charred corpses, blazing heat, and smoke had littered the building's floors. Knowing there was nothing she could do to stop him. She'd just witnessed his abilities firsthand, and she couldn't match his speed or powers. She ran from the wharf to the storage area to fetch Kuching, working quickly to maneuver her over her shoulder. What are you? There's no time! Ganyu ordered, running back up the stone steps, down the streets of the city, and towards the bridge. She didn't think at all and just crossed the place where she'd come to pet and feed strays, contemplating on whether or not she'd done the right thing. She was clearly outpowered by whomever had murdered her boss to nothing but ice shards, so had she stayed, she most likely would have died. But was that better than running like a coward? Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden massive boom to her ears, resembling the sound of a giant's footsteps. The ground rumbled beneath her feet as she stopped and looked back, seeing only massive clouds of running like a coward? Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden massive boom to her ears.
Boom. Okay, so now the fun part. Alright, what explosions do I got? I actually have no idea. Okay. Let's see. I knew this one was going to be a work of a lot once I got to this part. Okay, explosion. I don't know if I have any explosion stuff. I believe I do, somewhere, but where? No idea. Glitch. Because I think it's like a differently named track. Let's see. Guts. Hydraulic. Not anything related to explosions. What did I have recently that had explosions in it? Oh my god. YT. 5. Rock falling, shockwave. Do I really not have an explosion? I would think I would. Apparently not. So I gotta go download one. We need Hu-Tao. Okay. Explosion sound effect. And it has to be a believable one. That's the meme. Big explosion sound effect.
Searching for music for your next video? Then you need to check out our list. With amazing new music added daily.
Okay, was that click in there? That might work. That might work just well enough. Hold on, is there a link to download it? You should tell me there is. Of course not. I have to do it the hard way. Big explosion. Let me see if I've got that first. Because I just feel I should have one. Wait, what? Okay, never mind. Big explosion. Big explosion sound effects. Big explosion sound effects. Oh, for fucking hell. What do you mean it's not? Oh my god. Seriously. I'm literally in the... Fuck off. How about that? I'm sorry, what's happening? Oops. Big explosion. Okay. First, turn it down a lot because it's an explosion. All right.
Massive boom to.
Oh.
Massive boom to her ears, resembling.
Way too low. But I do remember this.
Massive boom to her ears, resembling the sound of a giant's footsteps. The ground rumbled beneath her feet as she stopped and looked back, seeing only massive clouds of smoke and rubble erupt from the mountain sides that the city clung to like a leaf to a branch. The explosions came in intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries.
I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pull another day zero kind of thing. Okay, so get rid of this. Get rid of this. Now I need to figure out where I am. Okay, there's the running sound effect.
Was that better than running like a coward? Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden massive...
Ay, ay, ay. It's not too bad, but... Okay, so... what we're gonna do is first do that. Give it like a very big one.
Was that better than running like a coward? Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden massive boom to her ears, resembling the sound of a giant's footsteps. The ground...
Okay, that works. But there's something else I want to do. So, as soon as this goes off...
Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden massive boom to her ears.
So, like, everything...
massive boom.
Like, it would be a just sudden, like, ear-piercing sound. Okay, so what I gotta do here is, well, for one, I think what I gotta do here is... let me think here. So then the ear thing would happen, the ringing. Okay. Holy sound effects. That would be under downloads. Ear ringing. Okay. Lower this because it can actually ring your ears.
Massive boom to her ears, resembling the sound of a giant's footsteps. The ground rumbled beneath her feet as she stopped and looked back, seeing only massive clouds of smoke and rubble erupt from the mountain sides that the city clung to like a leaf to a branch. The explosions came in intervals as she watched the city...
Okay, hang on. Now, that's timed right.
Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden massive boom to her ears, resembling the sound of a giant's footsteps. The ground rumbled beneath her feet as she stopped and looked back.
Okay. So immediately when that happens, like, the fire just disappears. Because, okay, so I need sound. Crackling fire.
Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden...
Okay. So now, I need, when it goes boom boom, I need to bring this down a lot. Completely.
Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden massive boom to her ears, resembling the sound of a giant's footsteps. The ground rumbled beneath her feet as she stopped and looked back, seeing only massive clouds of smoke and rubble erupt from the mountain sides that the city clung to like a leaf to a branch. The explosions came in intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for...
Okay. So... kaboom. And then the second explosion. The intervals I want to toy with. I want to do something similar to like what I did with, not that. I want to do something similar to like what I did with Day Zero. So, I need to make this unique as a sample. So we are going to, again, add the reverb. But I need to first get it right. Did I do the thing? Yes, I did. Okay. So, I think we're on 13. Okay, so first things first. Volume down. Second of all, reverb. Which preset? I don't know. But basically, now we need the EQ. So we need all the high sounds to go like muffled.
Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden massive boom to her ears, resembling the sound of a giant's footsteps. The ground rumbled beneath her feet as she stopped and looked back, seeing only massive clouds of smoke and rubble erupt from the mountainsides that the city clung to like a leaf to a branch. The explosions came in intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries begin to collapse into the ocean.
Okay, that was loud. Okay, bring that down. So, what I need to do is get rid of this. And I need to get the explosion on point.
Seeing only massive clouds of smoke erupt from the mountainsides that the city clung to like a leaf to a branch. The explosions came in intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries begin to collapse, erupt from the mountainsides that the city clung to like a leaf to a branch. The explosions came in intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries begin to collapse into the ocean like a sinking ship. All of the supports the city had shattered, and now Liyue Harbor was nothing more than a landmark of ruins. A city built and expanded, erupt from the mountainsides that the...
Okay, so the explosion, let's see. So the big boom, let's see. Lower the bass.
Erupt from the mountainsides that the city clung to like a leaf to a branch. The explosions came in intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries begin to collapse into the ocean like a sinking ship. All of the supports the city had shattered, and to a branch. The explosions came in intervals as she watched the city she had lived.
Okay, so what I need to do, I don't think that's the right reverb. So let's try that again.
Intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries begin to collapse into the ocean like a sinking ship. All of the supports the city had shattered. Intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries begin to collapse into the ocean like a sinking ship. Intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries begin to collapse into the ocean like a sinking ship. Intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries begin to collapse into the ocean like a sinking ship. All of intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries begin to collapse into the ocean like a sinking ship. Intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries begin to collapse into the ocean like a sinking ship. Intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries begin to collapse into the ocean like a sinking ship. All of the supports the city had shattered, and now Liyue Harbor was nothing more than a landmark of ruins. Intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries begin to intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries begin to collapse into the ocean like a sinking ship. All of the supports the city had shattered, and now Liyue Harbor was nothing more than a landmark of ruins. Interval.
Okay, so I want this to also fade out.
intervals as she watched the city she had lived. But was that better than running like a coward? Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden massive boom to her ears, resembling the sound of a giant's footsteps. The ground rumbled beneath her feet as she stopped and looked back, seeing only massive clouds of smoke and rubble erupt from the mountain sites that the city clung to like a leaf to a branch. The explosions came in intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries begin to collapse into the ocean like a sea. Explosions came in intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries begin to collapse into the ocean like a sinking ship. The explosions came in intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries begin to collapse into the ocean like a sinking ship. The explosions came in intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries begin to collapse into the ocean like a sinking ship. All of the supports the city had shattered. The explosions came in intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries begin to collapse into the ocean like a sinking ship. All of the supports the city had shattered. Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden massive boom to her ears, resembling the sound of a giant's footsteps. Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden massive boom to her ears, resembling the sound of a giant's footsteps. Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden massive boom to her ears, resembling the sound of a giant's footsteps. The ground rumbled beneath her feet as she stopped and looked back, seeing only massive clouds of smoke and rubble erupt from the mountain sites that the city clung to like a leaf to a branch. The explosions came in intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries begin to collapse into the ocean like a sinking ship. All of the supports the city had shattered, and now Liyue Harbor was nothing more than a landmark of ruins. A city built and expanded over the course of history that had been destroyed in mere seconds. Ganyu couldn't believe the sight before her eyes, but she knew she couldn't dwell on it, knowing her colleagues were in need. Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden massive boom to her ears, resembling the sound of a giant's footsteps. The ground rumbled beneath her feet as she stopped and looked back, seeing only massive clouds of smoke and rubble erupt from the mountain sites that the city clung to like a leaf.
Okay. One more sound effect. Heartbeat. Because when your ears ring like that, all you can hear is like your heartbeat. Like that's the only thing you can hear. Okay. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. Okay. Here. H.
Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden massive boom to her ears, resembling the sound of a giant's footsteps. The ground rumbled beneath her feet as she stopped and looked back, seeing only massive clouds of smoke and rubble erupt from the mountain sites that the city clung to like a leaf to a branch. The explosions came in Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden massive boom to her ears, resembling the sound of a giant's footsteps. The ground rumbled beneath her feet as she stopped and looked back, seeing only massive clouds of smoke and rubble erupt from the mountain sites that the city clung to like a leaf to a branch. The explosions came in intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries begin to collapse into the ocean like a sinking ship. All of the supports the city had shattered, and now Liyue Harbor was nothing more than a landmark of ruins. A city built and expanded over the course of history that had been destroyed. Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden massive boom to her ears, resembling the sound of a giant's footsteps. The ground rumbled beneath her feet as she stopped and looked back, seeing only massive clouds of smoke and rubble erupt from the mountainsides that the city clung to like a leaf to a branch. The explosions came in intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries begin to collapse into the ocean like a sinking ship. All of the supports the city had shattered, and now, Leeway Harbor, her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden message. The explosions came in intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries begin to collapse into the ocean like a sinking ship. All of the supports the city had shattered, and now Leeway Harbor was nothing more than a landmark of ruins. A city built and expanded.
Ugh.
The explosions shattered, and now Leeway Harbor was nothing more than a landmark of ruins. A city built and expanded over the course of history that had been destroyed in mere seconds. Ganyu couldn't believe the sight before her eyes, but she knew she couldn't more than a landmark of ruins. A city built and expanded over the course of history that had been destroyed in mere seconds. Ganyu couldn't believe the city built and expanded over was nothing more than a landmark of ruins. A city built and expanded over the course of history that had been destroyed in mere seconds. Was nothing more than a landmark of ruins. A city built and expanded over the course of history that had been destroyed in mere seconds. Ganyu was nothing more than a landmark of ruins. A city built and expanded over the course of history that had been destroyed in mere seconds. Ganyu couldn't believe the sight before her eyes, but she knew she couldn't dwell on it, knowing her colleagues were in need of medical was nothing more than a landmark of ruins. A city built and expanded over the course of history that had been destroyed in mere seconds. Ganyu couldn't believe the sight before her eyes, but she knew she couldn't dwell on it, knowing her colleagues were in need of medical help and assistance. Her co-worker was nothing more than a landmark of ruins. A city built and expanded over the course of history that had been destroyed in mere seconds. Ganyu couldn't believe the sight before her eyes, but she knew she couldn't dwell on it, destroyed in mere seconds. Ganyu couldn't believe the sight before her eyes, but she knew she couldn't dwell on it, knowing her colleagues were in need of course of history that had been destroyed in mere seconds. Ganyu couldn't believe the sight before her eyes, but she knew she couldn't dwell on it, knowing her colleagues were in need of medical help and assistance. A city built and expanded over the course of history that had been destroyed in mere seconds. Ganyu couldn't believe the sight before her eyes, but she knew she couldn't dwell on it, knowing her colleagues were in need of medical help and assistance in need of history that had been destroyed in mere seconds. Ganyu couldn't believe the sight before her eyes, but she knew she couldn't.
Okay, so when the ringing fades, let me think here. As the ringing begins to fade, crickets and stuff come back in. So crickets first, because that's the closest one to me. Something like that.
History that had been destroyed in mere seconds. Ganyu couldn't believe the sight before her eyes, but she knew she couldn't dwell on it, knowing her colleagues were in need of medical help and assistance.
Okay. So, let's see, as the ringing begins to fade.
All of the supports the city had shattered, and now Liyue Harbor was nothing more than a landmark of ruins. A city built and expanded over the course of history that had been destroyed in mere seconds. Ganyu couldn't believe the sight before her eyes, but she knew she couldn't dwell on it, knowing her colleagues were in need of medical help and assistance. Her co-worker had been quiet during the entire destruction of their home, speechless on what had just happened. It seemed impossible, but what was done was done.
Not happy with that.
Now, what do we do? Kuching asked, her voice full of sorrow.
Copy value.
We find Baiwen, then head for Wang Shuwen.
Paste.
We must inform. All of the supports the city had shattered.
I had the most rare idea. If you had any
Liyue
side
Harbor was
effects on her
nothing
ears
more
or
than a
ring it, I'd
landmark
muffle them
of
accordingly to the time of
The
the
city
raid.
built and
That's what I did.
over the course of history that had been destroyed in mere seconds. Ganyu couldn't believe the sight before her eyes, but she knew she couldn't dwell on it, knowing her colleagues were in need of medical help and assistance.
Okay, shut that
Her
down.
co-worker had been quiet during the entire destruction of their home, speechless on what had just happened. It seemed impossible, but what was done was done. Now, what do we do? Kuching asked, her voice full of sorrow. We find Baiwen, then head for Wang Shuwen. We must inform someone of what's happened. Someone important. Who? Kuching questioned. Rex Lapis.
Okay. Now, just the last fade. Okay, so first things first. Paste value. Something like that. Alright. Something like this. Yeah, the explosions are supposed to be muffled. It's the best I could have done. It's the best I could do with the muffling. Oops. Okay, where does it end?
Who? Kuching questioned. Rex Lapis.
Nope, needs to be way, way quicker than that. Needs to be way quicker than that. Forgot I'm kind of zoomed out.
Important.
Okay, hang on.
Kuching questioned. Rex Lapis.
Okay. Maybe that might do the trick. Hang on.
We must inform someone of what's someone questioned. Rex Lapis.
34. So 34 to what? 51. So that gives it about... I don't know. This is a tough one. So what I'm just going to do is just pull this back a little bit. Save myself some trouble.
Who? Coaching question. Rex Lapis.
So the fire has to be the fade out because there's nothing else that can lead it out. Usually it's a music track, but nope, not in this case. Okay, so about right here. Boom. Boom. All right.
Who? Coaching question. Rex Lapis.
That gives me about 20 seconds to work with, so that's good. Get as close as possible. Alright. Oh my god, the amount of freaking work that went into just one chapter. Oh my god. So far, it's the longest chapter of the story. Okay. So I didn't miss anything, right? I don't think so. Nope. Alright, we're done. 3. Alright. It's taken us all day, but it's finally done. Oh my god. But yeah, the explosions are hard to muffle because they have such high frequencies. So you have to kind of go with what you can get. But yeah, it reminds me of like Day Zero when I was like doing that one scene. Like, here, I'll just show you what I mean. Excuse me.
Today we're here to show you a plant-based twist on a classic Eggs Benedict, prepared with our Beyond Breakfast sausage. No tricks to it, just that it's delicious, packed with protein.
Shut up.
Can I join you? Post returns to its former position, and the flashing light and well of the warning ceased.
Okay, so this is in the bunker.
Wait, we're coming.
Ember called out, getting their attention.
Here it is. Here it is.
sound. One like she'd never heard before. A screech. A loud, eerie, soul-piercing wail came from overhead. She looked up just in time to see a green sphere streak across the sky, heading northwest.
Splendid Valley. Old May. A Mary Poem facility.
The blast. The shake. Ember cried out as she fell to the ground. She felt the whole area vibrate around her. She managed to open her eyes just enough to see, and when she did, they shot open. Another green and black plume of smoke. The same one that rose up from Cloudsdale. In the distance, a cloud of green and black smoke rose up into the sky. Inside, now! One of the other Stapletech technicians shouted. Another Ponyville officer rushed over, grabbing Blitz by his other forearm as he and Ember helped the injured stallion inside. The cellar door closed behind them, the last guard making sure it was secure.
I am so proud of that. Because that is actually a really, really, like, well done, you know, like, effect. Because I always see it in war movies, like when there's an explosion overhead, like a big nukes, like a size explosion. There always is the ears ringing and everything just goes completely muffled. And when anybody speaks, there's like, you know, like you see it a lot in war movies. Like war movies of like soldiers out on the battlefield and like, you know, facing all those like loud sounds and like grenades and like, in that one scene alone, there is probably easily over 10 sound effects. That is how much effort went into that goddamn reading. Yeah, that one was a chore. Like, this ain't nothing. This is nothing. This is simply child's play in comparison. Like, yeah, but someone gave me a really nice, like, what's the word? Not perk, but, you know, compliment of it matching, Orson Welles, like, productions. I'm like, wow, that's actually a humongous, like, compliment. Because I didn't know who Orson Welles' time was. My God. I didn't know who Orson Welles was at the time, but I looked him up and I saw that he was like one of the very first like radio play like horror narrators, something like that. And I just look at that and I'm like, hey, that's a humongous compliment. That's a huge compliment. Like that, I think is more. That, I think, is more of a compliment, like a bigger compliment, than being called Stephen King Jr. Because Orson Welles was, like, one of the very first to do it. Like, he brought radio play to the scene and made it work. Like, the production on that thing, my God. We're talking tracks upon tracks upon tracks of sound effects. Like you would have think I was making you would have thought I was making a movie. And it honestly does feel like a movie. Like the entire time you're listening to that, it feels like a movie. And it was something that I hadn't actually ever done before. Like war style stuff, like Follow the Crusher style crap. Never did it in my life. Or never did it in my entire career. Now, was I aware of what, you know, Follow the Question was? Yes, kind of. I just knew it was a very, 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 very long fan-made, like, fan fiction of, like, a post-apocalyptic world. Knew nothing about the characters, didn't really know anything about, like, you know, the antagonists or anything like that. But I read that one and I really liked it. Like, I came across it, I'm like, why not? Let's just give it a read. So I did, and I really liked it. The only thing I didn't like about it, but it makes sense because the guy's Christian, yeah, he censored every swear word with the dumbest shit. Like, if someone was supposed to say bullshit, they would say bull crap. Like, even damn got censored. Like, darn it, or, you know, god damn it, you know, like, god damn it, it got censored so many times, like, dang it, or something like that. I'm like, oh my god, would you just let me flow naturally, please? You know, it adds, you know, I think it adds more to the actual situation if you swear, because that shows that you are not thinking straight. You're just straight up in, like, panic mode. And that's basically what the story's about. It's about the apocalypse, going into a whole new world, day zero. Like a whole new life, a whole new, you know, regimen and all that stuff. That's what I really liked about it. It was hella long, but I loved the story. Even though the censoring crap got kind of annoying after a while. I'm not gonna lie. Not to mention, I don't really... Well, here's what happened with the audio for that one. The main narration, I mean. The narration was recorded on a different mic like a year prior. So, I listened back to it and I realized, no, this is not going to work. So, I basically remastered it. And that's why it sounds so kind of bassy. Because it was a totally different, like, setup, and I did my best to take down the bass, but there's only so much I can do. Other than that, I am really proud of that project. It's a shame it doesn't have very many views. I mean, it has views, but in comparison to my other stuff, not even close. Like, 3.4k views. Okay, that's not that bad. I think even I explain it here in the description. I think I did. The end is nay. Why did I put that there? Yes, at long last I can share this with all of you. It's been a long time coming, especially considering that this was started last April, the year prior. And trust me when I say that the wait was definitely worth it. Enjoy the show. This was originally recorded in early 2020, but was cleaned, mixed, and remastered in FL Studio. This was by far the most complex mix I've had to produce, next to chapters 4 and 5 of Silent Ponyville, which were absolute nightmares. It was a long time coming challenge that, while fun to make, also came with so much work. I hope you all enjoy the end product as much as I did after the first listen. Thank you for your continued support. Yeah, it's very... Yeah. I even like my little description I put. Speculations, war, tragedy. These are just a few things that describe the life of Ember Frost, a cop on the Ponyville police force. She and her boyfriend Blitz have encountered much in their years together, but on day zero at 9:23 a.m., they couldn't have been prepared for what was to come, the end of the world. Yeah, this was a tough one. This was a tough puppy. I remember making it, very much so. Have I really not made an audio download of that thing yet? Oh my god, I am so far behind. Oh man. The reason why I don't want to do it is because on Bandcamp you can only like put a certain amount of megabytes into one file without, you know, having to pay stuff, like for a subscription or something. I can't handle that crap, so I have to just kind of chop it down into bits, which I hate to do that, but what can I do? You get you get the whole thing, and you get it for free. Sure, why not? Oh, there was the comment right there. Orson Welles.
Ellie,
quality stuff. I can't believe they made a freaking series out of that. I should probably also make some room.
So you've come at last, thought you left me in the past. Guess it was too much to be ignored. You changed your tune pretty fast. I've just one question to ask. Do you think I'm what you're looking for? Get up and look me in the eye. I wanna see how well you lie. Always act like the righteous one while I'm always on the run. Loyal until you start racing. While I'm just trying to survive, you're living in overdrive. Nice to have friends in high places. Must be nice to have friends in high places. So you've changed your mind after the years left behind. Turn me out, but now you think we're friends. Save it, don't waste your breath. Your preaching bores me to death. We both know how chasing rainbows ends. You were the one that shot me down.
Oh, wait.
Push myself to the breaking point. I have all my dreams destroyed. Gave it all up, now I'm jaded. See you painting the sky rainbow while I live in monochrome. Wish I had friends in high places. You make sure that I fail to see every single lie that you say to me. I wanna talk, but don't push your luck. I think it's time that you shut the fuck up. Why don't you shut the fuck up? The world thinks you're a light in the dark. Hope it's worth tearing me apart. How many collateral cases? Promised we could get out of it. I was stabbed in the back instead. Fuck having friends in high places. Fuck having friends in high places. Fuck you and your friends in high places.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I have to actually do that. That's alright. I can do that in just a minute. I love that little riff that he plays. That. The little ding ding ding. Let's see. Let's see if I can't get some of those done while I'm waiting for this. Must be nice to have friends in high places. 3 on bars to go. Yeah. Alright. Saving for Yelan and Genshin, so she comes out in like what, 15 days? Something like that. Whenever the banner ends. So yeah, I gotta farm books. Yay. It sucks. Farming books is very annoying. I need to make some condensed resin before I do anything. I'm already in leeway, duh. Clean karst. Here. Here. I've just been harvesting food and drawing a pirate. Okay. That's definitely different. Okay, I need umbrella books. Yep, that'll work. Nahida. Like, these runs just take me like 51 seconds if I get lucky. Okay.
I see everything. Illusion shattered.
Save the burst. And nuked. Oh, there's one run. Gold books, please. Of course not. Why would you give me a gold book? Because you're an asshole, that's why. For the odds in Genshin are so ridiculously stupid. Okay. Oops, not that. I can't pause, really? I really can't pause. Are you serious? Okay, there we go. Okay, I gotta check this real quick. In Audacity, so just need to be sure that everything is in there so I don't fuck up. Why don't you shut the fuck up? I don't know if you played the Lantern Rite event, but this year's Lantern Rite, it's dangerously better. Like, I think it's better, but not by much, because of the fact that they give you, like, they gave us, like, stuff that, you know, they knew that we would be interested in. Like, I like the lore. I love the lore in Genshin. So, to know more about, like, the past and all that stuff, hell yeah, sign me up. So the fact that it kept me interested and I did not want it to end, that's saying something. Alright, I need to go to the T's. Where are you? Full mix. There it is. Did I forget to put chapter 1? Oh my lord. Okay. So while that does that, I'm gonna do this real quick. You fuckers.
Now you shall perish. You can't run from death.
3 minutes. But it's only because I've been sitting here. Hey, gold book. Cool. Getting there slowly but surely. Because I don't plan to triple crown Yablon. I just need her for Hydra application and damage. I don't really need her for much else. My current Hydro application is Zinc Chow. Whoa. Don't you fucking get. Woo! Shogun almost hit the ground there. Who do you think is the most useless character in Genshin? Oh boy. Who would be quote unquote useless? I mean, in my opinion, every character is useful, but to a certain extent. Like, it depends on what kind of player you are. Honestly, it does. Like, me, I've got one good team. I don't go for, like, all the high, like, meta characters or anything like that, but my team is definitely along those lines, I would say that. Here, right, I need a chicken. But, useless. I don't know. I've seen. I mean, if I had to choose any, it would be along the lines like Toma, Sayu, Kucho Sara. Sara's only good with Raiden. That's it. That's the problem. She's only good in one team comp, and that's it. I prefer having flexibility. You fuckers! Where are you? I had no idea who I was hitting. Okay, what run is this? 4? Amber isn't useless. Amber is not useless. I've seen her used. Like I said, it depends on what kind of character you are. Excuse me. What kind of player you are. For me, when I was going for Ganyu, I had forgotten she was a bow user. So, 2 weeks prior to her release, I decided, hey, I'm going to train myself how to use a bow. So, who did I choose? I chose Amber. I chose Amber. And mainly because, well, she's kind of the only, what's the word, leveled bow character I had. But, Ganyu, excuse me. Amber is useful. I can show you exactly how that is. Amber isn't useless. She is hot. Yeah, she is very hot. Okay, what am I doing? Oh yeah, I'm checking the audio. What the hell is that? Good question. What is that?
That weather can sometimes conjure out of...
Oh, it's the storm. I see. Okay, I need to find where I'm going here.
Think we wouldn't retaliate after you made one of our harbingers look like... Think we wouldn't... So no amount of Mora will save you. And the cloak's Fatui agent. His entire left arm puncturing through her abdomen like a newly forged... And the cloak's Fatui agent. His entire... snowflake arrows. However, the enemy remained on his feet, somehow maintaining his balance after the many hits. Ganyu was shocked. Her arrows are usually able to kill enemies easily, but upon hearing him chuckle, Any sense of victory shattered. From his wrists down, the veins of his body radiated an icy blue glow, as if he'd absorbed all of the elemental energy from Ganyu's snowflake arrows. Nice trick, Adeptus, he mocked. My turn. At a raging speed, he lunged forward at Ningguang's shield, shattering it like glass upon impact. Then, before Ningguang could even defend herself, she was met with the strike from the cloaked Fatui agent, his entire left arm puncturing through her abdomen like a newly forged sword's blade. Ningguang was immediately stunned and stuttering in shock from the blow she had taken, and upon the mysterious enemy pulling his arm back, Ningguang's body started to become blanketed in a layer of ice. It took mere seconds for Ningguang's entire body to become frozen, and upon the completion of the freezing process, the Fatui agent landed a singular violent blow to his victim, shattering her to pieces like glass. Ganyu was horrified at what she had just witnessed, knowing it was her elemental energy that caused Ningguang's demise. She wanted to cry, but knew it was pointless. She was his next target, and that meant she needed to focus on getting away. However, upon his response, she didn't even have to run. Be grateful that I used all of that energy on her, he taunted calmly. I should actually thank you, seeing you gave me what I needed to finally shut her up. In return, I'll give snowflake arrows. You only have 30 seconds. Ganyu didn't hesitate and took the offer, knowing there was nothing she could do to stop him. She'd just witnessed his abilities firsthand, and she couldn't match his speed or powers. She ran from the wharf to the storage area to fetch Kuching, working quickly to maneuver her over her shoulder. What are you... There's no time! Ganyu ordered, running back up the stone steps, down the streets of the city, and towards the bridge. She didn't think at all and just crossed the place where she'd come to pet and feed strays, contemplating on whether or not she'd done the right thing. She was clearly outpowered by whomever had murdered her boss to nothing but ice shards, so had she stayed, she most likely would have died. But was that better than running like a coward? Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden massive boom to her ears, resembling the sound of a giant's footsteps. The ground rumbled beneath her feet as she stopped and looked back, seeing only massive clouds of smoke and rubble erupt from the mountainsides that the city clung to like a leaf to a branch. The explosions came in intervals as she watched the city she had lived in for centuries begin to collapse into the ocean like a sinking ship. All of the supports the city had shattered, and now Liyue Harbor was nothing more than a landmark of ruins. A city built and expanded over the course of history that had been destroyed in mere seconds. Ganyu couldn't believe the sight before her eyes, but she knew she couldn't dwell on it, knowing her colleagues were in need. You only have someone important. Who? Kuching questioned. Rex Lapis.
Feels quiet in my ears, but I think I know why. Because of the high heels. So, I am not even going to worry about that right now. I'm freaking wore out. I have done a crap ton of editing today. So, yeah, don't need this anymore. So I can just remove that. Excuse me. But yeah, as far as unreliable characters go, that's really based on your preference. Some people hate bow users, some people hate swords. Some people absolutely hate the catalysts. For me, as far as using like catalysts as like, you know, a DPS, it's impossible. It is a fucking impossible. They are better as supports. Because Catalyst's too slow. They charge way too slow. That's the problem with Lisa. I absolutely hated using Lisa. Like, Lisa's useful now. Lisa is definitely useful now. But, that doesn't mean she's good. She's useful for, like, if you are new to the game. Like, if you're new to the game and you're just starting out and you've unlocked Sumeru and you need, like, Electro for, like, the Dendro reactions, then yeah, she's good. Mark had to use her for a while. Gallop. Gallop had to use her for a long while until he got, Raiden. He had to use Barbara for a while. My god, that was a fucking joke. But then he got Kuki Shinobu, and I'm like, yes, now we can finally start playing the game. His Raiden is still hurting, but that's mainly because of her artifact set. Her artifact set, I swear to God, it is the absolute ridiculous one to farm for. Because you will not believe how long it took me to get a fucking circlet that was crit rate with crit damage and rolled correct. Like, I'm not gonna lie, some of my Raiden pieces are fucking ridiculous. Like, people would be jealous. That's how good they are. Like, I'm shocked how good they rolled. Yeah, Barbara, I never used her. I don't believe I ever used her. Because I was someone who was rolling like a smart person. Like, I rolled every opportunity I got. Who was the healer that I used for the longest time, though? I think it was technically Noelle. Because Noelle is technically a healer. I used her mainly for shielding because I sucked at dodging because I was still getting like the controls down and all that stuff. I absolutely sucked at dodging, but then I finally got it down and I didn't need Noelle anymore. Then I got Kuki, and yeah, she's great damage, great electro, application. And you build her right, yeah, she combos very well with Nahida. So my team is focused around Nahida, Raiden Shogun. It depends on who's in the fourth slot. Who do I want to use that day? Right now it's Raiden Shogun, Nahida, Ganyu, and Xingqiu. I have a Hyper Bloom team. My team focuses around mainly Hyper Bloom, and for Raiden to basically make a lot of blooms, then build up her burst, then hit with the freaking ult and kill everything. Majority of the time when she crits, it works. The highest my Raiden has hit for is around 146,000. I know that's not much in comparison to others, but you know what? I'll take what I can get. But here, let me show you why I know. Do I have to say anything else? This is the guy that I found. That is the Amber main. Like, when I saw Amber main, I'm like, they exist. Like, they honestly exist. He has a C6 Amber with Skyward Harp. That's basically called the Shotgun Amber. Because he has her at C6, so her C2, I want to say, is what Constellation does that. It's the one where she fires more than one arrow. But with Skyward Harp, you can basically fire up to 4 shots in like two taps. But yeah, this is a perfect example of why Amber is not useless. Is she frustrating? Yes. Does she need a buff? Yes. But if you play her correct and get used to her playstyle, then I think you can work with her. The problem is that if you don't like bow users, you're not going to like Amber. And Tsukishima, you said earlier that you want a Ganyu. You say you don't like bow users. You won't like Ganyu's playstyle then. Ganyu is literally just to hold her normal attack and charge up the shots to her snowflake arrows and fire. That is literally Ganyu's playstyle. And if you're in a tough situation or with a team comp that could do freeze, her burst goes up and freezes everything. But that's literally how you play Ganyu. Ganyu is a strict bow user, and her normal attacks are exactly how she is played. So, what you have to do with Ganyu is, one, learn how to dodge, learn how to keep your distance, and have a healer on board. Because otherwise, she is just going to get hit over and over and over and over again. And the way that you build her, can I show you my... Yes, I can actually show you my Ganyu build. I gotta find it first. Genshin... Can I spell? Genshin... What is it called? I can't remember. Impact... I don't remember what it's called. But it's a place where you can show people, like, your stuff. Hey, dude, if you like her because she's a waifu, I don't blame you. She is a waifu. I love her. Like, yeah, the Genshin crew knew what they were doing. So, have I got my daily login stuff today? I don't think so. So, maybe I'll get this while I'm at it. Oh, shush. Okay, am I not logged in? Apparently not. It's fucking hot. But yeah, if you do not like bow users, you will not like Ganyu's playstyle. Because Ganyu is literally just charge shots and watch enemies die. That is it. That's exactly what she does. She's easy to build. Definitely she's easy to build. But yeah, you are looking at... how do you make up for these things? Fuck. Personal homepage. What is the goddamn thing called that you can look at other people's builds? Well, let me just Google it. May as well. While I'm at it. How can you view Genshin? And I cannot spell today. Shin Impact builds. It'll come up. I'm trying to remember what it's called. It's called like a portal or something. Something to do with a portal. Genshin builds, database. And it is on their website. So let's just go to... Where can I see my stats in Genshin Impact? Come on, you son of a bitch. Battle Chronicle. That's what I need. I knew it would come up. Battle Chronicle. That's what I need. It's like this next banner. I am tempted to pull for Hu Tao once I get Yelam. The problem is, I don't know if I'd like her playstyle. I really don't know if I'd like her playstyle. Oh, shut up. I mean, honestly, I do not know if I would like the playstyle. Because I've heard she's kind of difficult to manage at points. What the hell? This ain't my homepage. I don't even have Aloy. What the heck am I going through? Whose page is this? Like, seriously, what the hell? Because that's not my page. No. Oh my god, really, people? Okay, what the hell? Common tools, oil wiki. I can literally go right to the page. Yeah, that's not me. I don't even have an alloy. This is definitely not me. What the hell's bells? Maybe I clicked the wrong thing. Oh, maybe it's this one. Maybe I accidentally clicked the wrong thing. Could be. Like, my Ayaka needs some serious help. Like, her build is all out of whack. The only thing on my Ganyu that I could make better is her cup. But, yeah, cups. Cups. Fun. You are serious right now. Fine. Guess I'll have to do it the hard way. Guess I'm just gonna have to hold it up to the camera and hope you see it. Oops. Okay, yeah, we're done with that. So let's go to here. Pull this down so you can see a little better. So, where's my Ganyu? There she is. So, there's her. Can't tell if you can see that or not. There's her main stats. As for her artifacts... Oh, weapons, I got lucky as hell on. I've got Ammo's bow. I never pull on the weapons banner. Trust me, I never pull on it. But I had extra Primo gems, so I decided, what the hell, I'll try for the Ammo's bow. I was close to pity anyways, so I decided to just try for it. Got hella lucky. Like, it's a 33% chance of even getting what you want. So, yeah, I got hella lucky. Very lucky. She's 4-piece Wanderers because I run a Milk on you instead of a freeze one, even though I have freezed with her before multiple times. Yeah, her build is not the best, but her main stats, let's see. Oops. Those are her main stats, which with Wanderers, you don't really need high crit rate. Her crit damage could definitely be way, way better. But what can you do? The game's the game. So 43% to 134. But the reason why she doesn't need the crit rate, like, to be 50-50 on point, is because of... Oh, wait. Hang on. Oh, never mind. That's with Blizzard Stare. My bad. But even with 43%, she actually hits really well. Do I have a better flower at this point? Ooh, that's actually really nice. Gives her 2... Like, I can just give her an off piece. That's a good piece. Give Ganyu that. Yes, confirm. So now she has a flower that's on a different set. 19.4 crit damage, 2.7 crit rate. So that'll up her damage just a little bit. That's almost spot on. So that's her flower. Feather has 7.0 crit rate, 14.8 crit damage. Timepiece, attack percent with 18.7 crit damage. Cryo Cup, that is horrible. No crit rate or crit damage stats on it. That's why I need a better crit rate, or I need a better goblet. But getting a cryo goblet is like ridiculous. And she's got a crit rate hat. That's what helps her with her crit rate mostly. And if I just go randomly hit an enemy, let's go bother this guy up in this corner. If she crits, okay, how do I set this up? Let's see, Nahida can hit that. What about Bennett? Maybe I should put Bennett on the team instead. I haven't played Ganyu for a while too, so this will be interesting. Let's see. Let's just take Xingqiu out for now. Where's Bennett? There he is. Switch.
I won't hold you back. Much.
Okay, hang on, I gotta think. You have to swirl. Whatever. We're just gonna go based off her main shot. So I'm gonna go ahead and touch you. Do this. Okay. Charge shot. Whoa! 23k, 12k. Keep a constant movement. Another thing I love about Ganyu, though, is that she doesn't need to even have, like, aim on. Like, you don't have to aim with her. You just hit the ground, and it'll reflect. I mean, it's also, obviously, it's better if you, you know, aim, but, yeah. Sometimes you're in a situation where you just gotta shoot at the ground and have the snowflake arrows to do the work. But yeah, she is a fun unit. She is a very fun unit. But if you don't like bow characters at all, whoa, what am I doing? If you do not like bow characters at all, yeah, that's a different story. I mean, I'm not a polearm user all that much, but I still use Raiden. Raiden is like amazing. She makes the game way too easy. So yeah, she's fun. But the build you mostly want her in, well, it depends on what you run. Do you run freeze or do you want to run melt? I mean, honestly, both do basically the same exact thing, kind of. Melt Ganyu's a lot more destructive, with a lot more damage number. Freeze is just, the enemies are not going to do jack shit. You're just going to freeze the enemies and kill them. That's all it does. Calm down. But, yeah. One team I should run is a Ganqing team. See if, like, Ganyu and Keqing actually work, or Kuqing work together. I'm actually curious. I mean, they do. They create Superconduct, but Superconduct is more for, like, physical damage. Ganyu. Shush. But yeah, that's a good thought. Ganqing team. What would go good in that team? Maybe put Bennett as the healer, and maybe Sucrose as support. in the other slot. That could work, because Sucrose actually really works well. She swirls the cryo. I don't know. That'd be kind of a janky team. That would be kind of fun, just to experiment with. It's like it's like one of the most popular ships in Genshin is Ganqing, which is Ganyu Kuching, of course. Kuching. God, I gotta teach my brain how to say that. And the other most popular ship, I believe it's most popular ship, is Miko. Because, yeah. The problem is those two do not work together at all. That I find hilarious. All that those two would do together is keep each other's bursts very, very heavy and full. Because Yaimiko's, I think, is very expensive. So, yeah, it's not really something you want to run with Yaimiko. Because Yaimiko's kind of her own damage, and they're both Electro, so there's no, like, combination or anything like that. I find that kind of funny. What's another one? Like, I mean, this one's been hinted at, the Ember and Eula one. Amula? Amula. That's actually really a fun name to say. Amula. Because they're apparently in Eula's trailer, she wants to go for a swim with her in the ice-cold lake of Dragonspine, all naked and all that stuff. Yeah. Do they work together, though? They could melt together. Yeah, they could melt. But the thing is, Eula's not really cryo more. She's not really the cryo dealer. She's more of a physical damage character, which is why she's not so good anymore. Because the game has really gone heavy with Dendro reactions. So, yeah, Dendro is mainly the meta right now. And it's destructive, I won't lie.
Skyler, you can eat your food.
Yeah, I will in a minute.
Okay, well, it's on the stove and it's been there for quite a while now.
Okay. But yeah, I am flipping exhausted. So I'm going to go now. Thank you guys for tuning in, for hanging with me, and watching me slowly potentially lose my mind. I'm not going to lie, that one session where we basically just spent like an hour and a half on trying to mimic the sound of the charge shot of Ganyu was kind of ridiculous. But yeah, I'm exhausted, I'm tired, I need to go eat. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you all next time. Have no idea when this is coming out, so there's no guarantee on that because I need to wait for an artist. So, yep, see y'all later. Bye-bye.